have grander space ambitions than going to the edge of it? Did this moment motivate you? Because you have grander space because you have grander space ambitions than going to the edge of it. Did this moment motivate you to push deeper into the cosmos?
Hell yes.
Data or deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. 33 puzzle, face mask muzzle. I'm going to my grandma's house. Shut in, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84.
Reset. So the beginnings and ends don't necessarily mean the end of time. It's more like the script is going into a different act or something. But I noticed that doomsdays are tools of control. How many churches, how many pastors or preachers have said the world's going to end? How many climate scientists or pundits like Al Gore said the world's going to end or the sea levels are going to rise? There have been so many prophecies and guesses about overpopulation and so many things that have never come into fruition. So I tend to laugh at those types of things and just analyze them rationally. I don't even believe in Vaxageddon. I don't think we need to be forcibly vaxxed or anything or given anything. However, and I don't even think that's going to happen, but I don't think that they need to put anything in us when just the existence of the vax itself creates all the division they need to make sure that they won't have any unity. And they won't. I mean, the way that they're using this to create a schism is incredible. Like, you have these Russian Orthodox priests saying that the people who aren't vaxxed are basically going to hell.
Jeez, man. I'm a surface plumber. I got to go into people's houses and fix things all the time. I go to at least 6 people's houses a day to fix things. Sinks, water heaters, whatever. Most of my customers are elderly. And these people got guts, man. They will ask you straight up at the front door, have you had your vaccine? I'm just like, are you taking blood pressure medication? It's none of your business. It's none of my business. I don't want to live in a world right now where within the first 3 things we say to each other, hello, my name is, oh yeah, have you had your shot? Medical information was never anyone's business. Why did people think that? And that's a generational difference too, or maybe it's a political difference. But down here, most of the younger people I know under 50 are mostly conservative, working class people. We don't talk about germs. We don't talk about vaccines. We're not worried if you had your shot. because we have to touch dirty shit all the time, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, yeah, to me, that question is the same as saying, "Are you saved?" And I equate it to a communion wafer.
Have you had your communion?
Yes, and you can't go over there because they're heathens. It's like it's a religious thing. It's virtue signaling and in-group preference.
It's a sacrament.
It's a sacrament, exactly, an injectable sacrament. And people get onto me, anti-vaxxers get onto me for saying that there's nothing in the vax but a schism, that it's no more dangerous than a communion wafer. But I don't think it needs anything else. And I haven't seen evidence of there being anything else, and I have no reason to fear it. But, what's your take?
Hopefully it's almost over soon. Hopefully we're done dealing with this. I'm in Florida. It's been pretty relaxed down here for the most part compared to some places. We got a pretty kick-ass governor. He's really popular around here. But I feel bad for people. Think, like, if you're in the restaurant business in California, there's people that lost everything. We're living in a world right now where the government gets to pick winners and losers. They get to pick whose businesses they shut down, who gets to prosper. This was a huge consolidation of wealth, and I don't like it. It's not good when little mom and pop shoe stores have to close down and hardware stores, and then all we're left are a few big box stores. That's not a good thing.
Yes, this was you can call it a communist revolution, but no, this was the elite consolidating wealth. It was unfair competition all around. It was completely hypocritical and very destructive. And that's how I saw it from the beginning, that it was all about controlling not just the flow of information, but capital. And this fourth industrial revolution is also something they're trying to speed up. They're trying to get people into this new method of purchasing and buying through things and methods that they've already perfected. So, yeah, it was 2020 was very enlightening for sure. But as far as it being about a pandemic, no. And it was about the infodemic, which is what they view as any critical information. And that's ongoing. And now they're trying to suggest that...
funny? I'll bet most of your audience were all probably just a little bit eccentric, artistic, creative, and probably most of our lives we were all probably treated like oddballs. But look, we made it through a pandemic, and we're the ones that kept their cool while all the normies went out there and freaked out and took their vaccines and lost their damn minds. And for us, it was just another day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saved ourselves the stress of it. The stress of believing it, and the recommendations they gave us. It's like sit in a dark room, eat bad food, and binge on MSM for the next 6 months. Like, that's a recipe for unhealth. Everything they did was intended to destroy people, and if you went with it, it was Munchausen syndrome by proxy. You let the WHO fake you as being sick to exploit it, and that's how I saw it. Global Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
I'm a huge fan of the show. I love it. Keep up the good work, Tim. I got to go to bed, man. Cool. I'll catch you on the replays tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. Call back anytime. Have a great night. All right. And we couldn't do without plumbers. We could do without all these lying media psyopers out there, the news benders, who have no connection to reality. Look at this. Russian Orthodox Church says a refusal to be vaccinated against COVID-19 is a sin. And if you've been listening to this channel for a year or more than a year and 3 months ago, I said, the virus is a reintroduction of the archaic concept of sin in a way that the atheists will accept. And it will allow the modern priesthood, the scientists, to regulate the sinners. And as you can see, that's what they're doing. The Russian Orthodox Church warned that those who refuse to be vaccinated are committing a sin, and they will have to repent for the rest of their lives. This cleric reflected on those parishioners who weren't vaccinated. He said, the sin is because you're thinking about yourself and not other people. Okay. Guilt. And guilt is a very great way to motivate people. It's a great tool to get people to coerce one another into compliance. NBC has a confessional. You can confess your climate sins. Did you not recycle? Here's a link if anyone's interested. It's on Wikipedia. The Terra Mar Project, an environmental nonprofit organization founded by Ghislaine Maxwell. So what this says is this: 64% of the oceans lie outside of any country's jurisdiction. So the mission of the Terra Mar Project was to create a global ocean community. So basically a global commons, which is like what outer space is, kind of a commons in a sense. But this kind of has some interesting connotations because we're talking about someone associated with Epstein. And Epstein with his island. And not only that, but when you dig a little deeper into the story, you get Epstein and A.G. Barr's father, Donald Barr, who hired Epstein at that school where, Donald Barr wrote books about islands for trafficked teenagers, islands in space, islands out there beyond. Very interesting material. So we'll follow up on that story as it develops. Again, here's Donald Trump, all smiles as he poses with Epstein's madam at a hookers and pimp themed party in a never before seen photo obtained exclusively by the Daily Mail. All right, let me go through some comments here. Donnie the Dead says Bezos is now the richest man in the world. Do you remember how much he made the first quarter of 2020 after COVID? $33 billion. And then he made $13 billion in a day. Now, he stepped down from Amazon the 33rd day of the year. I think it was the same day that Musk's rocket crashed, one of the starships. But now he's officially done, and he's focusing on space. He and his brother will be going up. Thinks he's a truther says Branson is Bezos's challenger. Ooh, good one. Good one. Okay, now this is something I want to get into. This story, the subtext behind it. So we're talking about this new space race. Because that's what this is. We're looking at a space race. Several of them, all happening at once. You've got the billionaire blimp club, Bezos, Branson, and Musk. But then you also have China and America racing to the moon. And now you have this. This is all reflective, I think, of 1969, by the way. Kind of interesting. 2020 was, in many ways, the summer of 2020 was templated off of 1968. The media spoke about this widely. We talked about it quite a lot. And so I thought, well, if this is the MO, if we're looking at some type of a blueprint for news events, and they're repeating the late 60s here in certain respects, I would expect to see some type of reflections of 1969 in the following year. And sure enough, 2021 has all been about to the moon with all the cryptos, started by one of the space popes, Musk. So we've had the race to space, and now again what's happening here is Branson is racing Bezos to space. And Bezos, Jeff Bezos, has scheduled his flight for 7/20, and 9 days prior, Branson goes up again on the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. So there's a challenger here, and the story is, of course, tied into this. I think it was definitely William Cooper who found this, but he found this narrative. If you take the names of all the space shuttles, where it talks, I guess it says, a Columbian endeavor to discover Atlantis. All challengers will be destroyed. So there is a message told in the names of the shuttles. And of course, the Challenger explosion is just one of many explosions, fiery explosions, connected with the space program that are all worth looking at. In fact, I have a really good mind map in progress. If you go to themetascript.com, that really goes into the sequence of fiery explosions connected to the space age. And my contention here is that these are all fake. So I have a mind map here. In fact, Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, had a fiery death. His body wasn't found. Very mysterious. These are words they use to describe it. And these are very important key points. because you're looking at the ritualistic death of the Sun King, whose body is always dismembered, and there's always a problem finding that body. And you'll find consistent symbolism, numerology, consistency with the dates which things happen. We also have other things like Apollo 1. Apollo 1 blew up January 27th, 1967. There were 3 inside. They incinerated. The Challenger explosion was January 28th, 1986. You see, it's the same week. The Columbia shuttle accident was February 1st. So there's something about the end of January and the beginning of February. The last Falcon 9 sacrifice, you had the Starship on February 2nd. You had the Falcon 9, January 19th. Interesting story behind every single one of these. I can go into them later. Even Kobe Bryant's fiery crash, with its own little subtext, connects to this reoccurring theme. And I believe these are ritualistic immolations. Doesn't require that anybody actually dies. In fact, if you look at the Challenger explosion, you can see that we're looking at movies, films, and these are done for a number of reasons. In fact, I would say that the first one to meet his end in this way, in this lineage of individuals and characters, would be Jack Parsons, who blew up in his laboratory. But we'll get into this stuff here later, but we're looking at it in context because this is the pattern. Before we sent anybody into space, you have Yuri Gagarin, first man in space. So you have these rituals. So it seems like Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, and then he ritualistically is killed. Then we go to the moon. But before we make it to the moon, we have the ritualistic death of the 3 in Apollo 1. So then you have the moon landings succeed. Well, now we have the period of mastering low Earth orbit. You have the shuttle sacrifice. So with every major leap from going into orbit to going to the moon to mastering low Earth orbit and building a space station to colonization, you have some type of an event. So we're about to reach colonization and we're due for another sacrifice. That's what I'm suggesting here. And so I've had my eyes on the situation. I've been saying, look, every time there's a major leap in the space age, when they move it forward, they do some high-profile, fiery explosion. And these things are all ritualistic. We can go into the details about each one of these on this map here. But to be consistent with this program, before they start their lunar bases and Mars bases, and space tourism, before they begin the next phase, we're due for something. And again, this consistent symbolism had pointed us to this year, 2021, specifically, being the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. This would be the year that the space station perhaps might even, that's what we were suggesting, might take a hit. And it did get hit by a piece of space junk recently. All right, let us see here. I'm going through some comments. Jordan says, searching for Atlantis, Terra Incognita. Right. Well, the Challenger being exploded, this is a typical thing with the sun god. He's challenging the darkness. He always gets destroyed, and then he's built back. You can look at this. We talk about the subtext behind various movies that communicate these stories to the masses, the esoteric side of the exoteric entertainment. So, for example, Luke Skywalker. Luke means light. Luke is the sun. Skywalker, during the day, it challenges the darkness. But what happens? Darth Vader defeats him, chops off his sword hand, and then he falls and he hangs from a cross in Cloud City. So Luke is hanging from a cross after being defeated by Darth Vader, which means, dark father. Vader is father. So the father, of course, is Saturn. So this is a reoccurring theme and story that's just told again and again, and challengers are always destroyed. And this is just an interesting little subtext here. let me show you an example. I brought up how Falcon 9 had a sacrifice on 119. Very important date. 119 figures very prominently in everything having to do with things falling from the sky. That's even the date that the movie Donnie Darko was released. So there's a few things about that date in particular that we'll see pointed out here. But again, January 19th, 2020, Falcon 9 was sacrificed. And this is the word that Elon Musk used. So this is what made it stand out to me. It was sacrificed to the dragon's fire. So here's the actual, now this was all, it was an abort test. So they had a couple of dummies in the thing. So they didn't actually blow anybody up. But it says SpaceX will trigger an intentional rocket failure for the Dragon crew safety test. So it was a test that they were planning. But the way that he described it is he said that they were going to sacrifice the Falcon to the dragon. Now again, the Falcon is another symbol of the sun god. The dragon would obviously correspond with the other side, Set, the Prince of Darkness, Darth Vader. Have this storyline here. So here's some extreme tech. SpaceX is preparing to sacrifice Falcon 9 in Dragon fire. So it blew up in the sky, just like with the Challenger. And it's the same time of the year, not a coincidence. And right afterward, he said it's going to be destroyed in Dragon fire. Now again, Falcon 9 and all these rockets, from Saturn to Falcon, even the mission names, they all tie in to the gods, the various deities that really are behind all of this symbolism. And all their different masks. All right, going through comments. Knockout Bear says they're so obsessed with themselves they make a movie about it, and poor quality too. Oh yes, the propaganda is terrible, but that's because it's really meant as propaganda. The entertainment is just there to hold your attention, but that's not the primary purpose of it by any means. Now check this out. This is some predictive programming, and we've all seen this before, especially on this channel. But at the 2012 London Olympics opening ceremony, you had this completely normal thing where they had a massive choreographed event that took place where the people on the ground were in the shape of a giant COVID. Like they're spread out with hospital beds. It looks like a big virus from above. You've got the Grim Reaper above a whole lot of nurses and children in the beds. So kind of ominous. Again, this is 2012. And someone found that one of the characters on the bed happened to look exactly like Bojo, Boris Johnson. Identical. By the way, there's this conspiracy theory that Boris Johnson might actually be a deep fake. That he might actually be, I believe what's the name of the comedian who's accused or suspected of being Boris Johnson? I believe his name is Matt. Now, he's someone who does impersonations of him. Matt Lucas. So Matt Lucas, a comedian, does impersonations of Boris Johnson. And so many people might already be familiar with this. He does a spot-on impersonation, kind of like with SNL. But here's where it gets weird. So Matt Lucas had a boyfriend several years ago who died. And it just so happens to be the case, and this is strange, that Boris Johnson's girlfriend looks exactly like a female version of Matt Lucas's ex-boyfriend. Now, if you didn't follow that, it's perplexing. So let me go ahead and show you. Let me go ahead and catch you up on this story. Again, Boris Johnson is a deep fake, if we're right about this. In other words, he's pretty much an actor wearing a rubber skin suit. So if you're looking at the screen, you can see Matt Lucas, comedian, suspected of being Boris, and his then boyfriend, who's now dead, according to the story. Now, I'm going to show you Boris Johnson and his girlfriend, and you're going to see the uncanny resemblance between Boris Johnson's girlfriend and the comedian Matt Lucas's dead boyfriend. Okay, on the screen, on the left, girlfriend, Boris. Next picture, Matt Lucas, dead ex. So the dead ex and the current girlfriend of Boris Johnson are dead ringers. Look for yourself. All right, let's see what else. And you want to look at the comparisons between the Boris and Bojo. You just have to ask yourself, could Matt fit in Boris? And yeah, it's just a ridiculous wig and a few layers of skin. We're looking at Hollywood level makeup. Like, to me, this looks like a movie character. I look at Boris, he's just entirely unbelievable. But anyway, we got to Boris because, yes, he was predicted in that bizarre 2012 celebration of death at the London Olympics ceremony. Maxwell Cooper says it's so crazy, but it's spot on. Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's a dead ringer. It to me looks like 100% he's in the club, and in great disguise, but we saw through it months ago. Not that anybody cares. I mean, we talk about this, but the masses are going to believe whatever comes through the digital monolith. Listen to how insane this sounds. The U.S. needs de-radicalization for Christian extremists. Programs designed to reform violent jihadis can now be repurposed to tackle the spread of QAnon and conspiracy theorists in evangelical communities. They really are treating QAnon like it's a new religion, like radical Quran, radical QAnon. It's a template. We called it more than a year ago. Lee Dion says Boris's new girlfriend is known for doing theatrical Crowley-style sex rituals at her place. Okay, let me look into that. I'll have to look into that. So, Boris Johnson's girlfriend, Thelema. It would all be very consistent. Okay, you got it. Johnson's pals past theatrical exploits in Crowley. Okay, this is very interesting. So, this is all very consistent. What we're looking at here is just typical secret society stuff, the people that run this place. Boris Johnson's, why do they call it pal? Okay, here's what it says. Her name is Carrie Simmons, and she was acting in a student production using Crowley's writings. The most shocking pictures show her in an X-rated play at Warwick University. It was based on the writings of Aleister Crowley, wickedest man in the world, who died in 1947. His form of worship involved sadomasochistic sex rituals with men, women, spells that could raise evil gods, hard drugs, cocaine, heroin. For the play, Miss Simmons was wearing a black dress, black tights, heavy makeup. In one picture, she's kneeling on the floor, and on the words were written, okay, bad words. Got it. Okay, so here's a picture. In full demon worship mode. I've seen a clearer image of this picture if I can find one. And in this one, it looks even more like Matt Lucas's supposedly dead ex. So what happened, it looks like, is his ex is a death faker. Came back as this Satanist or whatever, and now is dating Boris. Restless Bear says, even though the Q-tards may be retarded, I would defend them. You can't say their hearts aren't in the right place. And I think that's the essential sales pitch of QAnon that's hard to refuse. You're like, well, aren't you against child trafficking and adrenochrome harvesting, human sacrifice? Yeah, then you should support us. But that's like saying, aren't you against global warming, ocean levels raising? Aren't you against the destruction of the environment? It's like, yes. Then line up behind Greta. Like, no. Environmentalists have good intentions. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, it's Donnie the Dead. How you doing?
Oh, very good. How are things over there? How's Vaxageddon progressing from your perspective?
Well, it's still rumored to be out there and existing. It's supposedly now, depending on the circle you ask, you're seeing a lot more strokes and heart attacks. But strokes and heart attacks happen every day. But then there's the chatter that, well, these variants and then people are saying, well, the variants are caused by the vaccinated or the variants are caused by the unvaccinated.
Ooh.
So you got to take your pick on that one.
That one's interesting. So, yeah, now if you're not vaxxed, you're considered to be a variant factory. And if you're Russian Orthodox, you're going to hell. And I'm like, wait, now we have variants. And if that's coming from the vaxxed, that's pretty much that's all the proof you would need that this is artificially introduced, if you ask me.
Well, and that's kind of what I find interesting is recently, I want to say a couple days ago, it was kind of promoted that the unvaccinated are causing these variants, and the variants don't work on the vaccine, so therefore the vaccine doesn't work, but it's caused by people who aren't getting vaccinated. So it reaffirms that you have to get vaccinated. I mean, it's kind of like right on the nose, if what I said made any sense.
Yes.
So
yes. It's one of these psyops that I think they're going to be able to continue to play off of for the next 19 years. I've been saying that this is templated off of the post 9/11 template, where they can pretty much make variations. We could have a different breakout every year. I think this is meant to last for 20 years, and it's meant to be very politically divisive, which, as you know, the vaccine is one of the most divisive things out there that I've seen.
Well, it does work. Actually, it's worked amazingly. Recently, one of the larger healthcare systems in Michigan, Henry Ford, which was actually founded by Henry Ford himself a long time ago, is now requiring vaccinations of all employees, contractors, students, volunteers, basically anyone that works, gets money, or is educated by Henry Ford or any Henry Ford campus has to get the vaccine. Their CEO was on television in the local Detroit news saying that, everybody's got to get it. We're barely making any exceptions. And the weird one that threw me off that I thought was kind of interesting was he even said that pregnant women need to get vaccinated, and should they refuse due to their pregnancy, then they need to get vaccinated immediately after giving birth. I thought that was really wild.
Wow. I mean, I know there's big money in this. I know it's big politics, and it's also very perplexing too, though, because you have the QAnoners who are supposed to be anti-vax, but Trump is claiming to be the father of it. He's trying to take credit for it.
Yes.
So what is with that? It's like, is it?
Well, I think it's one big mind job that they're trying to play on us. They what was it, about less than 6 months ago, they basically said Trump supporters weren't getting the vaccine, and at one point Kamala Harris had announced that she wasn't getting the Trump vaccine. I think somewhere in there, I think Trump is complicit in this whole thing, and I think he's part of the whole show. They needed to be like, oh, well, now you need to start promoting it since you have this supposed wide base of followers, and then this organized syndicate of weirdos called Q, or whatever they may be. We need to, like, if you say you're pro-vax and then father the vax, then maybe you'll follow along. I don't think that's necessarily happened. And so I think they keep trying this kind of push back and forth. What was also interesting today is President Biden said that I don't know who they are going to come knock on doors, go door to door to provide education and vaccination to people that haven't gotten the vax. And I think he did that on purpose, along with the press secretary, to further create this panic and then create the division.
Oh, and I've seen it. I see people freaking out about that, and it's like, look, the best they can possibly do is give you some paperwork. That's it. That's it. There's not going to be government agents or Chinese tanks coming down your street to shoot you full of things and take the cues off your keyboard. But the fear is certainly there. It certainly puts it out there that they're going to make sure they're going to get you. And I think that is the same fear as the fear that the virus is going to get you. So I think that vaxophobia and virus phobia are two sides of the same psyop.
They are, as far as this continues to go on now with the, well, we might not have the Olympics now because of the variant. One of the thing was the Lambda variant, because now they use the Greek alphabet on all of this. It is in Peru, and supposedly it doesn't, the Lambda variant may not even be, the vaccines may not even be effective on that, which it also kind of keeps kicking that can down the road. And that's why I've kind of, for the last about week and a half, I've laughed. I was like, well, either we're going to end at Omega, which is then go to the Omega Man, and we know the whole story on the last man on Earth in the book, or we're going to start then going to the fraternity route where, it's the Delta Epsilon Beta. I mean, it's going to become a vaccine or a virus party with all of these different levels. But this could actually go on in perpetuity the way they're going and keep blaming things on variants now.
I think it could. I mean, look at global warming. It just celebrated its 33rd anniversary in June. And if there was, I mean, they could have taken credit for this thing 20 years ago. Al Gore could have said, hey, I saved the planet. I need props. I stopped the ocean levels from rising. And nobody could have questioned him because they haven't continued to rise. They never rose. But they never take credit for global warming not happening. They always kick the can down the road. And I think that this may be similar, that they can kind of protract this indefinitely. And I think that it's just another way for them to maintain control indefinitely. And there's no reason for it to stop.
No, and I think that's what that is. I mean, if you think about it, they're continuing the global warming, climate change, climate disaster. In Michigan, we had one of the major freeways, I-94, flooded. I-94, for those that don't know, a lot of it sits actually below land level. It kind of goes like not beneath the city, but like ditch level. And when we get a lot of rain, it does flood. Now, the pump systems that work on 94 have been failing for years. So this isn't really new. It happens, but not for a couple days. Our governor a couple of years ago ran on the whole, before COVID, ran on the fix the damn roads. Michigan is notorious for having terrible, terrible roads. And just it's wide known that Michigan has terrible roads. We have the highest gross weight for axle trucks. That's mainly the cause of it. So anyway, long story short is these roads flooded. I-94 flooded from basically Dearborn to Detroit. In the lower portions, the pumps failed. Instantaneously, that turned into global warming. It was really, really strange. It had nothing to do with the state of what our roads were in or anything to fix the roads other than, now we're flooding because of global warming. And there was videos of people actually taking Speedoos up and down the freeway. So it was kind of like funny around here, but it turned into a national story. Our actually former governor of Michigan, she actually works for the Biden administration. She's the energy secretary. She was saying how the collapse of the building in Florida was global warming or climate change or whatever they call it that day. And it's just like now they find things to apply global warming on. So now if we go into a drought in August, that's global warming. Then if we get too much snow, it's global warming. And we get too little snow, it's global warming. It's like they just keep picking. Well, it's this to keep that story going.
Now that's amazing. So they blame the floods on global warming. And it's always NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's telling us there's going to be a flood. And they called it NOAA on purpose. It's all intentional. The space race, the rocket rather, the rocket is the new arc. And the race to get out of here is also a race against global warming, to get away from the flood. And this symbolism is, I think, tapping into primal fears. And it's not science. It's like religion. It's like saying, oh, God did that. God punished them. It was God. And it works. So they're able to say, oh, global warming took out that condo. And I'm like, wait, a global phenomenon took out that condo. Give me a break. It's like global warming is actually being put on death certificates now as well. So that's another thing too. It's a new universal threat, just like COVID. But yeah, it can be applied to anything, and there's no way to debunk it, and it's completely unscientific. I mean, I've heard some congresswoman, she said, I felt the global warming when I was in a plane. I was up there and I felt the climate change, and nobody calls them out on this stuff.
Well, no, because that's because the media is by and large complicit. They continue to push the narratives. It's if it bleeds, it leads. Well, global warming is low-hanging fruit. If you can apply it to any disaster, immigration was caused by global warming. I think that was a couple months ago when we supposedly had this immigration crisis going on. Well, it's because of global warming. It's like they just keep finding it. And then the media goes, okay, let's just keep this story going. It's great. It fills the 24-hour news thing. Where, we get Al Gore. I don't know if you saw that. Must have been about a couple weeks ago. Cut the ultimate wrestling promo against Donald Trump. He's, begged Donald Trump to stop the conspiracy theories and all this other stuff. It was on, I think, YouTube or something. And I watching that, being a wrestling fan, I'm like, that's a promo. That's what wrestlers do. Hulk Hogan would be like, all right, Andre the Giant, I'm coming for you at WrestleMania 3 because you're an evil guy. That was basically what Al Gore did. And it was hailed as this this great plea for Donald Trump to stop QAnon and white supremacy and domestic terrorism, to stop having rallies by Al Gore. So you have Trump versus Gore, two wrestlers, basically.
Well, I have not. I'm going to find that now because, yeah, Gore is a very fascinating character. I don't know how they fit him into that Greta costume, but and all of these characters are pushing this global warming causes everything. Bill Nye the Science Guy said global warming is caused by our use of fossil fuels. So we go over there to take their fossil fuels, and that we destabilize their economies and we destroy their farms with global warming. So we cause terrorism. So he says, terrorism is caused by global warming. So that's another. This is terrible.
Even COVID was caused by global warming too. Real back in mid 2020. Well, how did it jump from a bat? Well, global warming caused that because people are no longer eating normal things. Supposedly, they're eating bats, and that's what caused it because of global warming. So, I mean, it's a big circle. And what I found interesting, I know you talk about 1968 and 1969 a lot. Earth Day turns 42 next year.
What's
in 2022?
Who turns 42?
Earth Day. Earth Day will celebrate its 42nd birthday next year.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take note of that because no coincidences here. And I found this article here. I was looking for what you brought up. Al Gore said Trump is, quote, putting a knee on the neck of democracy. He said this.
Yeah, that's it.
That's insane. Anyway, that's extremely strange rhetoric. But this is another thing they also say, that disinformation causes people. Not to believe in things causes you not to recycle. So you can see here how the environmentalism and the Thank you everyone for joining. It is now midnight. So we'll go with that. It's October the 7th, 2021. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree, bringing us in. Phones are open. Numbers on the screen if you want to just go and call in and discuss any of the topics that I will be briefly running through right now. Let's go ahead and see what's on fakeworld.news, which is where I pretty much post every link that we discuss. Also, we are mirrored at darkmatter.radio. So if you're listening at darkmatter.radio or infiniteplane.radio, call-in number is, again, it's on the screen, and this is the backup number. The company that does our 800 number is still under a DDoS attack. So the number is 909-966-5511. Again, it's mostly open topics, infinite plane, radio, open phones for open minds. We're also open to close-minded people, and we're open to glowies. We tend to ban them. If you don't know what a glowy is, then you'll have to listen to our previous night's live stream. We had a caller who called in and started making some threats to various televised officials, television experts. I'm not going to name them, but I thought, what a strange thing. Why would you call into some live stream and incriminate yourself? And in the chat, someone said it's a glowy, which if you look up glowy, it's just a fed. Feds that like to infiltrate groups of free thinkers or non-brainwashed in order to make them look crazy. So I did do a little bit of a background check because I guess some people don't know that you can just search their phone numbers. So it turns out that the guy that was calling in, and those of you who are listening here probably remember I had to cut him off, he had called back several times. So I'm going to play one of his messages just so you can get a feel for this character.
Away from Earth into the black void. Because you can see the stars. Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it say the sky is not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
Have you ever looked?
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of the minds prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no tone, but it kinda feels like going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking like think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned adaption. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes believing through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink ranches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank. We let tragedies follow patterns and make us yawn. Badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated think tank. We get tragedies follow patterns and make us yawn. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't enable things that think tank. Feel tragedies follow patterns, recognize your fakes, empty the not accepting false dichotomy thought cages. Thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. It's
Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes. The phoenix rises from the ashes.
All right, thanks everyone for joining. It is September the 11th, 2021. Happy hoaxiversary to all the crisis actors, government agents, traitors, media Decepticons, and unwitting dupes of the PSYOP entertainment complex. I have a lot of things to go through today, voicemails to answer. It's been weeks, almost a week since I've been able to answer voicemails. We had a couple glitches, but I fixed those. Technical errors have been corrected, and we added a studio camera. We have a studio camera for the whiteboard and for anything else. So let's see what we have here in the chat. Joined here by HIGGIH. Time has joined us. McAfee faked death in a Russian roulette clip. He's got a good experience at it. Oh yeah, John McAfee has quite a bit of experience faking his death, faking heart attacks. I have no reason to believe that he's actually dead other than his wife not playing into it, but the whole thing seems very psyop-y, top to bottom. And we can talk about that. So the Dead Man's Switch was a nothing burger, but McAfee has a Telegram account where new videos are being uploaded. And I say new in quotes, we don't know if these were pre-recorded and somebody's just exploiting his image. So you got John McAfee and JFK Jr. on Telegram. I'm waiting for some more dead celebrities to make appearances, like maybe Nipsey Hussle ought to open up a Telegram account. Thirst of Truth says, shout out to all the Vic Sims that passed away 20 years ago. Oh yeah, Vic Sims. And it's been a hard journey getting a lot of the guardrailed minds to walk away from the Alex Jones punch bowl, the Jonestown Kool-Aid, where, oh, it's a false flag. Oh, it happened. People died. But it was done by somebody else. It was the Skull and Bones. It was the Reptoids. It was the Jews. How about it was a multimedia presentation by your world government? No, but they want you to think CNN's against Fox, that left is against right. Well, they have the same puppet master, and that's what they don't want you to see. And as long as you believe that 3,000 people died, you're not going to see that. And most people can't. And even of those who recognize that there's a conspiracy here, like the 9/11 Truth Movement, they still think it was an attack, not a propaganda operation. Huge difference. Big difference. So they're stuck on, oh, people died. Well, look, if there were no planes, which you can prove, there are many videos, which we can go through and we will. Eyewitnesses said it was a bomb. Videos show it was an explosion, controlled detonation, squibs all the way down. So nobody died in those planes. If nobody died in those planes, well, then it opens up a can of worms. And when you actually look at the pictures of the people, the victims of the day, it looks like you're going through thispersondoesnotexist.com. And a lot of the pictures are recycled. A lot of metadata gives it away that you're looking at an operation. Mercedes says, why? Yeah, that's a great question. We have a few people ask that same question. Why isn't this channel bigger? And it is bigger than it appears. We're on every major podcasting platform. We're live 24/7. And we're mirroring on the Dark Matter digital network. That's another thing we're doing. But we have been overtly suppressed. We've had more than 100 YouTube channels taken out. Last week, they took out 4 channels consecutively. And one of them had no strikes. They just sent me a message and they said, you're not allowed to use our platform anymore, basically. Doesn't matter. We're on a few channels. We don't care. We're only doing this broadcast on every platform because there are people who are open and receptive to these ideas who call in. I don't care about it being archived there. We're not trying to raise ad revenue on YouTube. YouTube is MSM Tube, and we saw this coming. Polecat says the pictures of Cappy throwing himself off the overpass looks like a dummy. I looked at that very closely, and it looks like a dummy. I actually drove beneath that overpass. You're talking about Isaac Cappy, who flung himself off of a 22-foot bridge, which might be significant. It's not a long fall. And then he was hit by a truck, supposedly. Not a long fall. There were claims that 2 people were trying to stop him from throwing himself off. We haven't actually seen these 2 witnesses who try to save his life, suggesting that he was thrown off. It does look like a dummy, but I've seen some footage, body cam footage. You see his head, and it looks like somebody who got dropped on their head off a bridge from 20 feet, or some kind of special effects. And we're talking about the special effects department of the government propaganda wing. So I'm inclined to think it's just special effects. His whole story was just unbelievable. But it's Isaac Cappy who gave credibility to the notion that Chet's dad, Tom Hanks, is a baby eater. And Tom Hanks, to Isaac Cappy's credit, I mean, it's not like he didn't have a point. Tom Hanks had this Instagram account where he would photograph single shoes, children's shoes, like a little girl's slipper behind a dumpster, or a little boy's shoe in a ditch. These really ominous pictures. And so people were thinking, well, Tom Hanks is obviously a serial killer. Not hard to believe. Well, then you have this picture posted on Instagram after Isaac Cappy called out Tom Hanks as one of the top Pizzagators. So Isaac Cappy posts this message saying, yeah, Tom Hanks is part of the crew. He drinks adrenochrome. They're a bunch of Satan worshipers. Q was right. Tom Hanks responds by posting a picture of a piece of roadkill on Route 66. And adjacent to the roadkill is a glove and a bottle cap. So if you think about it, the glove could signify the glove has been thrown down. The cap, Cappy. The roadkill, well, 42 days after that Instagram post, Isaac Cappy was roadkill on Route 66. What are the odds? Who was driving that truck? AJ206 says IPR text message alert received. Yeah, go to infiniteplane.media if you want to get text message alerts. You won't miss anything. Kevin Mooring says 20 years later, we know what happened on 9/11. Will they know what happened 20 years from now with COVID 1984? We're 20 years ahead. Remember, 9/11 2001, we didn't have enough information to arrive at the correct conclusions. We just didn't. There was way too much disinformation, misinformation, and the knowledge of crisis actors and psychological operations was not mainstream. Mainstream conspiracy, rather. At that time, all conspiracy conjecture revolved around these hypothetical, quote, false flag events. Now, the false flag event is a conspiracy theory that says, oh, it happened, but the media is lying. They're covering up. Somebody else did it. That's the false flag explanation that Alex Jones has been pushing for 20 years. They will never say hoax. Hoax is the truth. Hoax means it's a propaganda event. False flag means it's a literal act of war. Well, if you see any crisis actors, it rules out the potential of it being a false flag. You don't have actors at a real surprise attack. And you could not hire actors to take part in an attack where people are actually getting shot at. That's insane. But that's why I call Jones and those who push false flag theory guard railers. Look, if your neighborhood conspiracy theorist tells you that people died on 9/11, but it was done by some shadowy group or it wasn't done by the Muslims, if they have some conspiracy about how they died, they are guard railing you with a false flag. If they're not up to par, up to speed, if they don't understand, if they haven't deconstructed what is really essentially a movie, then they are mainstream. They are programmed. We kind of broke our programming down, I think, and that's why COVID didn't hit us as hard, because we didn't need any more information. We already knew, okay, empty hospitals, empty tents, crisis actors, twerking nurses. What else did you need to know? Oh, that's right, a complete lack of bodies. Okay, let's see. Cubstar says, it's not the fall that kills you, it's the truck crushing your skull. Oh, about the Isaac Cappy thing. Well, Isaac Cappy says that Seth Green has a dungeon for children in his Hollywood home. He even said, if they take me out, someone needs to cruise through Hollywood Hills with a 50 cal. So early on, I had said that this was an operation. They're creating a martyr out of Isaac Cappy, probably for the purpose of radicalizing QAnoners against the satanic elite. So that, to me, looked totally fake and phony. But all we have is the body cam footage, which itself is very, very questionable. But if you go into Isaac Cappy's actual story, and this might be worth looking at. Let's go ahead and look at Isaac Cappy's final post. I guess it was taken to be something of a suicide letter, even though most believe he actually was killed. Okay, so he leaves behind a note on Instagram. Isaac Cappy was in the movie Thor. He was 42, fell from a bridge, which is kind of interesting too. And we can talk about this later, I suppose, if anyone's interested. But when you get into symbolism, you find the number 42 is something of a code for Saturn. Also a code for falling or taking a fall or being taken out. For example, before the cancel Joe Rogan thing started, the focus was on Joe Rogan had 42 tracks pulled from Spotify. Why that number? Spotify deletes 42 Joe Rogan episodes. Spotify has quietly removed 42 of his episodes. Why 42? Well, again, it's a consistent pattern, and I could show you probably hundreds of examples. Okay, so Cappy was a member of a band, Monster Pause, and before his death, he posted a message on Instagram about the president, Donald Trump, fighting a war against pedos. Now, in this message, he said that QAnon is the greatest military operation of all time, but that he failed the plan. I mean, he kind of insinuated that he's one of the bad guys and that he had somehow not lived up to his part. Actually, Instagram has removed it, so. But most of you here know the story. Do you believe he's actually dead? Chalkbody Outline says, I think Chris Cornell may be playing Isaac Cappy. Interesting. Now, Chris Cornell, another suspected death faker. I would have to look and see. I imagine he was a little bit older. But they can fake by as much as I've seen 10 years. I mean, you're not going to convince me Alex Jones is 46. No matter how much super male vitality he takes and how eccentric he acts, how arrested development he acts, he's still coming off as somewhat grandfatherly, which would be consistent with Bill Hicks. Clockwork 113 says, the people will look for a hero, and we will provide them with one. Correct. Yeah, last year, look at this. This is important too. Last year, on the 19th anniversary of 9/11, 2001, there were 911,000 deaths, 19 million cases. Even the number of recoveries pertained to the main numbers surrounding 9/11. And this morning, I saw an article, I believe it was on Reuters, that was, I did a search. Here's what I searched for. I searched for 846 in quotes. And the public has cognitive dissonance, amnesia, no ability to connect things. But if you look up 846, it's a special about George Floyd and by Dave Chappelle. There's a movement about 846. Well, if you search 846 today and you click news, you get in pictures 8:46 a.m. on 9/11. At 8:46, all our lives changed. It was a beautiful Baltimore day until 8:46. So I'm showing you how these events overlap. The Derek Chauvin 9/11 America story is simply that Derek is named for a hangman who killed 3,000 or hanged 3,000. He 9/11 America, Twin Cities, 8 minutes 46 seconds is an obvious reference to the first hit on the Twin Towers. And what's more, if you look at the sunset times in the Twin Cities, and you can just Google this for yourself, on 5/25/2020, which was Memorial Day, the sun set at 8:46 p.m. So the day that George Floyd was supposedly killed in the Twin Cities, the sun set at that time. These are overlapping symbols. Like an eternal flame, America honors the fallen. And this, I believe, also the jumpers, which were all fake. Pneumatic cannons shooting dummies out. The people falling from the sky, that's a big part of the symbolism. Like, let's not forget, in Afghanistan, you had the plane with the number 1109, which is an obvious reverse 9/11. And from the plane, you have people falling from the sky. You had a lot of 9/11 encoded into this story. Now, according to Reuters, it was a real plane, not an inflatable dummy, but I'll leave that up to you. It says there's no evidence that an inflatable decoy plane was photographed at the airport. I kind of disagree. There are so many things wrong with that scene, which we've looked at, but it's worth looking into just for your own frame of reference. The decoy, the dummy tanks of World War II. Inflatable tanks used to fool Germans in World War II.
A 35-ton American Sherman tank holds no terror for these men.
That's a 35-ton tank, and these two guys are going to move it.
But the decoy armor fooled the German air reconnaissance during the war. Filled with nothing but air, a dummy turret, which on a real tank would weigh several tons, comes off with ease.
Now, I started looking into these dummy tanks and how prevalent this is, and this wasn't just World War II. They still do it. The tents that you saw outside of the hospitals worldwide last year were decoys. They were dummies, essentially. Dummy tanks. What are crisis actors? And so, no, this is all mind war. Always has been. All right, let's continue. Canada is also getting into this narrative that the biggest threat right now, and it's replaced the terrorist threat, are domestic terrorists, specifically right-wingers, anti-maskers, freedom types. Freedom lovers are the new terrorists. And, you know, we saw this morning with, in fact, it was George Bush. George Bush came out and listen to what he said here. He actually compares the modern day Trumpers who went to the Capitol with the terrorists of 9/11.
The security measures incorporated into our lives are both sources of comfort and reminders of our vulnerability. And we have seen growing evidence that the dangers to our country can come not only across borders, but from violence that gathers within. There is little cultural
violence that gathers within, and they're not talking about Antifa, the precinct burners, the people attacking the courthouses or looting or any of that. No, they're not talking about people who shut down the highways and intimidate people. No, they're talking about a bunch of crisis actors at that CNN staged production on 1/6.
overlap between violent extremists abroad and violent extremists at home. But in their disdain for pluralism, in their disregard for human life, in their determination to defile national symbols, they are children of the same foul spirit.
Children of the same foul spirit? Like, where is he getting this from? Don't miss this individual. Now, Thirst for Truth comments that they mandoozled the time on Floyd's neck. Yeah, 8:46 was the ritual. But we were drawing so much attention to it that they changed it. Right after I published the Metascript, and I go into much greater detail about these numbers and about the overlap between that event, 9/11, and even the Rodney King beating. These events are interconnected, and we can prove it. Well, they changed it to 9/29, which is still very 9/11-y. 9, and if you want to add the 9 and 2, which I'm not into numerology, but if I was into numerology, I would just bump it up to the next obvious 9/11 reference. JT33 says the Harley guy is such an obvious media plant. Yeah, I 100% agree. A lot of media plants. In fact, I got it's almost an audio bloopers reel. You got to hear this. The very first Sean Hannity, hour 1 of September 11th, this is from 20 years ago. You got to hear how just brazen these crisis actors are, and how much Hannity loves his job.
Of structures, not only we have the one shot of the plane actually hitting the second building, and we have these massive structures falling to the ground. But America's got to come to a realization. What happened today is an act of war.
So he was already calling for war. And keep in mind, this was Sean Hannity's second day on the job. But anyway,
had smelled
he's taking calls.
smoke,
And
maybe from the gas.
he gets this caller. I'm going to play this caller right now in its entirety. This one's good. Get your popcorn. This caller says it all. He smelled gas. He heard explosions. He smelled jet fuel. Then he went outside. I mean, take a listen.
Explosion.
About being too provocative that we have.
World Trade Center. Also, American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 from Dulles near Washington. United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757. And United Airlines Flight 1.
Again, this is an eyewitness. This is 77 WABC, September 11th, 2001, hour 1 of the Sean Hannity Show.
We're also going to be taking your calls, getting your reaction. America under attack and the terror that we've all experienced here today and the shock and that everybody's had. And our toll-free number, by the way.
What's going on, man?
Sad day for America.
Oh, horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Tell me what's going on. You apparently were there?
I was there. I work at 110 Wall Street, so I was at my office doing research in the morning. I'm a trader, and all of a sudden the S&P futures plummeted. And
Wait, he said it. He said, I'm a trader. He's at 110 Wall Street. Interesting, 110 stories. But he said it, I'm a traitor. And he'd have to be if he's a false witness, if you think about it.
I looked up, I'm like, what the hell's going on? You know, I'm looking at my friends, what's going on? We look at CNBC, which we watch religiously in the morning, and we see the World Trade Center has a hole in it, you know, something flew in.
He said we watch CNBC, which we do religiously. And we saw the tower had a hole in it. So this is, again, classic, because this is before these propagandists had the level of scrutiny that they do now because of social media. And I think this whole account here is very sloppy. I'm going to play the rest of it here.
Went to it, we thought it was just an accident and, you know, some pilot made a mistake or whatever. And then, boom, the second plane hits. So they evacuate my building, and we are standing outside, basically, you know, just talking to each other. Can't believe what's going on when the first building collapsed. I'm probably around 1,000 yards from this.
Yeah, for people that don't know, I mean, and this is the thing about the World Trade Center. I mean, it is, if you've ever been up to the top floor, there's 110 floor buildings we're talking about here.
Huge.
I mean, it is unbelievable. Let's put it this way: I'm now 35 or 40 minutes out of Manhattan. I couldn't get into our studios today because New York was shut down.
Right. Well,
I can actually look out of my
Now again, you got to hear this eyewitness.
This building in Garden City. 45 minutes away, and we could see the skyline of New York and the black smoke that's coming down here. And look, I got to be honest, terrorist experts, a lot of them. And maybe now this country that will continue to.
Now, sorry about the voice, this Sean Hannity, just so you know, but I've been parsing through these all morning, and some of these are just classic. But you got to hear this guy's account because it's just so detailed, like the Harley guy, which many of you remember.
We've had better days, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'll say that. But anyway, I was at 4 Albany Street at the time. Actually, it was 8:50 a.m. and I thought I had smelled smoke, maybe from a gas explosion, but didn't think twice about it until someone had come over to me and said, well, "Look, the World Trade Center is on fire." And I'm thinking, that soon, because I did hear some explosion of some sort, and I did right away think that it was too big for a small plane to cause. So I was already thinking Osama bin Laden was behind this somehow.
I was already thinking it was Osama bin Laden. So he goes from smelling what he thought was a gas fire to looking at the trade tower when somebody tells him to look because it wasn't obvious. And then he thinks Osama bin Laden. Okay, seems legit.
And we were given the orders to evacuate the building, which was, as I mentioned, 1 block away. As soon as I got down to the sidewalk, I did see the second jet just overhead, maybe 500 feet or so overhead.
And then he sees the second jet. We'll leave it at that. There's plenty more to go through. But again, we're talking about 9/11, 20 years after. And, you know, you have to hand it to him. The PSYOP entertainment complex is getting better. their special effects are improving. And I think it's largely due to criticism. I think we media critics do have a role in actually helping them improve, which I'm kind of conflicted about. Thirst for Truth says, the Harley guy is David Weiss. Oh, that's interesting. He was a witness. I've met a few people who claim that they saw planes, and that one always perplexed me. I remember when I first started this channel, this was like in 2017, he had contacted me after a live stream, and he said, please stop saying nobody died on 9/11. I saw a plane from where, and he said he saw a plane, and moreover, and I said, I can't just take your word for it, and he didn't expect me to. But then he said that his friend was an EMT, and that she has to see a psychiatrist daily because she was so traumatized by the bodies falling from the sky. So I've seen accounts where Donald Trump has even claimed that he saw planes hitting the building. And that claim is very hard to stand by these days. Very hard, especially now that there are videos of people with their handycam, or videos by people who aren't part of the mainstream media, handycam footage, where you see the second tower explode. No plane. All right, I got to show you something else too. We'll go through this. We have to go through, I think it's a good idea at this point, some of the foreshadowing of 9/11 in the Kubrick film, Space Odyssey 2001. There's also some foreshadowing in other films as well. But this is from an article, Stanley Kubrick's Faked Death and the 9/11 Hoax. So most of you here are very familiar with 9/11 predictive programming. And that shows you it was planned in advance. And many people think, oh, it was a planned attack. No, it was a planned movie production. In fact, it's a continuous movie. It's a contiguous film. From 1968 till 2020, I think there's a continuous storyline here. And it's pretty well outlined in The Shining and Space Odyssey 2001. We'll start with The Shining. So in The Shining, you have the twins in the hallway, the twin girls. Well, that's a deviation from the book. So they weren't twins until the film. That was done at the insistence of the director. So Kubrick decided to make them identical twins, and then in the scene where they're in the hallway, and we're talking about these girls who are ghosts, Danny rides his bicycle towards the twins, like a plane headed towards the Twin Towers. Now, when he turns the corner, these ghosts are now on the ground, chopped up and bloodied, wounded in the midsection, sort of like the Twin Towers. And the scene is reminiscent of Ground Zero. Again, we're talking foreshadowing. And then it gets stronger. Next scene, Danny is throwing darts, the twins, into the room. At the back of the room, there's a phone booth. It's a Bell telephone booth. So you have the twins and the phone booth. Well, if you look at Ground Zero, you have the twins and the Bell telephone tower. Now, what's more, 1968 is the year the Twin Towers construction began. 1968 is the year 911 became an emergency number for the United States. So 33 years later, they come down. Well, 1968 was the year that this 2001 A Space Odyssey was released, all about this big black monolith. Well, if you look at Ground Zero, there's the Millennium Hilton Hotel that was designed specifically to look like the monolith. So you have a major Stanley Kubrick prop right there in the middle of Ground Zero. And now let's look at the logo from the Hilton. Just to point this out, if you look at the Hilton logo, it just happens to look like Twin Towers getting hit by planes. It literally does. You've got the twin pillars, and then you have the swirling spiral that cuts through both towers. Okay, let's go ahead and go down more. There's quite a lot more. I'm glossing over quite a lot here. Now, if we go into Space Odyssey 2001, there is an iconic scene of a space plane entering a space station comprised of these two big wheels. So it looks like a plane entering Twin Towers. And it looks very much like the iconic scene of Flight 175 speeding toward the South Tower. Same director is my contention here. It's the contention of the writer of this piece. I 100% agree. And I found a lot more since then that this is an ongoing script. This is all based on the notion that Kubrick had everything to do with Apollo 11. So you have A11, 9/11. And interestingly enough, on the anniversary of Apollo 11, which was this July 16th or July 20th, that was the date that Jeff Bezos launched his rocket into space. And he took off at 9/11. Now, a couple weeks prior, Richard Branson took off with his space plane. And a space plane kind of looks like this plane here from the Kubrick movie. And interestingly enough, too, if you look at that plane, it's lifted up into the sky by the White Knight 2, a couple of twin airplanes sharing a wing. Very much like what you're seeing here, we have this space station with these two parts. It's all about the twin symbolism. You go back even further to the comedy piece, Dr. Strangelove. This movie by Kubrick revolves around a jet airplane on a rogue low-level attack mission. So you have Flight 77 traveling at top speed before it hits the Pentagon. Again, I'm glossing over most of it, and there's a lot more we can add to it. I kind of picked up on this line of research when I started studying the moon landing, Apollo 11, and these claims of Kubrick's involvement and that it had some kind of alchemical significance. And this led me down to studying Eyes Wide Shut, which I believe connects into Vanilla Sky, based on a movie called Open Your Eyes. I think there's a connection between Eyes Wide Shut and Open Your Eyes, and one of the main connecting elements is the actor Tom Cruise, who starred in Kubrick's final movie. Everything about these movies is significant. You can even find instances in Full Metal Jacket that have 9/11 foreshadowing. I won't be going through all of it, but I want to get to this part. So, the tremendous amount of dust by the collapse of the Twin Towers necessitated the use of masks by all the first responders. So you see the masks at 9/11. Then you can connect this, of course, with Kubrick's movie Eyes Wide Shut. The masks become a big part of the ritual transformation into the New Age, the alchemical transformation, the individuals becoming part of the hive. So these are extremely significant. Even Eyes Wide Shut is all about an individual living with this mask. Space Odyssey 2001 also foreshadows Corona, the lockdowns, as does Vanilla Sky. But I'm pointing it out here that the masks are also referenced in this article as a significant part of this meta script. The use of numbers and signs with 9/11 predictive programming is all over the internet. No need to go into all of it here. But it's an anniversary date, and I think this I wouldn't say this event, quote, woke people up. I would say it guardrailed a lot of free thinkers. So sure, they became skeptics of mainstream media, but then they also became immersed in a culture that's designed, I think, to keep people from seeing the truth. Conspiracy culture is largely government infiltrated and controlled. I mean, that's why they're making conspiracy theorists enemies of the state. I mean, obviously, they're creating thought crimes, and they've successfully pulled it off. We have thought criminals on trial. Jake and Jelly's a thought criminal. All these individuals, they caught the meme, and they acted out on it. Kevin Mooring says, everyone used to think George Bush was retarded until they saw Biden. That's not nice. And by the way, I think they're both acting. Back when George Bush was president, people said he had aphasia, Bush-isms. He would make up words on the spot. Yeah, I think it's all just part of the script. Very Machiavellian. And I don't think that Biden is demented. I don't think he's mentally incompetent. I think it's an actor. All right, let's see what we have here. Kevin Mooring says the swirl logo on the Hilton is CERN. Hadn't looked at it that way, but yeah, that's a very similar symbol that you see with a lot of these different organizations. Like you got the World Economic Forum, and look at the swirl on their logo, which could be an eclipse. They'll have their own explanations for it, but it cuts through the 3 O's, making 3 6s. Very consistent with world government. Even the O, 15th letter, but if you want to do the numerology, 1 5 is 6, so you still get your 3 6s. If you look at your UN logo, it's 32 sections. You have the 33rd circle, the section in the middle, a circle. And then you have 8 sections with 4 divisions. So a total of 33, and it's surrounded by the laurel wreath. The laurel wreath is Apollo. You know, it's the symbol of Apollo. It's the symbol of Caesar. It's the crown of thorns. It's the crown. That's what the symbolism all pretty much amounts to. The number 33 being associated with the crown. Very consistent. Crown, corona, 33. We've managed to, I believe, discern a lot of the meanings behind their overt symbolism. Lately, I've been looking very closely at the symbol of the dove, which is a symbol of the reset. It's not a symbol of peace. The dove with the olive branch arrives after the flood. So it's after they've wiped everyone out, the ones with the carbon footprints, the ones who don't recycle, the anti-vaxxers. In other words, the wicked. Listen to this. This is from September 11th, 2001. Obviously not a mainstream media plant. She says, "No, I did not see a plane. I saw the second building just explode."
It could have been my building. My heart goes out.
Did you see a plane go?
I did not see a plane. They said the plane hit the first building. The second building just exploded.
I did not see a plane. They say a plane hit the first building, but I saw the second building and it just exploded. So, Brother Berg tweeted this. Con Air is a movie about a group of guys that hijack a plane and crashed it into a casino that was already slated for destruction. It premiered 51 months after the 93 World Trade Center bombing and 51 months before 9/11. Smack dab in the middle. Right. Entertainment is propaganda first. The entertainment is actually just a side effect. It's tasty poison. I'm sure many of you already heard this, the Australian public health chief talking about the New World Order. Interesting that this phrase is hitting the headlines right now, because I think the first time the phrase New World Order was really mainstreamed was when George W. Bush mentioned it, and that was on 9/11, 1990.
Have a positive case there. Our response may be different if we know that people are fully vaccinated. So we're working.
They are reopening because they're not at the moment.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order.
So did she put her foot in her mouth when she said, we will see what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order? You know, is that a slip? I mean, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but it's going viral. We discussed this yesterday. The Pope claims that climate change is a cry of the earth. Nothing new here, just showing you how the new dominant religion is science turned into a religion. It takes on all the same functions. The virus replaces the need to convince people of sin. You don't need people to believe in an angry God if they believe in a wrathful globe, one that would, flood you if you don't mitigate your behaviors. All the religions are bowing because COVID and globe are boss. It's your God and devil for the atheistic new age. I mean, they're atheistic for now. I'm pretty sure AI will be the God over this thing, the new authority. Listen to this. This is Joe Biden. Now, he's saying that by 2050, we will have 0 net emissions. I mean, what does that even mean? That means nobody's breathing?
We are determined that we are going to deal with climate change and have 0 emissions, net emissions by 2050. By 2020, make sure all our electricity is 0 emissions. We're going to be able to do these things, but we've got to move. We've got to move. And we've got to move the rest of the world. It's not just the United States of America. We're determined. We are...
All right, so it's Again, zero carbon emissions. You got World War Zero. World War Zero is the one where George W. Bush, or George H.W. Bush, Skull and Bonesman, all these individuals have all kind of pushed the same idea that we got to reduce our carbon emissions, but all these Skull and Bonesmen seem to be connected to pushing this idea, all these cultists. And I think it matters. I think it matters that John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, is behind World War Zero. Because it's just a way of declaring a war on all the breathers, a war on the masses, a war on consumers, capitalists. If you go to worldwarzero.com, we can't return to normal because normal was the crisis. It's in their slogan here, in how they describe everything here, is like basically saying the problem is us, overpopulation, our way of life, but also the idea that we're already in a crisis. We're already in a state of chaos, so we have to, get some order together. We have to demand it. You have the raised fist, the communist fist, says recruit scientists, youth activists, and global leaders. Reach across the aisle and across generations. Yesterday we were talking about NBC Climate Confessions, where you can go to NBC.com and you can confess when you don't recycle or you don't do your part. And they always show you these images of drowning polar bears, like he's running out of land. He's on the last piece of ice. Donate to World War Zero. We can win this war to a better, healthier world. Now, polar bears can swim. I don't know if this person knows that. But they don't want you to know that. They want you to think that polar bears are out there stranded on ice because their homelands are melting, because your parents drive an SUV. And they definitely aim at the children. It's about molding the youth into a culture that says our society doesn't need private property. Private property is unsustainable. And all this space utopianism only adds to that. Space utopianism. Go to Mars? Well, yeah, go to Mars. Live in a space commune. You're not taking your car, your wardrobe. You're not taking your lifestyle with you. You're going to have a uniform. All right, this is from 1991.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise.
All right. He's got the Reptoid eyes. So next time I write his name down, I'll make sure I put the semicolons before and after his name. But he's so certain. He says, and we will. Sort of like Biden yesterday. It's like, we're going to have a new pandemic. And I know we will. Look, Canada faces unsophisticated attacks using everyday weapons. What they're saying is that domestic lone actors will be attacking with household items. So instead of sophisticated terrorists infiltrating the flight schools and carrying off these well-coordinated strikes, they're talking about uncoordinated, small-scale attacks, quote, using knives, hammers, and vehicles with very little planning beforehand. They're calling these IMVs, ideologically motivated violent acts, IMV extremism. And it says in Canada and other Western countries, IMV is increasing. So this is also including the incels. This also includes groups like the Base. And the Base is a white nationalist group. The Base is also what Al-Qaeda actually means. It means the base. It says recent attacks in Canada have followed the trend. There's a 2017 attack at a Canadian Tire by an ISIS supporter armed with a golf club and a knife. So everyday objects are now considered to be what? Weapons? I kind of felt like with COVID, they're starting to coerce people out of carrying things. Let's just make everything digital. Because things carry the germ. Things carry the virus. Your phone, your cash, you're going to have to get rid of that stuff because it can carry it for 28 days. That's what they originally said. It says in 2020, Syed Akhtar approached a woman on a Toronto sidewalk and beat her with a hammer. He pledged allegiance to ISIS. In June, someone rammed a pickup truck into a family, an attack on Muslims. So anyway, this is, I think, very much an extension of what they're doing here with the domestic terrorists, the incels being the new threat. George W. Bush saying that we really need to worry about local threats, that what happened on 1/6, and many still will say this, that it was worse than 9/11. By the way, the QAnon shaman has been denied a request for release. My thinking on this character, too, is that, well, it's incongruent. He's not really a shaman thing. The whole idea of the Viking outfit is supposed to call to mind Norse Vikings. It's like a white supremacist, possibly. He even has these white supremacist tats, but that's not his persona. This actor has been portraying more of a hippie. Nothing violent about him, nothing supremacist about him. Very much a believer in an emerging new age, sort of a utopian. Very little about this character is believable at all, but I think he's just put there more or less to intimidate the public about ideas on the internet. To say Q sent him, it's like saying Charles Manson sent them. Like, this is one of the parallels to 1969 I've been discussing. Between the QAnon shaman and Matthew Coleman, who killed his children on the anniversary of the Manson killings, we pretty much have a reinvention of the Charles Manson atrocity, this time coming from the political right. By the way, Trump went out and he said, quote, "I do believe they are going to decertify the election." So, this is banned content. You can't even talk about this idea that the election was stolen or something. And I said this last year. I said it's an election rigging contest, if anything. If anything, it's a contest of who's better at rigging elections. But yeah, Donald Trump said yesterday, on Friday the 10th, he said that officials will, quote, decertify the 2020 presidential election. Here's an opinion piece from Market Watch. The post 9/11 fight against extremism needs to expand into attitudinal inoculation. Do you remember last year I started talking about the lexicon of epidemiology being used to describe ideas because they're creating thought crimes? Well, here, this goes along with what I've been saying. They're going to want to do an internet blackout to purge the conspiracy theories, the memes, and the dangerous misinformation that might cause somebody to go radical and commit acts of violence or murder people. In fact, there was another guy in Florida, some 33-year-old, who supposedly heard a voice of God that told him to save the children, a big QAnon thing, and he killed some people he believed to be child traffickers. So they've put it out there that people with PTSD, veterans, and the mentally ill are susceptible to ideas, and we have to get rid of those ideas. We have to sanitize the internet. So here, I see this phrase, attitudinal inoculation. They want to quarantine the internet. They want you to put on a digital mask. That's what this is ultimately about. I think we're looking at a holy war. The new Bible, the new holy book for the world, it replaces all the previous ones, is this screen that you're looking at. And once they have total control over what comes out of that screen, they win the game. And they're not quite there yet. They have to inoculate people against ideas. So when it says that they're seeking a way to inoculate people's attitudes, I mean, what is this? This is, again, very 1984. This is like Brother, the Ministry of Love, torturing people, basically gaslighting people into accepting that there's only one way to see things. If you don't believe the official view, you're somehow sick. They have to remove these viruses from your head so you don't spread them to other people. But anyway, this is an article here. It says the early years after 9/11 saw a shift in the counterterrorism landscape. Across the globe, dozens of programs emerged with the aim of de-radicalizing extremists. Now, they only talk about de-radicalizing extremists as seen from the perspective of the MSM. But if we're being honest, you'd have to say that the mainstream media is the most radicalizing element out there, telling you to separate and segregate, divide, shut down, self-exterminate. They're basically calling for society to shut down to save the planet. They're calling for putting safety ahead of freedom. I mean, I'd say that's kind of radical in a sense. It says the January 6th attack on the Capitol was by a coalition of militant far-right extremists, QAnon conspiracy theorists, Proud Boys, white supremacists, unlawful militias, and Trump voters. And it illustrates how the beliefs shape extremists and how their methods have changed. And so what we're looking at here is this idea that people are self-radicalizing. So after 9/11, it was mosques. Did they go to a mosque? Did they travel to Yemen? Did they get radicalized? And can we find that? Can we waterboard them to see if they caught that virus before they spread it and cause other suicide bombers? Now it's, were you in contact with this place that makes you into a bioterrorist? Because now, of course, the new universal threat is the super spreader. They've used the same infrastructure. They've expanded it to put everybody underneath the same level of scrutiny. But on top of the expansion of the post 9/11 universe to encompass everyone as a potential bioterrorist, now you still do have these extremists, these suicide bombers, but they've replaced the Muslim suicide bomber with the shooters, the bowl cuts, the incels. I would say the incels are the new counterpart to the suicide bombers. And they're doing it for the same exact reasons. Trying to bring about a reset. They want to start society over. They want to move things back to a time before women had feminism. And they believe that the American government is controlled by Satan. That's QAnon, and the QAnon radicals believe that. And that's the Quranic radical belief as well. Yeah, vax supremacy is on the rise. Pat Oswald, says, I don't want anyone unvaccinated at my events. They're all saying this. They're all doing this. This is Jimmy Kimmel's the worst. Jimmy Kimmel said that he doesn't think that unvaccinated people should have access to ICU beds, which effectively turns hospitals into, concentration camps. I've been looking at these characters they create for the world to fear. Terrorists, incels, and really breaking it down, because I believe they're 100% templated. So, for example, terrorists in a cave, plotting destruction, repressed, women-hating, willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause. Well, that is definitely a description of the basement-dwelling incel, getting all of his moral support from other incels in their basement caves. And if you look, they're playing first-person shooters, games that are just fantasies about murdering a bunch of people. And one of the incels in Ohio that they caught had plans to kill 3,000 women. A very 9/11-y number. But I've been thinking, this is not new. They have been building this narrative of the white Al-Qaeda, the vanilla ISIS threat. They've been building this for some time. The idea of the dangerous incels. I think it's a targeted demographic that they want to nullify as a threat, castrate them basically. And I think this is the reason, I think this is the true reason why InfoWars has been pushing super male vitality for so long. I think and if you listen to InfoWars, they're always pushing these pills, and it's, it just sounds like he's catering to men, masculinity or something. But no, I think this is actually kind of suggesting something else. I think they're trying to build up this notion that you're dealing with what they would call toxic masculinity. And I think they all feed into it. I think a lot of these conspiracy theorists, big names in conspiracy theory, subcultures like Alex Jones's, and even Joe Rogan. I think a lot of these guys are putting out talking points that are actually sabotage, more or less. Not just false flag, but putting out ideas that make them cancelable, because if they can cancel them, they can cancel you. Look what they did with Sandy Hook. Alex Jones said, oh, the reason why people said Sandy Hook was a hoax is because some of my listeners are schizophrenic and psychopaths, that I had a psychotic breakdown. That was his defense. So he backtracked. Alex Jones blames it on a psychosis. CNN.com, Alex Jones says, quote, a form of psychosis made him believe Sandy Hook was staged. Well, I'm sorry, but psychosis has nothing to do with it. I mean, this is maybe it's a CYA just trying to minimize damage to himself financially. But it's not the result of a psychosis. It's the result of studying it, of looking at the evidence presented. Kevin Mooring says, a lot of people think Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Think of it that way. I see. Alex gets Bills playing a hick. Interesting way of looking at it. Because I would say the transformation of Bill Hicks to Alex Jones was a transformation from someone who was libertarian, maybe left-leaning, going into a caricature of the far right. And that's what Bill Hicks was talking about doing. That's what he put in his manuscript he gave to Kevin Booth, who was then Alex Jones's producer after Hicks died. Yeah, and I think it's a caricature. Does he really believe what he's saying? Well, it depends. I mean, people want to trust. And this is what Lenin said, didn't he? The people want a hero, will supply it. Controlled opposition is the norm these days. And again, nobody pushed false flag theory about 9/11 more than Jones. False flag theory assumes that a lot of people died. Ivar said, just a coincidence, Tim. Coincidences are a conspiracy theory. I saw in Canada they were throwing rocks at Justin Trudeau. Probably staged. Probably bits of styrofoam painted like rocks. I mean, I'm expecting it's staged because this comes right on the heels of these articles about the extremists using household objects now. Australians still shocked after NSW health officer says post-lockdown Sydney will be a new world order. And this is another one. They're saying in London, the anti-maskers are putting razor blades in their propaganda. So you pull their posters off and you get cut. I find that to be hard to believe. They're trying to save everybody's lives. They're the most compassionate people in the world, the anti-vaxxers, right? They're trying to save lives. So it doesn't make sense that they would be putting people in danger. I think they're being framed. And that's what I mean by a lot of the big names in conspiracy research or conspiracy discussion. I think a lot of them are helping to frame free thinkers and associate them with bad actors on the world stage. Automated software spread COVID misinformation on Facebook. This is from another one of these panic-stricken articles about the spread of misinformation. It says misinformation reached such levels that the WHO branded it an infodemic. The use of automated bots has been long understood in terms of traditional misinfo, but now they're having to discuss, well, what does it mean when it spreads dangerous misinformation? Elizabeth Warren asks Amazon to deplatform books and products with COVID-19 misinformation. And that's kind of problematic because a lot of what many of these politicians, a lot of what Fauci said early 2020 would be considered misinformation by 2021. Warren identified a variety of products that are among the top results when consumers search for items about COVID. items that promote false and misleading conspiracy theories. Now, I recently heard Elizabeth Warren on a montage where she used the word fight. We have to fight. We're going to fight. She used the word fight hundreds of times over the course of a couple of years in a montage. And it goes along with the name, Elizabeth Warren. Very extreme rhetoric, and yet they call you an extremist because you simply don't believe. And I don't not believe. I demand evidence. I have a higher standard of evidence. I don't automatically disbelieve the news. That's ridiculous. It's as bad as automatically believing the news. The auto-disbeliever is as bad as the auto-believer. They're both lost and confused. One of them just doesn't know he's confused. The other one is more of a, I would say, underinformed, which is not a position of power at all. I think to be empowered, you have to know both sides of the story. I've already got a couple of voicemails. Let's go ahead and go through these.
Hello, Tim. This is Echo. I just listened to last night. I'm glad you pointed out the Florida shooter, the ex-Marine, because I follow the sheriff in that county. He takes over the local media and gives sheriff's reports routinely on violent crimes. It's a very interesting show he's got. He might be a white hat. He might appeal to people looking for a white hat. I wonder if you've ever caught him on his reports he does for the public.
I'll take a look. And I remember there was someone out there, I believe it was in Parkland, an officer who was fired because he said it was a hoax, or he tweeted something about David Hogg being a crisis actor. I'll have to dig into that. There's a few people out there who aren't in the know, who aren't part of the great conspiracy. I've been thinking lately, too, that we might be wrong, not we, but most conspiracy theorists might be wrong in thinking that it's a small cabal, a small cabal ruling over the many. Like maybe comparatively small, but you got to think of how many proxies there are, how many organizations serve them directly. I mean, I once had a conversation with a Freemason who said that he was in the world's biggest gang, and there were 5 million members. So, it's another way to look at it. It is a big gang, that you're probably surrounded, like Truman in the Truman Show, and you probably have a lot of reasons to justify the paranoia if you want to. But it's not personal. I think it's an impersonal system. All right, next message.
Hello, Mr. Osman. I'd like to tell you to look into, since recently, beginning of this month, 9/1, 21, whatever, they, in Texas, they made it open carry legal for everybody. And then now in Amarillo, Texas, you got violence going up and, gun related. And I think that's just a coincidence. Look into it. There's a few details that don't make sense. Maybe we could talk later about it. Later, bro.
Okay, we'll look into that, definitely. And there's a pattern I've noticed. When one script gets old, they phase in a new one. And they've been phasing in hardcore environmentalism right on the back of COVID. And this started pretty much right away, right after the pandemic was declared. They said, oh, look, the skies are so much cleaner now that we've shut down the economy. More lives will be saved from cleaning the skies than will have been lost to the virus, which is suggesting, oh, it's an acceptable loss. Let's just release the bat virus once a year. Cut down on the carbon emissions. By the way, vax the bats first. I think that would be the starting point. If you want to mandate vaccines, well, start with the bats. It's common sense. I've got a short clip here. This is from Crater Earth USA. Commander Lou's on tour. He stopped by JT33 If you've heard music on this channel, you've no doubt heard JT33. And if you want to know why it sounds the way it does, it's because he uses real drums. It's always an incredible mix when you hear his music, but here you get to hear something kind of raw. And this is Commander Lou hanging out at JT33's home studio.
Wow, that's hard, man.
If you want to watch the whole drum session, go to fakeworld.news. I have a link to it. You can also subscribe to Crater Earth USA. I'll put a link in the chat. It's a pretty decent video there. He's driving over to JT's house, has some coffee, and JT plays drums. I don't know what they did after that. I thought I heard some coughing, but I'm not going to speculate. Hope it's not COVID. I hope it's something benign. Okay, she brought up the Marine in Florida. I'll look more into this one as well. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said in a news conference that the ex-Marine said God told him to kill everyone and rescue victims of sex trafficking. Just another theme to look out for. God telling people to kill. That's a common theme I've been seeing lately. Because it's the religiosity, the delusion, the idea that the mentally ill or the people who are susceptible to religious delusions are dangerous and they need to be protected and society needs to be protected from them. So the censorship isn't for you and I. It's for the people who can't control the way they respond. By the way, I have to put this up here. This is the guitarist for Kiss. So he said that he's on doctor's orders. He has to stay home for a bit because he's got COVID and he doesn't want to be a super spreader. And he, like Gene Simmons, is a big believer in boosters and vaxes and social distancing. But here he is inside of outside of a Starbucks with, I guess, a personal servant or something, unmasked. Now, I presume he doesn't want to smear his makeup. I don't know. Kevin Mooring says, one of the things I love about this channel, the music you promote. Yeah, Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society, we've been kind of a hub of activity for musicians, artists, animators, and researchers, media deconstructionists. We've been doing all of this, and we have attracted a lot of musicians who've composed music for the channel, inspired by the channel. In fact, we had a new song the other day that came in from Red to Green about this communist takeover of the free market. But 24/7, I have the stream on, and a lot of it will be more music as we go along. I'm adding a lot more tracks. I'm trying to shift the balance, 12 hours music, 12 hours of replays. And one of the reasons we went into music and also into graphic design is because it's uncensorable. We kind of foresaw this coming. We knew there'd be a time where they have designated thought crimes. So if you can get your ideas out there into the culture, into the memosphere, it's harder to suppress them. Kevin Mooring says Trump's going to be President JFK. He's going to be President. JFK Jr. is coming back. John Denver, Prince, Michael Jackson, all before it goes down. I'm pretty sure Prince is alive. I don't have any trouble with that. Michael Jackson has actually returned in disguises. He's been spotted. He came back as Dave. Yeah, wearing the skin of one of his friends. Well, not literally the skin. It was a disguise. But JFK Jr. supposedly coming back. I've heard that one, and it's big among the QAnoners. I've been watching this HBO special about QAnon. I'm on episode, I think, 3, and I think I have a few reasons to believe that this entire thing goes back decades, that there's nothing spontaneous about the so-called Q drops, and that this is all a script being played out. And I think that Stanley Kubrick has a hand in a lot of this stuff, although I don't believe he's alive. I'm certain he wasn't dead at the time of Eyes Wide Shut's release. In fact, there's some clues about Stanley Kubrick's faked death in that movie. I want to show you an image. This is a recent image from the space station looking down at the Earth. And if you look at the solar panels, you can see that sphere at the top. And I often point out how it looks like the Twin Towers to me. And there's some symbolic significance to that proposition, which we talk about here quite a bit. The symbol of the space station as the Tower of Babel, or the space program as man uniting under one common language in a mission to go from Earth to the heavens. And of course, on the anniversary of Apollo 11, Bezos, richest man in the world, in his capsule, poked his head into the heavens. So they've done it. They've built the tower. Not a coincidence. None of this stuff is a coincidence. That he's 57 years old, and he's the former CEO of Amazon, A to Z. All the books. We're talking about consolidating all the languages of the world into one thing, and then it falls. That's kind of the subtext I think they're building up toward. But I'm looking at this space station solar panels and how it does look like you're staring at the Twin Towers, and there's this sphere at the end of them. And I've noticed that before, and I've been trying to determine if that has any sort of counterpart on the ground with the actual space station. And it turns out that at the base of the Twin Towers, between them, there was a sculpture, a big sphere, which was actually damaged and then recently reinstalled. And I want to bring up a couple pictures of it, because it was right there between the two towers. And so again, I think it's just another example of the symbolism connecting the Twin Towers to the space station. And again, the World Trade Towers, now the One World Tower, it represents this Tower of Babel. And there's a lot of symbolic connections, including the world's largest cathedral. The Cathedral of St. John the Divine there in New York has a pillar with the Twin Towers being knocked over. And the design on these pillars is just describing revelations in a modern context. And New York is Babylon. How the World Trade Center sphere traveled New York after 9/11. So it's a work of, quote, art. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. But it's a 25-foot diameter bronze sculpture called the Sphere, which was right there between the towers. And so it was damaged. Now, was this damaged on 9/11? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they would have left it up to chance, but I think it's all staged. My point is, this sphere is the subject of this story. It's called, I know there's a better name for it. They just call it Koenig's Sphere, or the World Trade Center Sphere. Anyway, it caught my attention because it does symbolically resonate with the space station thing. By the way, the space station is going to have a movie filmed on board called The Challenge, and the astronauts, or rather the cosmonauts, are taken off on October the 5th. I'm still waiting to see if Tom Cruise is going to let them beat him to the space station, or if he's going to somehow get up there before they get up there. So we're kind of closing in. I'm going to go through some comments. Kevin says, hey, Tim, I think that represents the space station falling like the Twin Towers. Yeah, I kind of think that the Twin Towers falling, that this is a bigger story of the tower falling. And it's all about the reset, about this hubristic quest where mankind is just so full of itself, they think we can put everything underneath one banner, we can unite everything, one order, and then we can go to the heavens. And I think once they have that, then they tear it down. I think that's the subtext I've been seeing. And what happened on 9/11 20 years ago, it was just the start of it, and it's ongoing. Even the fact that they had people kneeling last year, I think the kneeling is also very significant. When you get into the symbolism of the towers, and I talk about this a bit in the Metascript Decoded in the book, they symbolize the twin pillars in the Masonic temple. And these pillars, these towers, can also be symbolized by the thigh bones, like the Skull and Bone Society. But these twin pillars have great significance in all of these occult rites. And I believe that when the Twin Towers were taken down, it was symbolic of America being brought to its knees, the legs being taken out. And I think that what we're seeing now is America. That was the start of it. But America, not just America, but the idea of freedom itself. I mean, because we're kind of a pariah. America accounts for most of the pollution. We're blamed for pretty much most of the COVID, if you listen to China's media. But the idea is that we're not going to have a one world system until we get rid of the anti-vaxxers, the ones who don't go along with the one world's establishment media and establishment science. The monolithic one world view. And I believe that's what the monolith actually represents. This quest to unify mankind, get them all on the same sheet. And it pretty much culminated with the world leaders over at NATO ogling a giant digital obelisk or monolith that said combat climate change on it, among other things. That's the new god that they're all just bowing to. It was the strangest thing. Lily Bell Bell says, I watched a George Carlin stand-up the other day. I was surprised to how relevant. Yeah, for some reason, George Carlin was allowed to say a lot of things blatantly. Maybe because he was a comedian. A lot of these comedians seem to be almost limited hangouts where they can kind of poll test various ideas and see how people respond. Cubstar says, Tom Cruise is going to fall off the space station all the way to Earth and get caught by Arnie. That's a very fascinating topic, and I don't want to go too far into it because it's about to happen, whatever's going to happen. But someone sent this to me yesterday. It was Misha. South Park has an episode where Tom Cruise is dead on the moon. Episode 201, which is kind of interesting considering Space Odyssey 2001 and Event 201. Both of these movies, both of these things, we're talking about Space Odyssey and even the Corona, these things are interconnected when you get to the storyline. But the idea here is that Tom Cruise dead on the moon does have a Space Odyssey reference. The reference being the David Bowie song. And David Bowie is based, I believe the name is based on David Bowman from the Space Odyssey. He has a song, Space Oddity. Came out and it was played during the Apollo 11 mission. But it's about this Major Tom. And Major Tom dies in space. So it's kind of funny here that Tom Cruise is going to the space station. And, it's rather consistent with the bigger story that on an episode of South Park, which predicts many, many celebrity deaths, that you would have a dead Tom Cruise on the moon. And there's actually 2 episodes. The person here, the Misha remarks, there's the Twin Tower scene in an episode of South Park called Drill the Moon. Right after the towers are shown, Tom Cruise is shown once again, dead in space. Now look at this. Vanilla Sky Blu-ray is going to be released again to mark the 20th anniversary. Now, if you didn't see this movie, it opens up with a scene of Tom Cruise downtown New York, and it's obviously locked down. It's under quarantine. There's nobody there, and he's freaked out by this. He's not happy. I would be happy, but he freaks out and he starts running. It's apparently a terrifying proposition that nobody's out there to see him. Well, this is foreshadowing, if you ask me. This movie came out right after September the 11th. And after he has this nightmare of a vacant New York, he wakes up and he's in a bed with his girlfriend, and they're talking about how they had the cold. They had a cold, like COVID. The movie ends with some pretty blatant symbolism connecting to 9/11. The whole movie is just full of symbolism top to bottom, deep subtext, esoteric, even goes down to the names of the actors and actresses if you break it down. But it's being released again. And it starts off with a scene, and this movie has a lot to do with Tom Cruise falling from the sky. That's my point here. So Cubstar says he's going to fall from the sky and be caught by Arnie. It could easily happen. He's going to be an ISS jumper. And ISS is also 9/11. I is 9. S is 19, or 9 plus 1, or 1 plus 0. So you get a 911. Kevin Mooring says, George Carlin, the comedian the Illuminati put in front of your eyes. Lily Bell says, why a whale on the moon? I haven't looked deep into the symbolism. I haven't watched the episode, but I'll look into it. I feel like this channel that we're just putting out so many spoilers, and I don't want to ruin the big things. Speaking of Illuminati, again, Robert Anton Wilson's book, The Illuminatus Trilogy, has a scene 25 pages into the book. The president is talking to an aide, and he says, what is the Desert Door Project? And the aide explains, germ warfare. They started with something called Anthrax Delta, and now they've worked up their way to Anthrax Mu. Sound familiar? And if we go into Robert Anton Wilson's works, we'll find, I believe you'd find some other things as well that maybe suggest foreknowledge. I think his books are the basis for a number of movies we've seen as well. Truman Show, number 23, a lot of the Jim Carrey stuff. Everything about Robert Anton Wilson's books is about the Dog Star and the symbolism that the so-called Illuminati use. I brought this up a couple days ago. 911, emergency. Fire alarms going off in the space station. There's a fissure in the space station, holes in the space station. About a month ago, the thrusters fired on one of these resupply modules, and it caused the thing to flip over a few times. So you can kind of see the script. You can kind of see where it's going, if you ask me. And I think it's pretty obvious. I don't want to give any spoilers, but also Q, or someone very close to Q, has said, quote, stay away from DC on September the 18th. Do not attend the rally. So on 9/18, there's some kind of a rally which is probably going to be staffed by crisis actors. U.S. Capitol fence to return ahead of a protest. Police request reinstalling the fencing. Capitol Police memo warning of potential violence for a September 18th rally. Another big event to frame anybody to the right of Mao, basically. Thought criminals, all of you. At some point, they're going to charge you with terrorism for sharing a meme. If people don't rebuke all these attempts to just demonize the free flow of information. But we're almost there, unfortunately. And I called this last year when the Kardashians locked down their Facebook accounts. I said, hey, look, if the Kardashians are going to freeze their social media because of conspiracies, then other people are going to follow. By the way, this is genius. I think what Madonna did is genius. Apparently, this is my theory. I think this is accurate. She doesn't want her reign to end. So what Madonna has done is she has hired a lookalike, a body double, and she's just had herself replaced. It was seamless. So you're going to be stuck with Madonna until this one is replaced. Her daughter will probably grow old, and Madonna will still be, perpetually looking the exact same. It could be a mask too. All right, let me go through comments here. Look, if you don't want to miss any live streams, go to infiniteplane.media and get the live stream notifications. Kevin Mooring says Madonna, low adrenochrome. This could be an ad for adrenochrome, honestly. If it can take you from A to Z, if you look at the chart here, if it can If it can do that, then yeah, it's obviously working. Because, like, is she bathing in blood? Again, Trump said that they're going to decertify the election. So this again suggests that on 9/18, if they do have any kind of a gathering there, they're going to be true believers that Trump's coming back. Also, remember to get vaccinated, or a vaccinated person might get sick from the virus they got vaccinated against because you're not vaccinated. I have a clip here. One more. I mean, I'm sure you're going to see more of these. There's so many of these coming out now. More examples of controlled demolition. Here you have squibs. These are squibs going off in the towers as they fall. The witnesses are describing, and these are fire department witnesses, describing how floor by floor you had detonations from top to the bottom, controlled demolition.
All of a sudden it was like bang, 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 like bullet shots.
I saw from the corner, boom, 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 boom.
Now, a lot of these accounts have been filtered out because they didn't fit the dominant narrative, but most of you here know the truth, and this is a good one. Actually, John LeBon showed this one to me first. This is Supertramp's album, where you have a waitress holding a glass of orange juice in front of the Twin Towers, and if you reverse it, the UP actually forms a 9/11, and the glass of orange juice is actually right in the position of where the planes hit, and the table is arranged like a chessboard. So, more predictive programming. Johnny Chainsaw says, will Tom Cruise's vax passport fall to the earth? Yeah, they need to make bulletproof vests, or make PPE out of whatever those passports are made out of. There's a number of items that have saved lives of crisis actors that we also should look into. Like, you got these passports that survived the fires of 9/11. We've had the belt buckle stopped a bullet that would have killed the guy next to Nipsey Hussle. Then there was that shooting at Parkland where I believe it was a bra strap stopped the AK-47 magical bra. All right, thanks everyone for joining. I'm going to be responding to more voicemails, so if you call 833-311-1984 when we're not live, I'm going to be going through those daily now. There's quite a lot happening. We're going to be covering more with regards to this falling space station thing, which it probably is going to have to happen sooner than later. I mean, it's a jalopy, and the main reason why they can't really introduce the new space stations yet, they can't really do anything incredible in space. They can't send people to Mars yet because the space station special effects are holding everybody back. I'm convinced that's what it is, because the new special effects aren't using green screen. They're flawless. Now, here's a very perplexing image. I don't know if any of you have seen this one. It's Don Petite in the space station, sitting on a chair, but weirdly, he's surrounded by a camera crew who aren't dressed up like astronauts, and they're not floating around. They're just taking pictures. So, not sure what to make of it. It could just be a mock-up of the space station, or it could be a leak. Could be somewhere in between. Maybe they actually fake it in the mock-up when the doors are closed, which is what I think. It's what they do with the swimming pools. In fact, we're going to be doing a symposium on the ISS very soon. So if you have any great ISS content, bloopers basically, we have a 20-year blooper reel to work with here. So if you want to get involved with that, we're working on the first symposium, and that's over at the Discord server. I believe there's enough there to literally bring the thing down, and I think that it's an act of, I think it's cowardly on behalf of those who consistently debate flat earthers it's cowardly that they never address the space station itself. They'll talk about transits and how you can see the light from the ground, but they never talk about the actual footage on board. And I have some information, I have some videos, I have some footage that I consider to be rather bombshell, which, like I said, we'll get into very soon. We're compiling all of it, and we're going to drop it all at once. This is Auto Hoax, or GTFO, by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Have a great Saturday.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Truth music. This arrogance ensures mankind's downfall. For we claim to know so much of the truth.
Let's just take a look at the evidence. It's becoming so evident that the truth is malevolent. Spit out the lies are not relevant. Keep speaking your mind for your reverence. Check out the reference. It's like a magical spell that we're under, keeping you deep in your slumber. Ideological subversion is wonder. Slow motion mining, scrubbing and plunder. So just don't get it twisted. It's hard to believe, but reality's scripted. These authors are gifted. We're reading the code, now the burden of proof has been shifted. Communicating through numbers and symbols. They're into satanic blood rituals. I'm seeing these horrible visuals. Let's kill all these blood-drinking people.
I am a force to be reckoned with. I use my thoughts as a weapon which can empower your mind with one line. I have them shook with the hook, didn't see it coming, need to look quick. Too late, I hit you in the stomach. You think you've hit your peak when you barely reached the summit. Let's be fair with one another. Real hip-hop is rare, and not even 1 in 100 is real. I've got the hunger, and I'm eating these commercial MCs, copping disease in a deep sleep. And I wonder if they will ever awaken from their drunken slumber. It's a amazing spell that these labels got them under.
Chameleon tone, spit the 5 through the burner, make you drop to the floor. We're gonna learn your witches, see what they gotta throw. They're gonna burn your eyes wide in terror. I'm crooked, cold, my soul, I pull back the ends. Yeah, fuck the trends, truth calls, no temptations. Got me fucking around again. I'm pushing my pen for the counterculture intelligence. Sick of these men in white coats, they're pushing their negligence. We no longer believe in their evidence. Come with some semblance of truth and you might understand when we're talking to you.
Water doesn't curve for fuck, they give a vacuum, ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits, all vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed, there's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. Your doom would need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this, just accepted it, that's the way it is. They've taken your mind to call it a rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the complexity a globe would portray. They clearly meet that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show. And you don't even wanna know. It is the same old glorification of the guy. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at the theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to mince logic what other feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically doomed and believed. Many generations got deceived. CGI is the best out of space you get, and they fail like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting in elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost. Unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall. Gravity be all around and everywhere, apparently making everything is fair. Giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The Earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, to spread your word just a smidgen. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. We're all gods with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that earth is our mother. We are kept in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension, they stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make you that not forgiven. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I'll smash the door down, fuck the system, fuck your rhetoric. The watchful eye needs gouged out, and I do not have a preference. We'll use our cleverness because our cleverness is plethoric. Degenerate electorates are thought to be illiterate. They want you to be as dumb as you can be. They tell you that your ignorance is how you become free. But freedom comes from realization that you've been lied to. They pulled the cloak over your eyes and attempt to blind you. Once you come to grips with the fact there's no factual information, you gotta use your discernment to sift through all the bullshit and find communication with your higher self, the one that we can't see, the one that's truly free. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Knowledge that you've accepted the people I consider to be the priesthood. Your scientists, your fake science, your fake news, you bought it, and I don't. We don't. The globe is something accepted as an article of faith.
They're not hiding us from God, they're hiding us from ourselves. Pick a God you want to praise, there's one on the shelf. Biocentric reality, biocentric collective, solipsistic realm. Omnipresence at the helm. Singular moments wrapped up in the present. The past and the future, illusions for the peasant. Everybody gets their own moon and sun. That's why triangulation can't be done.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci sound of the conch. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. 33. A bunch of important numbers. 3. A bunch of important numbers. 42. A bunch of important numbers. 484. A bunch of important numbers. 5. A bunch of important numbers. 0. A bunch of important numbers. 9. A bunch of important numbers. 23. A bunch of important numbers. 7. A bunch of important numbers. 11. A bunch of important numbers. 11. I'm in a cult. 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 I'm in a cult.
I don't have a set of beliefs. We're a loose-knit organization of reality perceivers, but the main thing in our strength is this: synchronization. There's power in synchronization. That's why you get these government news alerts on your phone. That's why 9/11 was so critical for them. They timed it just right to get everybody the most number of viewers. You know, that's why they had 65 million viewers for the Challenger explosion. 700 million people saw the Apollo 11. It's all about synchronization. And I'm thinking here, a few hundred of us synchronized will make it impossible to run a PSYOP without it being unchallenged, or do a rocket launch, or any of these things. So I'm talking about Rapid Response Anti-Media Network.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if the shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal. Selling communism and laying out some psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground. Killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood. Lost our faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture and ensure it's divided. Bent over idols raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game. No brain, no shame, every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its goal. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greater scheme. In the halls of mental asylums, echoes what critical voices scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists strive. The thief management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans. No questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartment the TV murder crew. Students specialized to lose the broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the loud mind into the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard-rating its sensitivities. The black sheep's in the herd, the crazy ones which society heard. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not selling freedom for feeling secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirsted for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you wanna pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective in choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
Forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. You better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick. Don't worry about your money, your drug checks on the way. Your COVID ID's coming and the vaccine's here today. You'll get your vaccine and your COVID passport too. They're selling us all doom and gloom. Are you buying it?
The Masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
All right, everyone, it's September the 15th, 2021. This is The Masquerade. JT33 featuring Symbia. Phones are open immediately. 833-311-1984. And if you're watching on video on any of these platforms, you can just join in on the chat. All of the chats are integrated, so you can all communicate cross-platform. It's kind of like a cantina scene here at the Infinite Plane Society chat room. People from all across the whatever this is meeting on this same level here, mostly from the perspective of what I would call a post-media critique, meaning we're critically examining the media but not taking sides, not assuming it to be real, as in we're not on the world stage. We're actually truly objective. So you're not going to find objectivity in the mass media. You will find it here. And objectivity is actually illegal. They're trying to classify it as a hate crime. So far they've made it into a thought crime. They call it misinformation. They call it an infodemic, toxic memes or memes with bad virality. But we're almost at a point, I think, where they can actually isolate ideas and maybe even, I don't know, fine you for spreading said ideas. They're fine-tuning it as we speak. We, in this chat, are probably being looked at very closely. I bet a lot of the information that comes out of this chat is very useful. Because we are, I think, ground zero for one of the biggest I think, one of the most disruptive meme epidemics, and that's the whole topic surrounding, well, questioning the existence of outer space and space travel as presented. And there are many competing ideas about what is above, but I think most people listening here can agree that the special effects leave much to be desired. Oh, hey, we're also mirrored on the Dark Matter Digital Network, so you can call in 833-311-1984, comment on anything that we're discussing. And also, we have a forum that I've been going through, and we have some active posters. So I want to make sure I went through all the latest posts. So if you're posting over there on the infiniteplane.media forum, I realize there are some spammers, but like how to write an essay in German structure, expressions, and simple techniques, and they do get a lot of hits, so I don't really know if they're a problem. But anyway, most of the posts lately have been substantive. Here's one from Monarchal Flame. Okay, this is an interesting one. He has a picture of Drake with his haircut with a heart on it. Interesting pictures. He says, this video was noted by I Expose the MCs regarding deepfakes and role-playings. Okay. I'll look into this one. And the concept of deepfakes isn't the digital deepfakes that you see in the news or in trending videos where you see somebody who looks like Tom Cruise. No, we're talking about hyper-realistic masks. Many people think that Joe Biden isn't Joe Biden. And this wouldn't be some digital effect. It would be movie-grade special effects. And this is something that we pretty much term a deepfake. So apparently in his video with Young Thug called Way Too Sexy, there's a lot of deepfake insinuation buried within the video. So I'll go through it and take some screen caps. I can see that here there's Drake in a bodysuit with a big old keg, like a beer belly. And bodysuits aren't just for looking like you're corpulent or fat. There are muscle suits. In fact, I've heard credible rumors that The Rock, and at first I thought, man, this guy's using synthol. Like, what's he injecting? But there are some credible rumors that The Rock is wearing one of these rubber suits. Kind of like that guy in the movie The Thor movies. Hyper-realistic suits. The skin suits are realistic down to the hairs, the fine details. So, Chet Hanks, it's rumored that Chet Hanks, the guy, the son of Tom Hanks, the one with the Illuminati tattoos all over his chest, there are rumors that is in fact something of like basically think of it as a muscle suit. And it makes a lot more sense than getting injections. Certainly safer. If you subscribe to my blog from the desk of Tim Osman, here's the posting from today, 9/15/2021. What about the variants festering inside of unvaccinated gorillas? And I bring this up because 13 gorillas were diagnosed with COVID recently. They're vaccinating all the zoo animals. And I'm thinking, if that's where we're headed, it sounds crazy, but didn't this start with an animal, like a bat? Like, shouldn't they start with the bats and then work their way up to the gorillas? But my point is, before we even start segregating society, vax apartheid, civil war, left versus right, before we use this as an issue to divide society, maybe we should prioritize. Because while we're fighting over whether or not the anti-vaxxers are going to go with it without a mandate, there could be a new variant festering inside of one of these zoo animals. It also got me thinking too, and this is based on a study I saw about climate anxiety. And we've talked about climate anxiety before. So if you've grown up watching mainstream entertainment, playing video games, reading books, comic books, going to school, in other words, if you're alive today, you've been inundated with messages about how the world's going to end. We live in a doomsday cult. Now, it's not God that they're telling you about to give you anxiety and issues to make you controllable. No, it's Globe, but it's the same thing. They've really just dressed up God with science. And it's the same old tool, God as a construct to control the sheeple by the priesthood who know the truth. I mean, one of the best examples of the dynamic, as I see it in the world, is the movie The Village, where the elders, and the name elders is very significant. There's a lot of symbolism in the movie worth looking at, but in short, it's about a group of people who want to live in a better world, away from the modern life, violence, overcrowding, and all the problems that we see today. So they move into a refuge. They move out into this big plot of land, and they create a commune. They don't tell their children they're in a commune, and their children might think it's the 18th century, for all they know. Now, the whole movie, though, is about how the elders keep them safe in this world and prevent them from leaving through drills. They're constantly drilling them about the possibility of invading monsters. They say the woods outside of the village are inhabited by monsters. So they're drilled for their entire lives about the possibility that they could all be killed. And once in a while, the elders stage some theater where they kill some animals, mutilate them, so the villagers will think it was these monsters. Well, you find out that there are indeed monsters in the woods, but then, spoiler alert, and you've had plenty of time to watch this, spoiler alert, the monsters are actually just costumes worn by the elders in order to scare the sheep for their own good. And so they're in a cult, in other words. It's a doomsday cult. And I'm suggesting here that we live in a doomsday cult that's giving the ones who are the true believers climate anxiety. So a major study of 10,000 young people across 10 countries suggested that climate anxiety worldwide is getting worse. And I've been thinking about how this is confusing and contradictory, because on the one hand, you have so many of these who are in favor of environmentalism, like the extreme eco-fascist variety, the ones who want to lock down permanently, restrict your travel, not for COVID, but for the environment, those types. And for years they've been saying, we have to depopulate. Prince Philip, if you remember, Prince Philip said he wanted to be reincarnated as a hyper-virulent strain of AIDS or something so he could wipe out the human race and save the planet. That was Prince Philip just a few years ago. He said he wanted to be reincarnated as some new kind of virus. Now, he did die recently, and the D variant just pops up out of nowhere. I don't know how you could determine if that's him or not. But my point being, we're looking at this debate and this discussion dividing society, and the media is playing on it. Nicki Minaj, I believe, retweeted some vaguely anti-vax tweet or post by Tucker Carlson and is getting all kinds of flack. Like, it's so polarizing. It's better not to voice an opinion. So anyway, if the new standard is the animals can carry it too, this is a never-ending nightmare. Just, I don't know where else to go with that. Variants inside of unvaccinated gorillas are actually a threat. What about the giraffes? I mean, it started with the bats. Vax the penguins. All right, let me go ahead and take a look at the chat and see who's here tonight. I sent out live stream notifications via email and text. If you want text message notifications, go to infiniteplane.media. Clockwork113 says iPhone 13 is coming out. Right, it does great nighttime photography. It has some features designed for that. I've actually seen some very interesting pictures out of the new phones. And there's always a lot of interesting things around the releases of these things. And one of the things about iPhone 13, it came out at the same time that you had these nationwide tributes to the 13 soldiers killed in Afghanistan. And, you have these displays of 13 empty chairs with plates served for the 13 who were missing. And I thought, well, that's interesting timing. Because at exactly that same time a year previously, Chadwick Boseman had died. This was August 29th, 2020. And he played Black Panther. Rip Black Panther, or Rip King, was trending. And fans of Black Panther across the world were holding eulogies and funerals in their backyards for Chadwick Boseman and burying their Black Panther dolls. And I saw some interesting arrangements of these various funerals. And again, it's all about this death and resurrection, the number 13. And I thought, interesting that 2 years in a row on that same date, we had these nationwide rituals being performed. And I don't believe in coincidences. I think the world really is in the grip of a cult. Whether it's the one as described by QAnon is yet to be determined. I've seen no evidence for that, but we're definitely in a doomsday cult. There's no denying that. So let's go through a few more posts on the forum. I believe there is more to that one about Drake. I don't know where to go with it, though. Hopefully the poster will call in 833-311-1984. Not quite sure where he's going with it. However, the album is called Loverboy, and some think it's possibly something else, very Pizza-gatey, which I'll leave it at that for now. Let's go through some of these recent headlines that have popped up. Okay, so The Inspiration 4, I watched it today. Nothing to see here. So 4 civilians, just regular people, are going up to space. They're going 357 miles high. So they're going to be above the space station. And I still don't think it's high enough to get the overview effect. I still don't. I mean, this overview effect is what you get, supposedly, when you get so high you can see the entire world. Hanging in space. Fragile. And then you see all as one. No more nations. You probably hear that John Lennon song, Imagine, in the back of your head. No more reasons for division. No religions, nothing. And you want to go back down and save the world from the dirty capitalists who are polluting it, causing the ocean levels to rise and all that. That's what they say. It's called the overview effect. It's like a religious experience. But I don't think that 300 miles is high enough to get that effect. I think they're faking it. And they even say, and you can find scientific magazines like futurism.org that talk about this, that the brains of the astronauts actually, they are floating, they remain higher in the astronauts' heads, in their skulls, when they come back down to Earth. Long space flights can increase the volume of the astronauts' brains. That's from newscientist.com. Futurity.org. Astronauts' brains float higher in their skulls, even after their time in microgravity. Space.com. Space travel can seriously change your brain. And then you have this other thing they claim, which is called the ultra-view effect. And the ultra-view effect is what happens when they look out the other window. Not at the Earth, but they look out the back window and they see the stars. And they say that the ultra-view effect is a response of intense awe astronauts experience when viewing the star fields. They say that this has an effect on their religious beliefs. Now, if you didn't believe me that this thing is a cult, listen to this. Spacebuzz is part of the ESA, European Space Agency, and they've created this program called the Overview Effect for children. And it says their aim is to give children this effect using virtual reality, so they can experience seeing planet Earth from space. So we're talking about isolation tanks, Epsom salts, waterproof VR headsets to change their religious beliefs. So you go into this, we'll just say a coffin or a sensory deprivation tank, and then you come out changed. Like, that sounds like every single cult that I've ever read about. Lane Dion says, imagine no possessions. It's easy if you try. Yeah, that is a Darth Klaus line. The World Economic Forum, 666. I mean, it's in their logo. I mean, pretty much any organization involved with world government has that encoded into their logo for some reason. And I don't believe in that stuff, one way or the other. I just think it's too conspicuous to ignore. I'm not going to gaslight the conspiracy theorists and say they don't have a point. We've been talking about astronaut blood. This is from space.com. Settlements on the moon and Mars could grow thanks to the blood, sweat, and tears of pioneering astronauts, literally. How astronaut blood can help build a Mars colony. So this is one of the strangest things I've ever seen come out of NASA. Not the least grossest. I mean, I don't know. There's a few things I can think of, but I don't want to get too deep into it. But mainly, a lot of their stuff is about sustainability, recycling. I'm surprised they haven't gone into cannibalism. Although, they're dangerously close to accepting that whenever they talk about 3D printing steaks in space. You know, it raises the question, you're starting with some kind of a bovine cell. Well, cell or not, you know, some will argue it wasn't taken with consent, so what difference does it make anyway at this point? And they're going to take some human cell, maybe someone will volunteer, and form the basis for, you know, steaks in space. And I'm not making this up, this is what they talk about, so listen to this one. It says, getting a lasting foothold in other worlds will require living off the land. NASA officials advocate that hauling from Earth everything the human outpost would need is too expensive, too time-consuming. So they're looking for new ways to grow crops, produce rocket fuel, etc. And they're trying to figure out how to make bricks. And it says that you can make bricks by combining Martian or lunar dirt with proteins found in human blood and tears and sweat. So like they could work you to death and grind you into cement. And it's called Astrocrete. Astrocrete. And it's better than what we have here on Earth. I'm wondering, why don't we use it? You know, so anyway, this is something that's going to be used on both Mars missions and lunar missions. It says, scientists have been trying to develop viable technologies to produce concrete-like materials on the surface of Mars, and we never stop to think that the answer might be inside us all along, said the researcher Alid Roberts at the University of Manchester in England. So they made an experimental concrete in the lab with simulated Martian dirt using human serum and a common plasma, a blood plasma binding agent, something gross. Anyway, they said that this is an extraterrestrial regolith biocomposite, and it's stronger than ordinary concrete. So you're going to have these igloos on Mars or on the moon that just basically look like very dirty or bloody igloos. I mean, this sounds like hell. Like something out of one of those Doom video games where you're literally going through hell and like the structures are made out of human bodies. Like this is something out of Dante's Inferno. Now it goes into the harvesting. It says harvesting would require collecting astronauts' blood or other mammals, should there be any, on a regular basis. And this was something that we talked about earlier today, or yesterday actually, about the movies that seem to be coming true, like in real time. And these movies seem to almost like contain a bit of the script. Like, for example, right now, 2021, we're living through the year that Mad Max took place. So we don't know how this year ends, but just to give you a heads up, there are many movies that predicted 2020 would be what it was. Well, 2022 is slated to be Soylent Green, where the basis of the movie is you find out that people are being ground up into food and everybody's eating everybody. It's basically social, I mean, it's cannibalism, it's worse than that, but my point is, this is right on time for Soylent Green. And I was thinking you could call it Soylent Red. You know, the Martian infrastructure, the buildings, the Martian bricks are literally going to be people. I mean, I can imagine Musk sending shiploads of people to Mars, thinking they're just going to, you know, sit beneath their dome and remote control these robots and do their terraforming jobs all day. But little do they know, those jobs can be done by AI. So what is their purpose there? Well, I think they're going to be ground up into bricks, Martian bricks. Hell, how else are they going to get regular donations, blood donations? So the article from space.com goes on to say, despite this, we believe that this could have a significant role in a Martian colony, but may be superseded by versatile bioreactors and other technologies as they mature. Again, it's called Astrocrete. And if somebody gives you, I'm just saying, let's say you're considering going to space tourism. If you're offered utensils made out of astroplastic, don't use it. Eat with your hands. Astroplastic. Lean Dion says, build back bloodier. Well, I think it's a very strange story. I mean, who would ever think that it's even viable or even desirable? Like that you could just use human waste products and then create concrete and then live in this stuff. Like, it almost seems like a joke. It almost seems like a joke. That can't be the easiest way, the most effective way to make this happen. Could future Moon and Mars bases be built from astronaut blood? TechRadar.com. Astronaut blood and space dust. And they call QAnon a cult. What do you guys want to do? We want to take back America from the deep state that we believe are evil people, eating babies, etc. Okay, that sounds pretty extreme. What are you guys about? We want to send our kids to the moon to live in homes made out of human excrement, so they can use remote control bots to terraform while they live beneath the surface, because the radiation would kill them on the surface. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. They're both culty. Is there anybody on the right who hasn't died yet from COVID? All the vocal anti-lockdown people are just dying of it. All of a sudden, it's like another wave. We got to have a name for this one, but there's a wave that's specifically hitting alt media figures. Like, I'm waiting for Del Bigtree to go down. Maybe Alex Jones. And Alex Jones seemed to insinuate it was an attack. And then you had Robert David Steele. Some said that was an attack. Lynn Wood said that the woman who died trying to get the horse paste, Veronica, let me get her name. The story here was, you had an activist who was protesting. They were protesting on her behalf, and she was making a big, here we go, story about the hospital's refusal to give her ivermectin. Her name was Veronica Walsky. QAnon advocate Veronica Walsky. Now, she's demanding the horse paste. She doesn't want the vax. She wants what Joe Rogan got. And she dies of COVID. And the pro-lockdown, pro-mandatory everything people love it. They love it when the other side goes down. Now, one of the things that's interesting about this particular character, though, is that she actually spent time with General Flynn, wearing a hat with a Q on it and a shirt that says QAnon Digital Soldier, which is a phrase that he coined, which makes me think she's probably an agent. I don't actually think she's dead. I think she's hanging out with Ashley Babbitt, Derek Chauvin, and George Floyd, probably on Epstein Island. But my point is, I think this is fake and staged. I think these characters are all being propped up to essentially frame the political right. And they're just conveniently dying all of a sudden. Like, how convenient that the face of these various protest organizations across the world are just catching it and dying. How convenient. Well, anyway, she dies, and Lynn Wood says that it was medical murder. And he actually calls the hospital and accuses them of having killed her. So, what's more likely? That she was murdered and took an Instagram selfie before she died asking for donos, like they all do. They all literally do that. Their last breath is, here's my Instagram, here's my PayPal. It's like, what do you need the money for? You're going to pay your hospital bills post-mortem? All right, let me see here. Going through some comments. Wayne Williott says, Castles of Blood. Yep. No, this thing is strange. Restless Bear says sacrifices. Right. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. And Molly Rollins says, reminds me of the Alex Jones videos about how the Queen keeps her stool in jars. You know, I would like to hear more about that. Honestly. I don't know if these are just bad jokes or not when they say that they're going to build moon bases out of blood. I mean, that's what they're actually saying. Bricks made from human blood and other things. Sweat. So they're going to work you to death first. And then you have this story. The private Inspiration 4 astronauts on SpaceX's Dragon will have an epic view from a toilet. So this is to be really one of the crowning achievements of the space program, making space accessible to the masses. And here you have one of the most profound experiences you could have. You're at the top of the world. You're 357 miles above the surface of the Earth, higher than the space station. You're the highest living sentient being that we know of, and you're looking down, and it happens to be from the toilet seat. Like, that's got to be a joke. And this is the doing of Elon Musk. This is the Inspiration 4 astronauts trip in the SpaceX Dragon. It says that quite literally the toilet seat is on the ceiling. And they installed a dome on top of it, a glass cupola. So it says, this was financed by billionaire Jarek Isaacman. And he said, it happens to be where the glass cupola is. So when people inevitably have to use the bathroom, they're going to have one hell of a view. So the guy who paid for this thing, cracking a joke about this, but again, we're talking about a glass dome on top of the Dragon capsule, where normally it has the docking door, the docking system to plugs into the ISS, but since they're not going to the ISS, they put a window there. And yeah, it's the toilet seat. Again, this is probably a joke on all of us. I mean, it depends. I mean, some people believe this is 100% real. And they're going to be up there for the next few days, so expect something. My expectations aren't very high. Supposedly it's being filmed by Netflix. I watched it today, and on the launch, I did not see anything outside their windows. They didn't show us anything. So just take their word for it. They're on their way up there. Colorado pastor who mocked AIDS deaths and spread vaccine conspiracy theories dies from COVID-19. Christian radio host Bob Enyart became infamous. Okay, so QAnon conspiracist dies. I mean, this news is getting redundant. Like, are there any left? Okay, let's see. Dances with Penguins says they're taking on us literally. Right. I happen to think that there are all kinds of bad jokes inherent in a lot of the news media today, and it's there in a lot of these science articles. Without getting, I mean, we could get into that later, but it's kind of lowbrow. You know, a lot of the space news and their inside jokes, but it's on Netflix. Inspiration 4 mission, and again, it's significant because we're talking about the first all civilian crew sent up to space, and this is the next phase of the space age. And notice too that all these astronauts, or soon to be astronauts, I guess they're astronauts now. They didn't sign the NASA logo on their way out. They signed the SpaceX logo. Okay, so just a reference to the post I made earlier about variants inside of gorillas. 13 gorillas in U.S. zoo test positive for COVID-19. The director of animal health said the zoo was very closely monitoring the gorillas. Zoo Atlanta is treating a group of western lowland gorillas who tested positive. As they recover, they're going to be receiving the Zoetis vaccine. Okay, so there you have it. 13 gorillas with COVID vaccine. So they can carry it, which means presumably they can give it to people at the zoo. It's never going to end at this rate. It's a new normal they've established. Phones are open 833-311-1984. And if you miss us live, you can always leave voicemails, and I do respond to those live. Deranged conspiracy theorists are worried that leaders may build a new world order after leaders say they are building a new world order. And yes, that quite literally happened. Just like they said it was a conspiracy theory to suggest there's going to be a great reset, and now we're living in a great reset. Now, this is something else, shouldn't surprise. This is just more 9/11 anniversary propaganda, but note the numbers here. A Port Authority cop survived 13 hours under the collapsed towers, shares a message of darkness and light. So the PA officer, then a 33-year-old rookie, was basically beneath the towers for 13 hours. The number 13, the number 33, and the story of dark and light. Someone had sent this to me. Just key points here. And if you look at the pictures, he's even making this diamond hand sign. We're finding a lot of the symbolism around a lot of these, just say crisis actors or agents, constantly referencing that pair of numbers, 13 and 33. The significance being the towers were created in 68, so you had a creation to destruction period of 33 years. And after they were taken down, they were erected back up, well, as a single tower, 13 years later. So 13 after the 33, with the One World Trade Tower, which was originally going to be called the World Trade Center Phoenix. All of this has a lot of significance when you look at the symbolism behind, or the occult ritualistic trappings behind this major transformative psyop. Israel's top COVID truther claimed that the COVID that was killing him was a poison attack. So here you have another truther doing selfies while he's on a ventilator, and he's denying that it's COVID even to his last breath. And then as he dies, he says it was poison. I know Lynn would probably agree with him. Jordan says, the poor guy that has to vax the gorilla. Right, they're going to have to put masks on the gorillas. Social distancing. But, this is the new normal. The new normal is just, to me, it's not even about science. It's about belief and conformity. And the mass media is just grave dancing. Hospitalized COVID denier becomes QAnon martyr. And yes, Ashley Babbitt, another martyr. They're creating martyrs, and they try to create one out of her. They're saying, if only she had the ivermectin. If only she had the horse paste. And I said this last year. I said, isn't it interesting how each side of the political aisle thinks that the other side's cure is poison, and their side is salvation. They share that. And to me, that's not a coincidence. To me, that's engineering. It's designed to be that way. Alien space rock Oumuamua keeps getting weirder. This is the thing that looked like a blunt, astro blunt, big cigar-looking object. It was, I believe, the first interstellar object they spotted. Some have said it was dust. Others said it was solid. Some have said it's an alien craft. The thing is, apparently it's speeding up or something, but they're making more out of it. So just a heads up, this whole alien agenda isn't over yet. We haven't had anything yet, even close to what we've seen in the movies. I wouldn't be surprised if all of the preparation and conditioning for an alien invasion was all for the inner space alien invasion. Pandemic programming. I mean, really, what's more likely? And what's more believable? Dances with Penguin says those respirators look suspect. Oh, yes. I've noticed that the respirators that you see on many of these conspiracy theorists who conspicuously come down with COVID this late in the game, they look like, I don't know, props. Maybe they bought it at a surplus. They don't look real. And I've noticed, too, that a lot of the COVID crisis actors and actresses always look like they just got out of a hair salon. Like they're not dying from some debilitating respiratory condition. No, their nails are done, makeup's perfect, ready for their Instagram close-ups. Frontman242 says, will the gorillas not be able to seek employment? Oh, if they're not vaxxed? Right. Right, if they don't take the jab, if the gorillas don't take the jab, they're going to have to be let out. You know, I happen to think that the future involves mankind for its own safety, locked down, and the animals roaming free. We're going to see a great reversal of the situation, where humans are now confined, animals roam free. And check this out. I don't know why people do this, but some people have to announce when they have new profile pics. And so we've been keeping up with the crisis actors for a couple of years now. David Hogg updates his profile picture. And the first thing I think is it looks like Jesus. It just screams savior complex. I don't know if any of you are following David Hogg. I'm surprised I haven't been blocked yet. You wouldn't believe my blocked list. I kind of take pride in my block list. I mean, someone took their time to block my tweets. But anyway, I'm just thinking, savior complex. It's got to be, whether it's conscious or not. And remember, after Parkland, he actually went out and staged deaths in grocery stores. He had people around him play dead so that he could point at the owner of the company who support the NRA and say, look what you did. You killed this many people. And so he does have this flair for drama, and he does have this, I think, a complex that he's trying to save the world, even if it means this martyrdom kind of narrative, you know, framing them as victims, as dying. And yeah, in a way, he is very much very Christy. At least that's how he looks. Last I heard, he was trying to sell cry pillows or something. Didn't quite work out. But it's a great example. You know, if you're studying like we are, from a post-media critique, it's a great example of how someone who doesn't exist can be inserted into the news media. And then they can be, from there, put into popular culture, social media. They can interact with others, and then they become real. In a way, they're like time travelers. They didn't exist on this timeline. Then they became real. They insert themselves into the timeline. They have a backstory. And that's it. That's pretty much what we're looking at. Now, I've already talked about this before. We're all very familiar with the hypocrisy in high places. But some videos have been popping up of politicians. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Of a group of politicians, unmasked, having a good time, cameras turn on, and all of them, and there's about 15 or 20 people in the room, they all simultaneously put on their masks just in time for the camera. It just shows you what an absolute charade this thing is. It's on French TV, French news. Anyway, you can find many such clips. I'm sure you have all seen the clips. Fauci really lowered the bar when he went to that baseball game. Had the mask on his chin the whole time. And if it was real, things would be so much easier. Antifa would have self-canceled. They wouldn't exist. All of these political radicals who've been going to these rallies on both sides of the aisle, yeah, they would be gone. They would have self-canceled a long time ago. Anti-vaxxers, anti-science attitudes, yeah, that's a self-solving problem. Just stand back and watch. But nope, for some reason, there's this desperate attempt to to save everybody. And that's my point here. You know, I said David Hogg has a savior complex. Well, the mass media is fundamentally concerned with your salvation. It is your church. And if you don't want to go, well, they consider you to be an apostate. And they kind of try to save you, but most religions realize that you can try to save them. But if you've shown them the doctrines and they refuse, then you got to just chop off their heads at some point. Here's a meme. Imagine, if you will, and this is Rod Sterling, Twilight Zone. Imagine, if you will, a world where people believe that the temperature of the planet can be controlled by giving more money to the government. And this is true. And they are selling indulgences, but this is absolutely true. Because what is the solution? They say, your behaviors, your wickedness, your sin, that is, your burning of the dino juice, is causing the temperatures to rise. Ocean levels are rising. They say this all the time. And what's the solution? Give the politicians money. I mean, you make some token gestures, like you separate your trash, but it all goes to the same place anyway. So what's the point? Like, you think it's going to purify the world? Like, you put money in a in a confession booth, you put the money in afterward. Like, where's that money going? To make the world a better place? I don't know. And it's the same scam, if you ask me. They have replaced the wrath of God with the wrath of Globe. And even the Pope is in on this scam, which shouldn't surprise anyone. He was dubbed the Green Pope some time ago. He has said ocean levels are rising. And he's kind of conflated that with, well, selfishness, individualism, capitalism. Causing the ocean levels to rise. It's no different than the flood myth and Noah. Commenter says the new Matrix movie is called Resurrections and comes out on, yep, that's right, 12/22/21. It's the fourth in the series, I believe. It may be worth watching. I haven't really followed too much. Someone pointed out to me, though, that there's the Bill and Ted movie, another one of these Keanu Reeves films. And in the new Bill and Ted movie, there's a scene at the end where, in order to save the world, they have to get the entire planet, the entire world, to, I guess, play a song at the same time. Something silly like that. But my point is, it was a 113 beats per minute song to save the world. Now, I haven't watched it, but my point is, the 113, that number and end of the world, saving the world, apocalypse, it's actually encoded into many of the Pixar films. And it's explicitly defined in Wall-E, which is a movie about, like most movies, about what happens after we destroy the world with our capitalism and our products, and we cover the world with trash, and we have to leave and hang out on a ship until it's safe to go back. And of course, the ship is just an ark. And, you know, it's the dove that brings the branch to Noah to say, hey, it's safe to go back. In the movie Wall-E, it's a robot dove. It does the same thing. But my point is, in that movie, they have this scene where the president's wearing a gas mask and he says, or he initiates Directive 113, which means abandon the earth. It's unsavable. If you ask me, all of this is just predictive programming to get the population used to the idea that the world may end because of the way that we live. And that movie was targeted at children. We're talking about Wall-E. And one other element to the movie, and there's several we could go into, but the other one is when they go back down to the earth, because the robots have cleaned up the trash and the space junk has pretty much created a shell around the world. But when the humans go back to the Earth, well, they're weak, their muscles are atrophied, they're fat, because they've been sitting out in zero G, and the robots have done all their work. So it symbolizes the privileged classes exploiting the poor and becoming disconnected from reality, disconnected from labor, and so the robots are the poor. So they stop using the robots and they get back to work as farmers at the end. So at the end, they decide, yes, we're going to build back. And it's just like we're building back better. And Darth Klaus over at the World Economic Forum says we're building back better, but we can't go back to the old ways. We can't go back to the way we were doing it, the old normal. Well, in this movie, the captain of the ship, who represents Noah, says the same thing. We can't go back to the old ways. So they essentially become farmers. They start over again with no intention of repeating their previous mistakes. Quite a lot of predictive programming. That's Pixar. Even with Disney. If you didn't know, Disney Frozen Part 2 is openly about Greta Thunberg. The character Elsa with a ponytail. I knew there was a physical resemblance. When I first saw Elsa, I thought, that looks like that angry eco-fascist at the UN. And sure enough, they admit it. Disney's Frozen Part 2 is based on this character. And her role in that film basically is telling the older generation that they screwed everything up, that the youth have to take over. And that's kind of the story today. You know, Greta was angrily chastising the older generations. Frozen 2, Disney sequel, has an environmentalist message for the youth. It goes right into this. It's an environmental message for the Greta Thunberg generation. So it's targeted at the how dare you generation. How dare you allow this epidemic of gun violence? How dare you allow this pollution to build up to the point where the ocean levels are rising? Again, causing climate anxiety. And then, of course, how dare you, I guess the next one is allow misinformation to spread so bad that anti-vaxxers are a thing. And then we have the pandemic of the unvaxxed. Lean Dion says her voice actor got COVIDs. Oh, that's true. So Elsa, the character, has an actress that the voice actress that plays Elsa caught COVID right after Greta caught COVID. No coincidences. Here's a tweet. Elon Musk is out there launching civilians into space, and some of you think the government can solve our problems better than entrepreneurs. It's a valid point, because the space race between, America and the Russians is basically about, how we're going to move forward into the future with regards to this new, it's a war-fighting domain. Outer space is at this point. But there's two different approaches. Is it going to be led by entrepreneurs, by rich people like Bezos and Musk? Is it going to be led by people who want to exploit outer space, drill asteroids, bring down wealth? The first trillionaires are going to be asteroid mining companies. That's where the first trillionaires are going to come from. They're going to be CEOs of these new space companies that are bringing down trillions of dollars of wealth. Well, the other side of the story is, and this is probably going to be the basis for the space wars, do we want that? Do we want the economically destabilizing effects of bringing down that much wealth? Do we want space travel to be open to the privileged and the wealthy nations? Or do we want it to be democratized? Are we going to have space communism or space capitalism? And I think that's kind of the basis here, where for this recent spectacle with Branson and then Bezos and now this with Musk, where they're almost flaunting their wealth, where only the rich can go to heaven. The poor, no way. And this new era of space tourism, just kicked off, and it's kind of suggesting here that, they're making the case that, look, we're going to win with the civilians and with space tourism. So it kind of ups the ante. They launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday. That was yesterday. Okay, one other thing. When it comes to the space race, you also have this other side where the race between the Russian movie crew and Tom Cruise's movie crew. So the Russians are scheduled to leave to space on October the 5th to film a movie called The Challenge. And Tom Cruise is, I don't know, possibly going to lose if he doesn't find a way to get up there before them. It's noteworthy, though, considering that Tom Cruise was the star in Stanley Kubrick's final movie, Eyes Wide Shut, and those who believe the moon landing was a hoax often reference Stanley Kubrick as one of the suspected directors. I have a commenter here mentioning the new Matrix movie Resurrection. He says, quote, "The trailer looks stupid." I don't expect too much from it. I really don't. The first one was interesting. I don't think it aged very well. I like the books, the Sprawl trilogy by William Gibson, which is where I think it actually comes from. I think it's kind of debatable. People have different ideas of where the Matrix actually comes from. But if you read William Gibson's The Sprawl trilogy, Neuromancer, Count Zero, Mona Lisa Overdrive, it does contain all the elements that we see in the movie. And one of the interesting things about the second book, Count Zero, is it deals with cyberspace and spirits, ghosts. It deals with the idea that what people interact with when they do magic. In other words, ritual magic. Supposedly, contacting entities, angels, demons, whatever. Well, these beings in this second book are able to interface with people in cyberspace, people who are neuralinked to the internet. And so there's this kind of a area here where it kind of leads into this notion of artificial intelligence. Like, could you build a machine, dead matter? Could you build a machine, a computer, so fine, so sophisticated that it could house intelligence, like a soul or something? Well, Count Zero deals with that. And, the first Matrix movie kind of deals with that as well, where you have anybody who's not really awake or aware or red-pilled could become a proxy for the agent Smith, who could take over and, correct somebody. That's possession, is it not? Okay, so Molly Rowlands comments that Alex Jones has a video where he talks about the royalty and how they keep their stool for 500 years. Okay, I have a link here. Now, the only reason why we're going here is NASA is talking about sending humans to space, lunar colonization, moon colonies, and all this, building on Mars, but that they don't have any material for bricks, and they can't take bricks because they're so heavy, and they're suggesting you could actually make bricks out of human blood and moon dust. Okay, so I have a video here called Alex Jones, Groom of the Stool. Now, it's 7 minutes long, so hopefully I can find a clip here. I'm just going to go in here at random because it's Alex Jones, so just a heads up.
Shell and the Queen of England and David Rockefeller won. These are the people that have got to be stopped if we've got any future. Henry Paulson, Ted Turner, David Rockefeller, Queen Elizabeth, her sons, her husband. You can't photograph royalty worldwide, but you can photograph anybody else.
Okay, so classic Alex Jones rant, naming off all the bad guys who I don't find to be all that believable. Although, I don't know, Prince Philip, D variant. I don't have a lot of patience for government actors, government jesters, government comedians, recruited to push propaganda intended to make free thinkers look psychotic. And that is what he said when he was sued over his statements about a certain school shooting. He said, oh, he just felt psychotic, that his listeners are psychotic. Okay, again, for the next couple of days, I'll be following this all-civilian space trip. It's being presented to us by Netflix, so I think it's going to go well. I think it's just going to be a big commercial for outer space travel by civilians. It's a Netflix production. We'll see it after it's already done and slick. And by the way, the founder of CEO, we're talking about Netflix, is a blood relative of Edward Bernays, father of public relations, creator of public relations, and also a relative of Sigmund Freud. I mean, just really small circle of people at the top of this pyramid. And so this is a Netflix production, so just a heads up. AK All Day 2323 says the CGI is almost going to be real. I don't have my hopes up. I expected more out of Richard Branson. I mean, really, if I had billions, I would do better. We don't have any footage from the ground to the Kármán line on either of those other two flights, and this was no different. They didn't show us a thing. We got a lot of interviews with the four, but we didn't actually see anything from the inside as it was going up. And I find that to be kind of, I don't know, lazy. How hard would it be to install 4 cameras, 5 cameras on the outside, looking up, looking down? But no, we're going to have to wait. Take their word for it. Now, one other point. When it comes to Branson's flight and Bezos' flight, this was on July 11th and July 20th, they didn't go high enough to have this zero-G experience. Those are parabolic flights. They were just falling. Like, imagine going into an elevator 50 miles up and then hit down and you jump. Like, they were kind of just falling. So it's not the same. No better than just a roller coaster. They made it sound like they were in space high enough to have that full effect and see the world as a fragile ball. No way. They faked it. And one of the reasons why I've been focusing on the overview effect is that they're saying it's a cognitive shift. And I think that's a very big claim. It's like saying I'm holier than you. It's very much a holier than thou type of claim. To say I had a cognitive shift because I've seen the world from so high up there. So I'm just calling, in a way, I'm kind of calling BS on it. I don't find it all that believable. Now this next trip, like I said, it's 360 miles up, so maybe we'll have a slightly better view. I'm curious about a few things, because they're going to be up there for 3 days. So one of the things I want to find out, want to see, what is the dark side of the world going to look like? You have night and you have day. Well, from the ISS, when you look at the night side of Earth, it's glowing. You can see all the cities, you can see the city lights, you can see lightning storms. Yet, when Starman was up there in the Tesla Roadster, it was dark on the other side of the world. And I'm wondering what's going to be the case now. Is it going to look dark or will it be lit? I think there are a number of interesting inconsistencies worth looking at. I've also been going back and looking at pictures of 9/11 as seen from space and some of the accounts of 9/11 from astronaut Frank Culbertson, who claimed to have witnessed it from outer space. And this gets so unbelievable to me that Culbertson claims he was actually listening to an audiobook, Sum of All Fears, during the Twin Tower attacks. An audiobook. So the Sum of All Fears is a book that is Well, it came out in 1991, but it's often described as a book that predicted 9/11. Sum of All Fears tests our post 9/11 threshold for plots. The movie came out in 2002. But anyway, the guy's prophetic, you could say. Like many of the science fiction writers, Tom Clancy is one of these individuals who seems to know what's going to happen in advance. So the astronaut is up there in space, listening to an audiobook that describes what he's witnessing as it happens. And he even remarks how he wondered at that moment, and here's an actual quote. He said, "The odd thing was I was halfway through Tom Clancy's The Sum of All Fears, an audiobook, and I thought to myself, quote, am I in a book? Is this a movie? Is this real? I had to call my crewmates in to talk about this." So in other words, am I in a movie? I've never had that experience. I've never sat around asking myself, is this real? Is this fake? Am I in a movie? Am I being filmed? Like, that has never really crossed my mind. But I hear this all the time from astronauts. I hear it all the time from television news witnesses, possible crisis actors. Suspected crisis actors are often heard saying, it was like we were in a movie. Another one, I believe it's called Dark Winter. Yes, Dark Winter, another Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy's The Division, Dark Winter. Just 3 months before 9/11, a real-world exercise tested the emergency response to a bioterror attack. So this is kind of a fascinating one because this predicted more or less COVID-19 and the lockdowns. And it came out right before 9/11. And now, the Dark Winter kind of came back to haunt us. That phrase was being used quite regularly last year. Even Joe Biden referenced it in the inaugural speech about it being a dark winter. But Dark Winter was a senior-level bioterror attack. Also, it's a reference to a Tom Clancy. Operation Dark Winter was the code name for a senior-level bioterror attack simulation in June of 2001. It was designed to carry out a mock version of a widespread smallpox attack on the United States. Now look here, this is from last year. Vice President Joe Biden, a former vice president, this is from last year before he was inaugurated. He said, "We're going to have a dark winter with COVID-19. Washington Post, Joe Biden warns of a dark winter. Now it's here." Biden warns of a very dark winter. U.S. News, that was in November. So again, bringing this up because these are all phrases from movies, phrases from drills. Now, we call them drills, but I think they're more accurately described as rehearsals, if you think about it. If it's a drill, it's like a practice. But it seems like for having practiced for these situations, they never seem to actually prevent them. They're always there after the fact. Lean Dion says, "I bet Tom Hanks was busy reading that Dean Koontz novel too." Yes, last year. I mean, look, America's first COVID patient that we all knew, because you don't know anybody who had it. They had to give you celebrities. You had Tom Hanks. He comes down with COVID-19, and he goes under lockdown in Australia. But why is he over there? He's going to Australia to fight climate change, because the globe is on fire. So the world's on fire. Hanks goes to Australia and gets quarantined in a hospital. So he's quarantined in the hospital, and the world's on fire. Well, it turns out that there's a book called Inferno by Dan Brown, and the book Inferno is about a super virus called Inferno. And in the book, which has a movie, Inferno, where the main character is Tom Hanks, he wakes up in a hospital in Italy. Well, while Tom Hanks was locked down in Australia, Italy was under lockdown. So you have Inferno, Supervirus, Lockdown, Italy, Tom Hanks, Dan Brown. Overlapping synchronicities here. And I did find something else as well about a supervirus called Inferno that had to do with, I believe, Jared Kushner. Maybe I can find it. If not, I'll find it later. But it has to do with something about some kind of sterilization operation, a program, or conspiracy theory. I'm not going to get into it now. I wanted to just continue on with some of the links I had posted at fakeworld.news. You know, we should dedicate one night to all of your leading guesses as to who you expect the Antichrist to be. Not that I believe in it, but let's say there's an Antichrist. Jared Kushner, Obama, Greta Thunberg. Like, who's it going to be? JFK Jr.? I've heard this interesting theory that this is from those drinking the Kool-Aid, that Q is actually JFK, and that his son, JFK Jr., didn't die, and that he didn't die. That it's a miracle that he survived, and it's an even greater miracle that he's alive right now at the age of 104. That's the QAnon story, and they're waiting for JFK to step up, make some kind of an announcement to the world, and the world will probably be shocked and surprised, and they'll say this is a miracle. And that's exactly what happens with the beast of Revelations. Survives a miraculous head wound. So it's kind of interesting. That could be an Antichrist. Molly Rowland says Trump. It could be Trump too. I thought about this last year. Remember last year, 33 days before the election, Trump caught COVID, and then he cured it with Regeneron in 3 days. I thought that was miraculous. Now, it wasn't a head wound, but corona, crown. We're talking Bible prophecy. It's close enough. But anyway, if JFK did return, I could see that possibly fulfilling prophecy. He'd be something of an abomination. You're talking about some type of, what kind of person would hide for decades? I mean, it's all a strange story, but if you really get deeper into it, yes. They even say that General Patton, I don't think he's alive, but they're saying that's actually Trump's father. I've heard so many conspiracy theories over the last year. They have mythologized our political class. Gods and devils, angels and demons, Christs and antichrists. You know, look, Donald Trump's dad, Fred Christ Trump. His mother's name is Mary. Her grandmother's name, or her mother's name, is Christ, her maiden name. I mean, there's quite a lot to go in there and to go off of if you go and you look into these characters. Barron Trump, have you seen him lately? Nephilim. I mean, looks like it. But anyway, I mean, there are so many stories here, but they have mythologized the Kennedys as some type of American royalty. So the story is this: JFK is king of the world. The bad guys took him out. And that this clandestine royalty is trying to regain its throne, sort of like the story in The Lion King or something, and JFK Jr. is leading the fight alongside his father, and that the two of them are going to make an appearance alongside, there's a long list here, Michael Jackson, Princess Diana, weirdly John Denver, and probably 7 or 8 others that you thought were dead. And they're going to dox, name, and shame all of the deep state traitors, and they're going to save the world, 1,000 years of peace or something. Molly Rowland says, General Patton said we fought the wrong enemy. Well, okay, so when Trump went out there to Cullman, Alabama for that Patriot rally, he opened up with a General Patton speech. And ever since that night, people have said that he's the son of General Patton. Now, a couple years ago, I had a repeat caller who used to make these really extraordinary claims with no evidence at all. He'd say, don't trust me, do your own research. But he said, you got to look at this. He said, Elvis didn't die at 42 in 1977. Elvis is Donald Trump. And I looked into it, and Elvis, would be 90 years old. But when I looked into it, I did find some stuff. And if you have your bias confirmation turned on, just turn it up to 11 and open yourself up to the possibility that Elvis and Trump are somehow the same individual. And you'll find side-by-side photos, and you'll find many articles. Esquire, Donald Trump thinks he looks like Elvis. We disagree. CNN.com, Trump compares himself to Elvis. The internet weighs in on whether Donald Trump looks like Elvis Presley. Trump even remarks that Elvis was a natural blonde. And before Elvis died, he did take up the habit of spray painting his face orange. Kind of interesting there. It would require some alterations if true. I'm not really advocating this. But now here's something kind of curious about Elvis and his meeting with Richard Nixon. So Elvis Presley goes over to meet Richard Nixon, and he asks for badges for all of the agencies, FBI, CIA, etc. So he goes to meet Nixon, and he basically wants to help Nixon save the world from communist mind control with propaganda and drugs. So apparently he goes in there and he actually gives Richard Nixon a Colt 45. Imagine walking into the White House and handing the president, a gun. You can actually see here, Maxim.com, bizarre White House meeting. What we learned about Elvis and Nixon's bizarre meeting. And you can actually see the badge. So my point is, he talked about going undercover to save the world. And I thought, well, that kind of does seem like a man on a mission to save the world, wanting to go through such lengths, giving the president a Colt 45, getting all these badges. Like, maybe it is kind of curious that Trump was, President 45. Maybe there's something to it. This is the best I could find to possibly substantiate the caller's claim that they're the same person. But that's about it. Nothing else even kind of resonates. The timing is off. Although I don't know. I've got some more material on here we could go into. There's a YouTube channel dedicated to the strange coincidences that are undeniable between Trump and Elvis that suggest that they may not be the same person, but they're being used for the same purpose. And it ties into this idea of the Antichrist. In other words, Elvis might literally have been the devil or something like that. We'll find out soon. There are just some coincidences. I can't even call them coincidences. I'm not a coincidence theorist. Let me explain. Let me go into this one here. This is kind of one that took me by surprise. I was watching a movie called Daybreakers. Daybreakers came out in 2009. It opens up with a scene of a world under lockdown because of a plague. It's set in 2019. Again, it came out in 2009. Very prescient. Predicts 2020 in several ways. But one of the things about this movie that stands out is a character named Elvis who saves the world. Basically, the way it works is the world is hit by a plague, and it all starts with one bat. In fact, at the very beginning intro credits, it says, It all began with a single bat. Well, there's a character named Elvis who was one of the vampires. Everyone had been converted with this virus, and he had healed himself, or he had been healed by the sun, and he felt some kind of electric charge jumpstart his heart, and he came back to life. He figured out how to bring himself back to life using a bit of sunlight. Well, anyway, his blood, and this is a guy, a character named Elvis, who drives a car with a phoenix on it, all kinds of phoenix symbolism. His blood is basically the way that everyone gets saved. So William Dafoe plays a character named Elvis who saves the world from a plague. And the interesting thing about this, one of the tie-ins, this is again the movie Daybreakers, one of the tie-ins is that Elvis Presley got the vaccine publicly, the first celebrity to do so, on his shoulder. The connection here, well, this is a movie about a guy named Elvis as something of a Christ-like savior. And if you look at the symbolism of the phoenix, the symbol of the phoenix has always been synonymous with Christ at the very beginning. In fact, death and resurrection, that's kind of built into it. When you look at how the phoenix is used in movies, it's a symbol of the reset, of a new age, of the old age dying. And also one other point, because I said, like with this movie, it said everything begins with a bat. Remember, COVID, kicks off with a bat. Well, in the Batman movies, we often saw the symbol of the bat as a phoenix. And in the latest movies, the Joker, he's played by a guy named Joaquin Phoenix. The symbolism here is pretty clear. The bat as phoenix is just showing us that the catalyst for the reset is symbolized by the bat for a reason. It's the bat-borne virus, but there's deeper levels of symbolism to the bat itself. I believe it connects symbolically with Saturn, another layer to the story, which fits in nicely with the history of Batman. As if you look at the story, and these fictional characters and the real world, the news, they merge these things together in the minds of the masses in this echo chamber where there are no meaningful distinctions to be made between the news and Hollywood. But you go back and you look at the Batman series in the 60s. Episode 33, which came out in 1966, the episode has a scene where it's being explained that the founder of the Skull and Bones Society was Batman's great-grandfather. And the Skull and Bones Society, of course, is an order of, well, it's an elite secret society. You could call it quasi-Masonic or whatever, but it's basically a chapter of the Templars. They use the same symbol, the skull and bones. This is a Saturnian symbol, is my point. Saturn, the bat, Batman, death, the skull, all these symbols are grouped together. Just like Christ and the Phoenix, these things are all grouped together. The crown of thorns, the corona, all of these things are grouped together. I mean, quite literally, novel Corona, I believe, references New Crown, referring to a new world order, which is not really so much a conspiracy, it's just a way of describing a reordering of everything, where the entire world is adopting a singular worldview, that all of the other ones can just kind of take a second, they can take a back seat. Mainstream religions take a back seat. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, etc., they all just have to stay home when the new religion and its priesthood say so. Let me see, I'm going through some comments. Clockwork113 says, Defoe was the Green Goblin. Yeah, this is an interesting character, world stage character, these actors, because you have to look at the roles they play across multiple movies, and you'll find that there is a meta script here. I first noticed this with Jim Carrey, and you'll find common symbolism connecting thematically many of his movies, where you see there's a movie, number 23, The Truman Show. And you connect these two movies with even Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. You find common threads in the symbolism. And it points to things that are esoteric. And the symbolism is consistent through all the movies and consistently ignored by the public, who are ignorant to it. They wouldn't know to see it. They wouldn't know the significance of the Dog Star if they weren't initiates into the cult. I mean, if you look closely at The Truman Show, and this is one of the more blatant examples of esoteric symbolism in plain sight, not meant for the common ticket holder. Truman is in a world of lies, a manufactured synthetic world with a false sense of boundary, like he thinks it's much smaller than it actually is, kind of like the prisoners in the village who were kept in place by the elders. Well, in The Truman Show, he's just surrounded by actors, all liars, there to keep him under control. He starts to wake up when the satellite that was the star Sirius fell from the sky. So the falling star Sirius triggers his awakening. He sees that it's just part of a movie set. So he goes from being a false man to a true man, someone who's in a world of lies and doesn't know the difference, to somebody who realizes that everybody's a liar but him. And then he exits once he figures this out. But the fact is, the awakening happens within a context that would only make sense to somebody who was initiated into one of these Freemasonic cults. Symbolism of the Twin Pillars, the Dog Star, and many other things if you dig into these movies. Jim Carrey, Tom Cruise, all of these characters, all these, William Dafoe. If you go down the list, and even with directors, you could find many who I would describe them as meta-scripted world stage characters, or even meta-scripters. On that list, I would put Stanley Kubrick, Alan Moore. Many of his graphic novels actually do figure prominently in the unfolding drama. You know, there's an interesting one. A lot of the clues are given away in the dates. So there's one called She Was Hit by Space Junk. And this was a comic or graphic novel. No, She Was Killed by Space Junk. From a 1986 DC Comics series by Alan Moore. Well, this became an episode of an HBO series called Watchmen. And this was season 1, episode 3. She Was Killed by Space Junk. Now, the significance here, though, is 1/3/13. Now, the other part of it, too, is that this aired on 11/3. In other words, November the 3rd, 2019. So 33 years after it was published as a graphic novel, it becomes a TV episode. And the TV episode, season 1, episode 3. Now again, the release date, 11/3. The significance is this, and it ties into many of these other psyops. 9/11, 2001, happened 33 years after the construction of the towers began. So 33 years from construction to destruction. 13 years later, they erect the new tower. The new tower opens on 11/3. So on 11/3, 2014. So you have 33 years, 13 years. It opens on 11/3. Here you have this Alan Moore comic. 33 years later becomes a TV show, and it airs on 11/3, and it's about space junk falling down and killing somebody. Now, the bigger tie-in, one, it's the dates, and I'm consistently finding that these writers, Alan Moore, or these directors, people like Stanley Kubrick, most of their works are given away by the dates. Release dates are huge. Not a coincidence, if you ask me, that Apollo 11 happens on July 20th. Jeff Bezos launches on July 20th on the anniversary, but his liftoff is at 9:11 a.m. Well, if you're in the camp that accepts the notion as plausible and likely that Kubrick directed Apollo 11, the same research uncovers a similar involvement in 9/11. So Apollo 11, 9/11. So again, anniversary dates. Anniversary of Apollo 11 takes off at 9:11 a.m. And the iconography, that's another aspect to it that gives this whole thing away as being scripted long in advance. And this is one of the things we do talk about quite a bit. And it's the timing that gives it away. It shows an objective measure. It's not cherry picking. One of the greatest examples of a psyop connected to other psychological operations as given away by the symbolism is the Derek Chauvin George Floyd event, which we talk about that quite a lot here because it's one of the more significant psychological operations of recent years. But I can show you connections between that event, the Rodney King beating, and 9/11. Connections that are irrefutable in the symbolism and in the timing. Down to things like the sun setting in the Twin Cities on 5/25/2020 at 8:46 p.m. George Floyd kneeled on 8:46. Twin Towers attacks begin 8:46. And then you look into the meanings of these numbers and you find, wait a minute, Floyd was playing the role of the dying Sun King being killed by the Prince of Darkness, Set. This ritualistic murder, which is oftentimes in some myths an asphyxiation inside of a casket, I can't breathe, is followed by 4 funerals, very much like you would expect of Osiris. The 4 directions. These 4 funerals are in a golden casket. So many strange coincidences, if you want to call them coincidences. The golden casket paid for, by the way, by Floyd Mayweather. Kind of weird. And furthermore, a year from that date, Floyd Mayweather had a fight with Logan Paul. So many strange things we can get into, but the names give a lot of it away as well. In Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey, you can find a reference to the name Floyd and a lockdown with a fake epidemic kind of built into the storyline. Lean Dion says Jim Carrey plays an awake guru role in real life. It's true. Yeah, I don't assume that they're real when they're not on the movie screen. I just assume that mainstream actors who carry the water for this big propaganda entertainment complex, that they're actors on and off the stage. I like to entertain the notion that people like Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise and Jennifer Aniston are actually just minimum wage employees living at some mansion. They signed some contracts. Like they really sold their souls in a sense. So they look like they've got this lavish lifestyle. They look like they have these enviable lives, but no, they're basically just workers. Maybe $15 an hour, but what do they need it for? They're basically just house pets. I mean, how would you know? Adaptivia says they're dripping hints of treason into the news to get Americans ready for the mass tribunals. Oh, you're talking about General Milley. Wouldn't shock me. I mean, there is a lot of a build-up to this thing. And so basically the story is this, if you didn't hear about this. General Milley, he's the woke general with the purple hair. Basically, he said, and this came out in a book, he said that Trump could be rogue, so he took action to protect nuclear secrets. He told China, I won't let Trump hurt you. I'll give you a heads up if he tries anything. Basically paraphrasing. So Trump calls it treason, says the guy should be arrested. Other people are saying he should be arrested. So I do see a lot of that. There's a lot of hopium out there. In fact, Trump went out to Precinct 17. Why would he do that? Why did Donald Trump go to Precinct 17 on 9/11? We're talking about NYPD Precinct 17, Q17. No way that's a coincidence. It could be bad hopium. And I'm not an addict. I'm following the story because I want to know where it goes next. Well, take a look at this. NASA exoskeleton spacesuit designed for intergalactic space exploration has Halo-inspired vibes. I've been saying for some time here that video game culture has all been simulation for the space age. That you have to condition people to be prepared to sit in place for long periods of time in quarantine. Think basement. Being fed bad astronaut food. Think Hot Pockets, microwavables. For long periods of time in cramped quarters with a lot of other people. Video gamers, they sit 10 people to a couch. They crowd around their screens. And to me, I always thought that looks like preparation for what comes next. And then they play these games where it's pretty much space travel simulation. If you've played any video games, or if you've played more than a few hours of video games in your life, well, you've traveled more than likely to a few different planets. Maybe you've landed, you've shot asteroids, but you've dealt with outer space. That's usually where it leads you. So anyway, this spacesuit that NASA has designed looks like it's right out of one of these video games, and it's not a coincidence. So it says, this exoskeleton spacesuit coincides with the ultimate dream of our unstoppable quest for space exploration. NASA's put a lot of time and effort into developing new age spacesuits to counter the effects of gravity in hostile environments. 14 years to be exact, cost them $420 million to develop this. See, this is great. They spend $420 million and they create basically a Halo costume. $420 million. They can come up with a suit that can send you into deep, deep space. And yet, when they're talking about building infrastructure on the moon or on Mars, they want to use blood and excrement made into cement with the dirt. Like, they can do better. Adaptivia says all of the jabbed will turn into zombies on October the 31st. Ooh, that's interesting. On October the 31st, what's going to happen exactly? All the injected are going to be, what is it, possessed? What exactly is it? Are they going to be remote controlled by, some sort of, is it a technologically advanced form of mind control? AI bots? Is it going to be some sort of hijacking of the human mind? Or demonic possession? Was it the mark of the beast? Now, why October 31st? I would imagine it's because of the association with the dead and the living being very close on those dates. The boundaries are blurred or something. And what's up with The Walking Dead? How many years do people need to watch this crap? And we're talking about a TV show that's basically about watching mass murder, normalizing sacrificial choices. How many headshots have you seen? Or simulated headshots? Let's to normalize headshots. Let's normalize heads blowing up. That makes a lot of sense. Let's desensitize the human race to the most extreme forms of violence. And somewhere in there's a plot, I guess. But these zombie movies are all based on what? Plagues, viruses. And it usually starts with a virus, like they're isolating the virus that makes human beings hateful. That was the story, I think, in 28 Days Later. I think the first one was The Last Man on Earth. or was it, no, I Am Legend by Richard Matheson was a book about a worldwide plague which put everybody into quarantine, basically. I Am Legend is about a guy in quarantine, and he's the only person who hasn't been converted, and he's considered to be a legend in the way Dracula is a legend, you know, because he's the only vampire in a world of the living. In I Am Legend, it's kind of reversed. He's the only human in a world of vampires. But again, it starts off with a bat and a plague. Like, notice how far back this theme goes. And then, yes, you have the Vincent Price movie. And it seems like every movie since then. So anyway, The Walking Dead. Again, that movie too also strikes me as something of a joke on us, on a way of degrading our collective self-esteem. Oh, like, look at all these polluters, useless eaters. But you'll notice that the advocates for reducing the population are always the last in line with whatever it is that they're advocating. Now, the Will Smith movie, I Am Legend, don't believe it was faithful to the book. Here we go. It's a 2007 American post-apocalyptic thriller based on the 1954 novel by Richard Matheson. So in this film, it's set in New York City after a virus. Which, okay, now this is interesting too. I think it was a vaccine that was created to cure cancer. And this killed pretty much everybody, except for him. It says this is a feature film adaptation of The Last Man on Earth. Oh, it's the third one. Omega Man was another one. Anyway, the book I Am Legend, I believe 1954, so it shows you, yeah, this is a story they've been preparing us for a couple generations here. So the plot: an attempt to genetically re-engineer the measles virus to cure cancer has become lethal, and this affects 99% of the population, turning people into vampiric, albino, cannibalistic mutants. So that's what's going to happen on October the 31st. All of the vaxxed will become vampiric, albino, cannibalistic mutants, if they haven't already. Which is it, though? You know, this is the question. Who's right? Are the vaxxed right or the unvaxxed right? Is it the mark of the beast? Or are we going to continue to see the vax refuseniks dropping like flies? I mean, I lost count. But for the most part, aside from Alex Jones and Del Bigtree, pretty much anybody who's been outspoken against the vax rollout has pretty much died of COVID. Here's a meme. This is your Dr. Fauci. Even though we can't test specifically for the Delta variant, we know that you're all infected with the Delta variant. Yeah, pretty much. Here's another meme describing one of these albino vampire things. This is the 36-year-old booster. Secretly thinks lockdowns are fun. Trusts the science. Sleeps with his mask on. Believes everything goes back to normal when he gets his booster. Shows his vaccine card off without being asked. Thinks that COVID is a great struggle of his time. Has a COVID-19 survivor tattoo. I'm trying to make it a point to save all of the good memes that I find before memes themselves are considered to be, or labeled as thought crimes. We're just about there. Someone said this was fake news. I brought this up yesterday, so just to bring it up again. Comedian Sam Hyde's death could have been prevented if he was vaccinated. That's just the caption. I don't think it would have prevented his death one way or the other. You're a super spreader. whether or not you're vaxxed. That's the other side to this. And I have something of an indicator here that we may be going into more lockdowns here very soon. Before the COVID lockdowns, I noticed that all of the Taco Bells were setting themselves up for delivery. Like that became their main focus. And, people noticed that movie Demolition Man had some references to 2020. And the movie came out, in the 80s? But it had a future where man was socially distanced. We didn't even high five. There's no toilet paper. And the only restaurants out there are Taco Bell. Taco Bell's the only survivor of the food wars or whatever they had. And I thought, well, those are all just, indicators that somebody somewhere knew what was to come. But anyway, the McDonald's restaurants around here all have these signs up that they're about to start delivering. So I suspect it means something. I think that maybe there's going to be another lockdown, something big, just like last year. And that's my basis for thinking so. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. Molly Rowland says he should have taken the horse paste. Now, in my opinion, Joe Rogan is a fall guy. I don't think he's actually challenging the system. I don't think that Rogan is in any way speaking truth to power. I think they're trying to convey to the public this notion that it's dangerous to allow uncensored not conspiracy theorists, but uncensored minds, uncensored discourse, people to speak to large audiences without a filter. That he's an example of what can go wrong. Because now they can point to her, that QAnoner, and they can say she died because of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan killed her. You also have others who are being pointed at as responsible for the death of this QAnon advocate, people like Michael Flynn, and others who actually knew her, who took up her cause to try to get her horse paste. Veronica Walsky. They called her Bridge Lady. But anyway, Bridge Lady's dead because of COVID, and they're saying it's because she didn't get the horse paste. In fact, Lynn Wood, like I said, Lynn Wood called it murder. If you haven't heard that, here's Lynn Wood's comment on Veronica's death.
South Carolina. You have a patient in your hospital named Veronica Wolski. The individual with her medical power of attorney is demanding that she be released immediately. There's an ambulance. Wait, I'm not through yet. There's an ambulance waiting for her.
So he tried to have her released. He called the hospital. He tried to get an ambulance to take her somewhere else where they could give her the horse paste, and they refused. She died that night. And Wood has since declared a war on medical tyranny. He says we must pray for Veronica and all the captives of the medical tyranny. Now go to war. Let your voices be heard for Veronica, for Americans, and for humanity. So that's Lynn Wood, who represented, or he stood behind Kyle Rittenhouse. That's how he kind of reintroduced himself to the world in recent years. Before that, he represented the parents of JonBenet Ramsey. That's how far back he goes in the PSYOP entertainment complex. And for those who don't know, JonBenet Ramsey, child actress, performer, supposedly died, but in all likelihood, she didn't die, and she's actually Kate Perry. Now, you could look at it, you can see the connection just visually. They do appear to be the same, and you can find many stories. Internet conspiracy theories suggest that Kate Perry is actually JonBenet Ramsey. Well, that's one evidence for it, just the pictures. Look at them, okay, well, maybe. Well, here's what I would do. If you're skeptical about this one, and you should be, look at Kate Perry's parents. Look at them very closely. You can find many pictures where she's hanging out with her parents. And then look at JonBenét Ramsey's parents. And what you'll find is not only do you have a strong resemblance between JonBenét Ramsey and Kate Perry, but their parents are spitting images. So, what are the odds? I would ask you. What are the odds that Kate Perry and her parents look like JonBenét Ramsey and her parents aged appropriately? I mean, her dad's a little hipper now. He's got ear piercings. The mom didn't even change her hair. I really don't even think she got any cosmetic surgery. Same person, not hard to see. It just shows you how far back they go in the PSYOP entertainment complex, 1. And 2, it shows you how these things are interconnected. The entertainment, the news, Hollywood, same thing. If you can find a meaningful distinction, please point one out to me. You could even connect the space program and politics, the political soap opera, to this. Again, the parents of JonBenét Ramsey look conspicuously, or rather exactly, like the parents of Kate Perry. So that settles it. Kate Perry is JonBenét Ramsey. So good news, if you felt bad for that girl who supposedly died all those years ago, she didn't. Zin Vela says, I still have nightmares from Kate Perry's clown costume baby room tour. Oh, same. Oh, Kate Perry, when she was fake pregnant, walking around in the clown suit, making those clicking noises like she's about to give birth to the devil's baby. Let me see if I can find that. Kate Perry's nursery. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Just a little heads up here. Kate Perry shows off her baby's nursery. I'm just going to play a little bit from here. It's kind of odd because, 1, she looks like she's high on something. 2, she's in a clown costume, which I think would be overwhelming and scary for a baby. And 3, she's walking around the room making these strange clicky noises.
There she is. There she goes. Here I am. Where I'll be for the next forever. Just rocking back and forth. Well, that was a fun smile.
So she's talking to herself in a clown suit in this room, talking about how she can never escape. And now here's the part where she starts, I don't know if she's crying. Decide for yourself.
These little lights. Do you want to see an outfit?
So she's speaking in this creepy voice, and this noise here, I mean, I think she's scarier than the Predator. You know those clicky noises it makes? Anyway, that's JonBenét Ramsey. See what happens when you spend your life running psyops, faking your death, lying to the public, engaging in this high-level media witchcraft. You invite all kinds of strange things into your head. Commenter says, not sleeping tonight. Salty says, cringe, creepy. Yeah, some nightmare fuel for you. And I think I did see a video where the baby bump slipped, and that's a common thing. And they have those. Earlier, I showed you a video, a music video where Drake had a beer gut, a rubber suit. Well, that easily could have been a baby bump. Like, how would you know the difference? You just wouldn't. If any of you were here yesterday, we had a song debut by JT33, Gaia's Revenge. And by the way, Gaia is a name for the earth god. For those who worship the earth, the new religion of scientism, that is the god. And they actually call it Gaia at the World Economic Forum. They call this the Global AI Action Alliance. essentially, this is the AI god that's going to be taking over and probably taking up residence inside of that digital monolith over there at NATO. Not a coincidence that they're calling it Gaia. All right, this is Gaia's Revenge. Everyone have a great night. Try not to think about Kate Perry possessed in the clown costume, locked in the baby's room. This is JT33. Have a good night.
Extreme conditions leading to extreme concern. As scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this for the last 70 years, but it's actually happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realized.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change.
The sea level's rising, and the media's lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war of the soul. Where will you go?
Harsh conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive.
The sea level's rising, and the media's lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war of your soul. Where will you go?
Where will you go when the sea levels rise up to swallow you? Just another politically partisan issue. They seem to follow you. Sounds to me like a psyop. I'll cut off the head of the Cyclops. His lies are incredibly venomous. He's spitting that ridiculous sadistic shit. Sadomasochist. I'll be spontaneous. Life must be getting dangerous with this outrageousness. Outplayed like this for so long, I really stay like this. Yo, jot it down and put it on the misinformation list and step back to the line. I've crossed all my T's and dotted my I's, trying to redefine what is left on the inside.
Just part of the system of lies that we're born through. To keep you in fear is the world of their rage on you. Just part of.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Gazed across until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun and moon are closing in, and all the people carry on down below. Just because they don't know just what's really happening. The sun and moon are closing in. We do not know what we are, so all our knowledge is conjecture. Except the truth about what we feel. Living into the feeling, but nothing is real. We're all gone to the knowledge of bliss. We're omniscient except for this. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. We're really stupid. Stupid.
Okay, everyone, thanks for joining. This is the 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. If you want links to any of the music played on Infinite Plane Radio, just go to infiniteplaneradio.live and you can get all of the links. Going through some comments. Damien says, what are your thoughts on the Iron Republic book, 1902? You know, it's an interesting book. We'll have to go through it because it deals with the concept of a barrier surrounding the world and the world possibly not being a ball. And I was just watching something called His Dark Materials on HBO, and it has something of a flat cosmography where the North, as in North Pole and beyond, actually is a gateway to another realm. Turtles all the way down. Fascinating show, and we'll be doing some reviews. To answer the question, yes, Lucifer Tim, if you want to get the music, go to Infinite Plane Society.live. So I'll go through the Iron Republic book again. I remember I went through it a couple years ago, and I'm looking for stuff today that covers the same terrain in terms of science fiction that goes outside of the usual bounds of balls in space. Who isn't tired of balls in space? All right, I have a whole lot of things to go through, and we're not fully locked and loaded. We don't have OBS, so I can't play voicemails, but no big deal. What I can do is at least try to catch up on everything, because it's been a few days. I've been working on a lot of things for the channel all around to make it simpler for everyone involved in the channel. And we're also working towards this symposium, which should be very interesting. But there's been a lot of weird glitches as of late, and the OBS refused to start like 5 minutes ago. So no big deal. We'll just have to catch up later. So at the moment, I'm navigating this new system, and so it's going to take me a moment to get around. And I don't think I can take calls either, but it's too late to start over. My point being, I think we're being sabotaged by the NSA. Or who does the sabotage? I know FBI pays for all the neo-Nazis. They do. The FBI, look, Vice did a story on this. The FBI actually pays the bills of neo-Nazis, bankrolls them. Let me bring up the headline if you want to look up the article. FBI bankrolled the publisher of neo-Nazi books, feds claim. No, it wasn't Eric Dubé, I checked. But the publishing house is Martinet Press. Well, it turns out that they were given more than $100,000 since 2003 to publish these books. It's quite a lot of money. And I think it's the case, for the most part, that any of these extremist groups are just really just the feds. I also want to point out this thing about the horse dewormer and these lies spewed by the media about overdoses, filling up the hospitals, taking up the beds needed for school shooting victims. All propaganda, obviously. Jimmy Kimmel comes out to lecture us on this whole thing. It's like, it didn't even happen. And you have some pundits out there congratulating themselves. Like, look, I'm calling out the media for lying. It's like, where were you last year? We had a year of exaggerations about overflowing hospitals. They said the hospitals are so full of COVID patients that the ICUs have bodies stacked outside in the hallways, that there's not enough nurses to attend to all of them, that the morgues are overflowing, that bodies are literally falling out the windows of the third floor. Like, they had this exaggeration, and no, the hospitals were empty. The tents were empty. It was a bunch of twerking nurses. Now, I heard Steven Crowder is actually calling out the fake full hospital thing. And I'm just wondering, who takes Jimmy Kimmel seriously? Why would you listen to Jimmy Blackface Kimmel, who says that unvaccinated people shouldn't get ICU beds? That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. It's like, wait a minute, you want to turn hospitals into concentration camps, Jimmy Kimmel? What a psychopath. So let me go ahead and go through a few things. I've been preoccupied with a couple side businesses. The art business is going well. We've turned Conspiratained News into a blog and shop, so you'll probably see more of that. We're working on the symposium. Now, I heard the Pope crying about the global warming situation, and I think that they need to know that the reason why the ocean levels are rising, because they haven't been rising from global warming. Our carbon emissions, our use of dino juice have done nothing to the oceans. That's a lie. So if they have been rising, and the mass media has said that the ocean levels are rising, the Pope says it, so it's true. Popes don't lie. So I'm starting to think that the only explanation could be masks. How many billions of masks have flooded into the oceans? So we've just traded one set of problems for another. But there's so much going on. Again, global warming is like the new COVID thing, and I predicted it. Climate lockdowns is on the table. I have someone from CNN. I'm going to play the audio here. Someone from CNN who is reading Communist Party talking points basically says that it's a privilege, not a right, to travel. A privilege. Take a listen. Again, this is from CNN. This is one of their health pundits. In fact, you know what? Let me go ahead and put it on the screen since we're not using the usual system. This is a pundit who says that it's a privilege, not a right, to travel. It's one of the darndest things.
Want to protect them, maybe it'll help to encourage those people to start traveling again. But there's an even bigger reason too, which is I think we really need to make it clear that there are privileges associated with being an American, that if you wish to have these privileges, you need to get vaccinated. Travel and having the right to travel interstate, it's not a constitutional right as far as I know. Having the right to travel interstate, it's not a constitutional right as far as I know to board a plane. And so
if you ask me, really, this is ultimately leading to this agenda of humanity locked down in domed, enclosed cities, and the animals, the zoos just opened up. The animals take back over outside, and so the humans are being put into zoos, basically. And your zookeepers are doing inventory. I mean, that's the real reason for Pokey, if you ask me. It's more or less about inventory. They need to know how many they have. Vaccine, I think it even means cow. And then you have the lambda. Anyway, it's all over the lexicon. Commenter says, your rights don't come from a piece of paper, they come from God. Tell that to Joe Biden. And what they're doing now is such an egregious overreach, I think. I mean, there are mandatory vaxxers all over. If you went to the military, you were vaxxed. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not a pro-vaxxer, but I think it's just fascinating how they set it up as a dynamic, left versus right. And it's down the line. The people who are for the mandatory, and that's the key word here. Nobody's against taking their medicine. It's about the mandatory. Mandatory sick days for everybody because one person in the continent is sick. That's dumb. We all know that this is about collectivism and destroying the individual. That's why they're trying to destroy free thought by purging the internet of decent memes. But they need your consent. And I heard Biden yesterday just begging, like a vampire, let me in, let me in. It's like, no, thanks. We know how this ends. Ultimately, I think it's just, again, inventory. I don't think there's a Vaxageddon scenario. I don't think my theory on this anyway, with the whole Illuminati thing or the elite, whatever you want to call them, it's the few ruling the many. Well, if the few get rid of the many, the only remaining will be those who are smart enough to see through it. And that would pretty much expose them to competition. So no, I think that the elite need lots of lemmings as a buffer, in a way as an extension of them. Armies of Agent Smiths. All right, let's see. Damien says, why don't they just give people who don't want to be vaccinated a little state like North Dakota and let us be? Well, that's the beauty of the United States. Some states will try different things, different measures, and you're welcome to go move to the state of your... Wait, never mind. CNN says you can't move. Sorry. You're pretty much stuck where you are. And they're going to invent other reasons to quarantine you beyond just the bat soup virus. You're going to get space junk lockdowns, helmet up. Now check this out. Speaking of the Illuminati, this is from the Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Anton Wilson. Page 25, chapter The Eye in the Pyramid. What the hell is the Desert Door Project? The president had asked, scrutinizing the budget. Quote, germ warfare, the aide explained. They started with something called Anthrax Delta, and now they've worked their way up to Anthrax Mu. The president recognized Anthrax Delta to Anthrax Mu. just a little bit of predictive programming in a book about secret societies, Robert Anton Wilson. The books also inspired Jim Carrey's The Number 23. Even The Truman Show, you could probably say, is based on The Cosmic Trigger, all about the Dog Star. I mean, it has an esoteric meaning that the average ticket buyer there for the slapstick wouldn't be catching. And that was eye-opening for me. When I first saw The Truman Show, I thought, wait a minute. There's an esoteric side. There's a subtext that has nothing to do with the main plot of the movie. Or it's something that wouldn't be discerned by your average ticket buyer. Why? For who? Is this a joke? And then I recognized that this was not an anomaly, but all the movies, quite literally, are like that. Maxwell says, we're going to be like Demolition Man, tunnel people roasting rats over garbage barrels. That's the agenda. See, the agenda is this. The vaxxed are the saved. The saved will be allowed inside of the domed enclosures. You'll be safe from asteroids, safe from viruses, and safe from the wild animals. You'll be safe. That's the key point. Maximum security, which is the ideal. No MAGAs, probably no guns, no memes. So it'll be a very safe and sanitary society. But the heathens, the vax refuseniks, yeah, you're going to be out there outside. So you're going to be basically, like commenter said, the tunnel people in Demolition Man. Now, Demolition Man had a number of references to 2020. I mean, we're talking about predictive programming, and this is just a prime example. No toilet paper in the future, social distancing in the cities. But outside, the people are like barbarians, basically. A couple of other things about that movie. It's about these two characters, Spartan and the Phoenix. Now, Spartan and the Phoenix are an identical dynamic to Batman and Joker. Batman and the Joker is now played by Joaquin Phoenix. But it's always the same pattern because it's about chaos and order out of chaos. Very encoded in all of these movies. And we're living through so many bad movies right now. I think they're trying to bring in Soylent Green early. It's not scheduled till 2022. We're in the middle of Mad Max. So it seems like things are moving along according to plan. And there is a plan. So you can pretty much rule out any of these things being real in the conventional sense. Like you're going to say this is a real spontaneous outbreak that started with an undercooked bowl of bat soup, when it was clearly in agenda. It was in the agenda going back decades. You can see foreshadowing in various operations and training missions like that Dark Winter drill, or even the Event 201. But most of you here already know this. What I'm trying to get away from, though, is the fear. I think a lot of people are scared. Alex Jones is so scared. It's like, run for the hills. They're going to vax you to death. He's like, the CEO of Pfizer won't even take his own vax. I'm like, that's not even true. When he was asked about it, he said he wasn't done getting his third shot or something. But no, Jones and others, they push this fear, and it just boils down to run for the hills. And I'm just kind of thinking we need to get past this, because it seems like the COVIDophobia last year, where you had these people in these ridiculous outfits, homemade PPE, trying to protect themselves. Yeah, that seemed insane, right? But now the other side is acting crazy, hysterical, like, oh, now the magnets are sticking to them, etc. And none of that is true. I got vaxxed, now I glow in the dark. If you touch a light bulb to me, it lights up. I walk by the fridge, the door flings open and beer bottles fall on the floor. Like, none of that's true. It's all sci-fi. The 5G tower isn't interacting with you. You're not showing up on your friend's mobile device as an unrecognized Bluetooth device. Not happening. I want to bring this up. It's called the Bubba effect. Now, the Bubba effect is what Alex Jones and others have pretty much perfected. And it's this notion that, well, it's a form of presenting the news. Better safe than sorry. The idea that the government's about to enslave the citizens because of some impending collapse, impending war with China, impending rapture. Red Dawn type scenarios. It says in practice, and this is from Rational Wiki, the Bubba effect amounts to a histrionic overreaction to threatening fake news and vague rumors. In turn, springing from the scrap heap of survivalist ideas and brain-dead conspiracy theories. Now, this is not new, but I remember last April Fool's Day Eve. I'm not going to name names, but there was a certain Bubba who basically said, they're going to come for me. The Chinese tanks are going to come down. They're going to vax you all. They're going to drag me out into the night in a car. Hunker down in your basement with your MREs, your guns, and your Bibles. They're going to shut down the internet on April Fool's Day because we're all fools. Like he was convinced that everything was just going to go dark. April Fool's Day 2020. It didn't happen. But meanwhile, he's like, while you still can, get my MREs at 33% off. I'm like, well, okay, they're going to shut off the power grid. How are the MREs going to get to me? So I don't think the sky is falling. Too many Chicken Littles, too many people crying wolf. And I'm just not really buying it so much anymore. I mean, if you see the wolf, if you see evidence of any of this stuff, by all means, Vaxageddon, sure. But I just haven't seen anything to make me think any of this is real. Oh, by the way, space station. And I said this, and if you read the book, the Metascript, you would, or if you've looked through the mind maps, you would see what's in store for the space station. And we talked about this like a year ago. Brian Williamson says, are you vaxxed, Tim? See, that's like, are you saved? Are you saved by the blood of Bill Gates? And it's a no-win situation because you have the hysterical anti-vaxxers and then you have the hysterical pro-vaxxers. I'm offering a post-media critique, recognizing the fallaciousness of all of it. I'll say that I'm very vaxxed. I'm pretty sure I got 6 of them for the anthrax. Speaking of anthrax. I probably need some boosters. Now, listen to this, and I'm just going to take his word for it. Joe Biden assures us that there's going to be
key parts of my pandemic.
There's going to be another pandemic. So let me go ahead and pull this up. This is a nice little clip from your hologram in chief turned dictator.
Parts of my pandemic preparedness plan so that America isn't caught flat-footed with a new pandemic comes again, as it will. As it will.
As it will. Reminds me of George W. Bush, 9/11, 1990, when he's like, we'll move towards a new world order and we will be successful. It's like they're so certain. Like, okay, well, I'll take your word for it. There will be another pandemic. Hopefully they hire better crisis actors. Bring back the Kung Flu, where the invisible ghost walks around kicking people in the backs of their heads so they just fall face first on the ground. Now, the fear is real. The threats are fake and overhyped by grifters and dupes. And I think that they want people to fall into the virus phobia versus vax phobia dialectic, which puts you into the same categories as pro-gun, anti-gun, open border, closed border. It puts you into Democrat, Republican categories, like it or not. That's how they are at lining people up. Okay, so I want to bring up a few other things. I wanted to bring up a new term. I put this into Urban Dictionary. I don't know if it's been accepted yet. Antifa. So you all know about Antifa. Well, Antifa is a term I've invented for when anti-vaxxers use Antifa tactics. So throwing fireworks at testing centers, putting razor blades in the signage. And none of this stuff is true, if you ask me. This is all being said by the media. It's being reported that the anti-vaxxers are getting hostile. But, real or not, I'm saying that if you become a controlled opposition movement and you start attacking the police or you start ganging up and trying to use that kind of mob mentality, it's Antifa. I also want to get into this later on. There's a new COVID strain targeting anti-vaxxers. This is how you know it's such a psyop. And the people who hate anti-vaxxers are loving it. I said this last week when Robert David Steele died and how the media was kind of cheering it on. Like, that's what you get Then you get some preacher dying, then some radio host. I mean, they would love it if Alex Jones would die. They were mad that Joe Rogan survived COVID. They said, that's anti-science. You should have died. Because it makes them feel like they chose the right God. They're like, every time a conservative dies from COVID, they're like, COVID Akbar. You know, that's how insane these religious nuts are. And it is a religion. It's not a medical tyranny, even though it looks like one. It's actually religious tyranny. We're going through a puritanical revision of society, but it's got the cloaking of science. Gloria Miller says, quoting Dr. Benjamin Rush, unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize into an undercover dictatorship. Oh, absolutely. What they've done is they've taken the term sin, or the concept of sin, the archaic concept, and they've given it a scientific explanation. And they said, yes, you have this new thing that's going around. You can't see it, but our priests can. You can't detect it, but our special devices can. It's all fallacious. It's all based on superstition. COVID is a devil that the atheistic left will believe in. Just like they don't believe in the wrath of God and floods and Noah's Ark. That stuff makes them laugh. Come on, Noah's Ark, God flooding the world. And yet you have NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, just out there using the dove symbol and the ark symbolism, saying, if you guys don't cut back on your wicked carbon emissions, God's going to flood the place. I mean, globe's going to flood the place. So they've replaced God with the globe. COVID's the new devil. It's a new religion. And a lot of people are finally catching on to this, how it's templated. Okay, let's talk about the space race a little bit too. I want to get into this, and we're going to have to do an Infinite Plane Saturday tomorrow. Just a heads up, 9/11, 2021. I'm going to be speaking with Micah Dank, who has a lot of information about astrotheology, and I'm going to be asking him a lot of questions about 9/11. Many people think 9/11 was Jesus' birthday. 9/11 has significance in the Coptic calendar. It's the new year. There's quite a lot about that date beyond just the use in modern psyops that I want to get into. But in the space race updates, so the Russian crew that was going to go up there and beat Tom Cruise, they're not fit enough. They were denied. So Tom's going to make it there first. His PR stunts are continuing. Tom Cruise is parachuting down, helicoptering around, making a lot of public appearances. And by the way, Vanilla Sky is being reissued. The movie starts out where he's falling from the sky. If you follow this channel, we've been looking at this narrative of Tom Cruise's trip to the space station. And it's sort of a new space race between the Russians and Americans to film the first movie in space. And the reason I took an interest in this one is that Cruise spent time with Stanley Kubrick, who's believed by many to be the guy that faked Apollo 11, or at least was one of the directors. And what we have found on this channel, what we've been really exploring here, are the connections between many of these big cinematic productions like Space Odyssey 2001, Eyes Wide Shut, Kubrick films, and how they integrate into the big psyops like 9/11. So Tom Cruise is a very interesting character in this context, and we'll be getting into that some more. The DHS thinks that there's going to be they're planning an attack on September the 18th. So be on the lookout for more fake QAnon sent Vikings. In fact, a lot of the people in the QAnon camp are saying, don't fall for the bait. So don't go to DC unless you want to share bunks with a QAnon shaman and a Radomaniac, Jake and Jelly. And Jake and Jelly is an Eratomaniac. Erotomania is when you fall in love with somebody on the TV screen and you think that they're communicating to you, that you think they reciprocate. And he says, in his defense, his attorney has brought this up, that he is literally in love with Donald Trump and it's his first love. Donald Trump was his first love. And that you can't just let that go. It's so strange that they would even bring up this 30-year-old guy's feeling or 33-year-old's feelings as if they matter. Let's take his feelings into an account here. The guy is an operative. In fact, if this wasn't all phony and staged. He could be interrogated and then he could be asked, who hired you to pretend to be a Trumper? Jake and Jelly, the whole cast of characters, all actors. Ashley Babbitt's not dead. And if Owen Schroyer, when he's in court, because he's being dragged into this whole insurrection thing as one of the insiders of the riot, if Owen Schroyer doesn't call to the witness stand Ashley Babbitt, then he's a Fed. Because Ashley Babbitt's not dead. And this is provable. It takes 21 minutes of due diligence. Go to fakeworld.news, watch that documentary, watch the breakdown. And check this out. This was sent to me by Misha in the Discord server. One of the reasons why we have the Discord server, the think tank, is that it allows hundreds of people to compile their research in these topics, which it's invaluable. I would not find half the stuff that we present here. So check this out. South Park, quote, PSYOP enforcers, or parentheses. Yeah, and they are PSYOP reinforcers or enforcers. They definitely do have a lot of predictive programming. South Park and many others we could name, like The Simpsons or The Family Guy. But check this out. This is from Misha. South Park foretells Tom Cruise's space death. He's seen dead on the moon next to an orca whale in 2 separate episodes. One episode is called 201, and the other is about drilling oil from the moon. There's a Twin Towers scene in the Drill the Moon episode. Right after the towers are shown, Tom Cruise is shown dead in space. So there's a lot we could take out from this, and we will later. I'm going to go into detail about what this means, because Space Odyssey 2001 has some foreshadowing for 9/11, and oddly enough, the Space Oddity, David Bowie song, seems to actually foreshadow Tom as Major Tom dying in space. So it's all really interesting when you get down to it, because it's just too many coincidences to be anything other than a very well scripted story. So we'll get into detail on all these things. I'm just kind of glossing over things. A crew smells smoke and burning stuff in the Russian space station. What did they burn? So my point with this, though, just bringing this up, is that fire alarms go off in the space station yesterday. Last month, a experimental Russian module caused the space station to flip over 540 degrees. I don't think these are accidents. They said there's a fissure in the space station. A fissure. So I think that's probably a metaphor for the breakdown of international cooperation above, the fall of the Tower of Babel. I think that's what we're seeing here in the subtext of the fake news. Check this out. This is from the trailer for the new Matrix movie, Matrix 4 Resurrections. So if you watch the trailer, there's a close-up where Trinity shakes Neo's hand and for a moment pauses on the second knuckle. The significance of that is that in the Masonic system, it's not a handshake, and it wasn't a shake. A handshake, you hold the hands and you shake it, and then you pull your hands away. This is a grip. It's like you're putting a key into a lock. And so in this one, it does seem to be a Masonic handshake for the second degree, probably. Fellow craft. But it comes out on 12/22/21. It's the 4th part in the Matrix series. Trinity gives Neo Freemasonic handshake. Pretty obvious symbolism in the Matrix movies, obviously. Plato's cave. Then you have the whole Christ archetype. He dies for 72 seconds, which is 72 hours or 3 days. The Trinity. Lots of symbolism here to unpack. I'll probably check out the new one. Clockwork 113 says, like the David Icke and Jordan Maxwell handshake. Wouldn't surprise me. You know who gives a Masonic handshake as well? Kobe Bryant. His last interview before he died, January 2020, was with Stephen Jackson, oddly enough. You know, Stephen Jackson, the twin of George Floyd. And by the way, the George Floyd event is foreshadowed in 2001, A Space Odyssey, as is the whole Corona lockdown. But Stephen Jackson has a podcast, he has a show, I think it's called Up in Smoke, and he was the last person to interview Kobe Bryant. And if you find that interview, they do a very obvious Masonic grip at the end, right in front of the camera so that viewers can see it. And those who know what they're seeing will know what they're seeing. Others won't recognize it, but nothing to see here. I mean, what are the odds if you think about it? There's a circle of individuals that we could connect here. I'm going to have to do another mind map on that topic alone. I've been doing some deep research also into David Bowie's Black Star as it connects to the bigger story here. Black Star and also Starman. We're talking about the Tesla Roadster in space. Because oddly enough, David Bowie, from Space Oddity on, has had everything to do with the space program. Even his last videos. I was analyzing one of his last videos, Black Star, which takes place on the moon. But you have the corona. It has all kinds of symbolism in there. But my point is, from Apollo 11 on forward, David Bowie's music has tracked along with the emerging space age, and it's not unintentional. It's purposeful. Chris Hadfield did the first music video in space. It was a Bowie song. Bowie's Starman is represented in the Tesla Roadster that goes into space. So there's a few storylines to go through here, but let me finish going through a few things. Speaking of George Floyd's death being foreshadowed in the Space Odyssey 2001, as well as the fallacious lockdowns because of an epidemic in that movie, check this out. Timothy Jaffet, attorney at law, claims that he was George Floyd's lawyer, that Floyd was his homeless client and actually died in Corpus Christi 3 years before his public death. Just going to play a short clip here.
Hey, YouTubers, pitch shooters, and Twitter followers. It's Mark here at Global Agenda. It is 6/9/2020. His name might register and it might not, and he didn't check. I checked.
Well, I'll put a link at fakeworld.news. The long and short of it is this. The video looks at recent revelations from Texas estate and family law lawyer Timothy Jaffet, and he says that George Perry Floyd passed away in Corpus Christi 3 years before. So Jaffet was appointed power of attorney and had George's cremated body put in a cemetery on the outskirts of Corpus Christi. So it's an interesting story here. We have followed many of these different rabbit trails. What we saw, by the way, it's pretty obvious that what you see in the ambulance is a very realistic training dummy. There's a company called Seven Sigma that produces hyper-realistic training dolls, specifically those undergoing respiratory distress. And if you look at Seven Sigma, you'll agree, one of their training dolls looks very strikingly similar to Floyd, and they can customize these things down to the smallest detail. And what's more, the company, Seven Sigma, out there in the Twin Cities, opened up in 1987. So 33 years after they opened, they were torched. It was the first building burned in the Twin City riots after the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin event. Not a coincidence. Brogetta says The Weeknd is Star Boy. Oh, I see. Starman, Star Boy. Interesting. The Weeknd is also Justin Bieber, according to many. A lot of people think that The Weeknd is a character being portrayed by Justin Bieber. And if you look at the so-called evidence they present, it's pretty hard to deny it. I mean, look, there are so many examples of overlapping girlfriends, overlapping wardrobe. Nothing that can't be explained away. One of the best in this field of research, Super Recognizer, took this one on, and he concluded that it's probably the case that it is the same person, and that there is also evidence of body doubles being used and lip syncing in order for this character to appear in two places simultaneously. And this is all told to you in his music videos, in his performances, like the Super Bowl performance, and even in this old Justin Bieber SNL performance, where you constantly see references to body doubles and clones and facial reconstruction. So it wouldn't surprise me at all. Ever since I saw that video where he says, "I can't feel my face," I thought, okay, that's probably him singing to his, that he's singing about his mask, in my opinion. All right, so the Russians are starting fires in the space station. There's a fissure. There's holes in it. They cause it to flip over a few times. So heads up. Now, if we had to take bets on where it was going to land, look, smoke and fire alarms go off in the ISS. I would say Los Angeles would be possible. I think there's actually a TV show where that happens. In fact, there's an interesting one called She Was Hit by Space Junk. It's an episode of, is it The Watchmen? It's some Ellen Moore that I'll have to look into. We have to do a whole symposium on space junk and predictive programming because it's remarkable. And those of you following this channel know, because we've talked about this, how we're in the 42nd year since the Skylab fell. And we pretty much had a repeat of history with regard to that. But yeah, this is the year, I think, that space junk becomes a real threat. So after COVID, we got the exaggerated climate change. But wait until they start dropping stuff from the sky. Or from space, excuse me. Listen to the cry of the earth, the Pope says. Pope, top Christian, according to NBC News, urges the world leaders to act on climate change. Quote, "We call on everyone, whatever their belief or worldview, to listen to the cry of the earth and of people who are poor. Examine their behavior and pledge meaningful sacrifices for the earth." Sacrifice for the earth, okay. He goes on to say, rising sea levels have shown that climate change is not only a future challenge, but it's an immediate and urgent matter of survival. So rising sea levels is just how they convince the atheists that God's anger is rising. And by the way, NBC News has climate confessionals. Go to NBC.com if you're feeling guilty, if you're falling short in doing your part to prevent climate change. Did you not recycle? Are you using too much dino juice? Go to NBCnews.com, climate confessions. Even those who care deeply about the planet's future can slip up now and then. Tell us, where do you fall short in preventing climate change? Do you blast your air conditioner? Do you grill steaks every week? Do you throw out your lunch? Share your anonymous confessions with NBC News. And I guarantee these aren't anonymous. They got your IP address. You can write your confession and view your confession. This guy says, "I'm working on buying less and less. I'm 66. Buried my husband last year, and I kept buying food for him. Grieving is strange." This person says, "I use reusable plastic bags to offset for deforestation." Anonymous says, "I still eat red meat. I've been trying to eat beans for like 10 years. This guy says, "I'm writing my confession on a cell phone made of plastic. I still use plastic bags. I commute every day, 40 kilometers in the car alone. I'm a good recycler, but I overuse paper towels. I have 2 very old cats, and they're very messy. And I use the paper towels to avoid excessive cat hair." So you got some crazy cat lady feeling guilty about cleaning up cat hair because she thinks it's going to cause the ocean levels to rise. And the Pope is all about this. The Pope is green. We've got the green Pope, and green is just a cover. It says watermelon Marxism. I think we all knew this when he got hired. Watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. Like, who doesn't know how that works by now? Environmentalism has always been a stalking horse for communism, to make you feel guilty about property. And COVID is just to fast track that. Oh, by the way, those of you who listen to Dark Matter, you've probably heard my podcast with Commander Lou. Commander Lou's actually going on the road, and he may make it all the way across the country to where I'm at. So we'll see if the think tank crosses paths with Commander Lou's armored personnel carrier. And he's with Crater Earth, and that's a channel that explores the notion that what we think of as the Earth, as in this plot of land we inhabit, is actually the inside of a crater-like formation, the remains of an ancient mud volcano, I think. I'm probably getting it wrong. The California QAnon believer indicted on charges of killing his kids with a spear gun. So I've been looking into this story quite a lot because I predicted it, if you remember. And those of you who've been following my channel for a few months now, I said, watch, the anniversary date of the Manson killings, there's going to be something comparable. Something to shock the liberal left coast, to shock Hollywood. It's all on my blog. So I predicted it because 1969 has been used as a template for 2021 as 68 was for 2020. So we're just following the script. That's why Apollo 11's anniversary date was celebrated by Bezos, opening the door to space tourism. And he launched at 9:11 a.m. No coincidences. So in this case, though, they've created a bit of a composite, and I'll be doing an entire stream on this and the new developments where the key points about the Charles Manson event, the hippies, counterculture, new age, guru, people who are enlightened become radicalized, dangerous killers. And in this case, you have QAnon sent the QAnon shaman. QAnon inspired Matthew Coleman to kill his kids because they had serpent DNA and they were going to grow up to be monsters. So saving the world. This is psychotic. But the parallel here is, was Manson guilty of murder? You know, did he have the power to send people out to kill? And the idea is that yes, the fact that he's in jail shows that, yeah, he had this compelling power to motivate other people to basically give up their autonomy and kill on his behalf. Well, this is being said about Trump, that Trump sent the QAnon guy. The QAnon shaman is saying he was powerless. He was hypnotized. He was in love with Trump. Charlie's followers were in love with Charlie, even after they got in trouble. Erotomania with Trump, in Trump's case. But my point is, they're creating a composite here. So we didn't get a complete repeat of Charles Manson all in one persona, but it's actually an amalgamation of Matthew Coleman, who was enlightened by QAnon and did this horrific thing, and Jake and Jelly, who's the wild man with the Viking hat, with coyote skin helmet. And these two kind of give you the composite. What's more, there's a 33-year-old Marine in Florida who just killed 4 people. And he also claims that he had visions, that he was stopping sex traffickers when he killed these people in his house. So there's a common theme, a story that I've discerned here that's going around. And the story is that the QAnon narrative, the QAnon phenomenon, is causing people to have delusions, religious delusions, causing people to, well, kill babies. You have killing babies, you have this other guy killing babies, and they're going pretty deep with this symbolism, as in the ADL recently said that the right-wing 3%ers and the Trumpers are now appropriating the symbol of St. George spearing the dragon as a symbol of their movement to defeat the evil of the world or whatever. So this guy in California using a spear to kill his children that he believed had serpent DNA. Yeah, it's just script writing. Going through some comments. We'll be back later on, if not today, definitely all day tomorrow. We've got a couple of things going on. Just trying to catch up on a few things. Have an image here. Waiting in line to get the 36th booster to stop the 64th variant that comes with the 20th wave. And Biden has said that, yeah, in fact, there will be another one. There will be another pandemic. So again, he obviously knows. I'm not even convinced that he's senile or demented or feckless. All these things that they're saying, no, I think it's all just a contrived act. Tomorrow is the anniversary of 9/11. So that's another topic we'll have to also discuss. Again, Jimmy Kimmel said the unvaccinated should not get ICU beds. He wants to turn hospitals into concentration camps. Jimmy Kimmel is a psychopath. And this is insane. But apparently the audience laughed, so they agree with it. I found a few articles here about fake 9/11 survivors. A ton of these. We'll go through those. In fact, I actually know someone who used to claim that he was a 9/11 witness. And then the story changed to where his friend was a witness. His friend was an EMT who saw the bodies falling, which you can actually look, those were training dummies that were launched with pneumatics. Nobody jumped out of the towers. That was fake. Powerful imagery. That's why when that plane left Afghanistan, they had the 911 encoded on there, 1109, and the bodies falling. All of it's just symbolism. Lyle Agent says a lot of spears in the news this year, from QAnon shaman to spear guns to free Britney Spears. Agreed. And the spear is associated with Sagittarius, and it's the spear that I think, I have a feeling that it might actually pertain to a high-profile headshot coming up. But I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get in the business of making predictions, even though we have a pretty good track record. Oh, by the way, Earth has an edge. Space station astronaut captures breathtaking view of the edge of the Earth. I thought this was a cartoon when I saw it. And it still looks like one to me, but they say it's real, so okay. The edge of the Earth. Glacier National Park is removing signs that say glaciers will be gone by 2020. So there's a visitor center there. I think that's out in Montana. Is that where it is? Anyway, there's a visitor center where they're having to remove the signs that say there won't be any glaciers left by 2020. How many times have they moved that goalpost? Now, we talk about the Metascript events repeating, which is how we're not predicting things necessarily. We're just using predictive programming as a predictive model. Super easy. And 1968 was Space Odyssey, about the monolith. And last year, 2020, there were monoliths appearing all over the place. And this year, of course, we have the digital monolith, which this all has significance to this new age, the post-reset. So it's worth pointing out that right now the astronauts are bringing back Simon, the AI bot. Like HAL 9000. Of course, HAL is just a reference to IBM. Just move over the letters, HALIBM. Let's see what else is going on. Now, I've been looking at this election fraud thing. Again, very interesting symbolism. I mean, it's got to be word magic. You got Sidney Powell the Kraken for November the 3rd. Then you have Hunter Biden, crack smoker. Then you have the election process, the election auditing taken over by Mike Lindell, who's said to be a crackhead, an admitted crack smoker. I'm like, what is with all the cracks? And now there's a crack in the ISS. And I think that this is the zeitgeist speaking to us. And I think that there's a crack in the dam. There's about to be a flood. What that flood is, I'm not quite sure. This Great Awakening thing is fascinating. The QAnoners seem to believe that there's going to be a declass of a lot of suppressed information. But the dates keep moving, and it's kind of frustrating. I thought JFK Jr. was going to show up on August 22nd. He was actually supposed to show up on Christmas 2019. And if you haven't been keeping up with the QAnon story, I have been. So this is the new development, and the media is behind on this, but some are catching on. HBO has a special about the QAnon phenomenon. I watched episode 1, and it's right on point with most of it. But there's a story here. They believe that there's a hidden royalty, like a dynasty. The Kennedys were the blood of Christ in this story, and this is believed. So if you thought things couldn't get any weirder, so they believe that JFK was the blood of Christ. that he was literally Jesus, that he was killed, or so we thought, but that actually, no, he was rescued, went underground, and ever since has been working to destroy the deep state, save the world. So the Kennedys are actually part of a multi-generational prospiracy, not a conspiracy, but a prospiracy. It works out for everybody's good. And so the story goes that JFK is still alive at 104. He's behind the scenes right now, but that he is actually Q. And if you go back into the history of JFK Jr., you actually find that his whole life is encoded with this Q thing. So it's, and what's more, and this is the part that's very bizarre. Most of the Kubrick films, if not all of them, reference the Kennedys in the subtext, in the release dates, as we'll get into. But here's how the story goes. So Q is actually JFK, as unbelievable as it sounds. Q is working with JFK Jr., who they call R, and Donald Trump is Q+. And they are working with Princess Diana, John Denver, Michael Jackson, and several others to expose everything in government and entertainment with the royal family. And all this is supposed to be revealed very soon, very artfully. It should be put out in some kind of emergency broadcast, according to even Code Monkey. Now, Code Monkey Z, who's the only person who's ever directly spoken with Q, and he's in that HBO special, he even put out this message saying that he's expecting a PBSSR, a public broadcast statement or something from Senior. So anyway, this is how weird it is. It gets even weirder. Maxwell Cooper says, if OBS was up, Ron Watkins' best friend could call in and give us the update. Right. His friend who insisted that no, Ron is not another 33-year-old Illuminati agitator like Jake and Jelly and that actor from Burbank and how many other. I've been saying this for some time. Just quarantine the 33-year-olds. You wouldn't have any meaningful psyops. That's not even a hyperbole at this point. It started off as a joke. You just had that 33-year-old with the Freedom shirt punching the horse in Australia. Wee Lion, the whistleblower for COVID, was 33. These are all codes for order out of chaos. Anyway, take a listen to this. This is one of these creatures over there in Australia saying that contact tracing in the New World Order is going to look like this.
Will exposure sites be put back in place, especially with reopening and people going back to pubs and stuff? Because our exposure sites still will they be put back in place to be listed once we are reopening? Because they're not at the moment.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order. Just say it. Vax drones. They're going to send out the Vax drones. Oh, no, I was wrong about this. The folks who plan to film the Russian movie on the ISS, they are fit to fly. October 5th. So Tom Cruise may not be the first one to film a movie in space. Okay, for some reason I had some report. I thought that they were not going to make it, but they are on track. Now check this out. The film is called Challenge. I would say ill-advised, Challenge, just given the proximity to Challenger and given the issues the space station has been having lately. I have certain expectations for what's going to happen in the coming weeks or months with the space station. Read the book, go to themetascript.com, and you'll see how I've arrived at the conclusions I've arrived at. Yeah, the ex-Marine accused of murdering 4 in Florida, a 33-year-old, said, God told me to kill everyone because the girl there is a victim of trafficking. Just like the other guy, God told him to kill those kids. This is something else, that another angle I'm seeing as well. The angle of religious people being prone to, martyrdom, these types of atrocities, which, I mean, it's kind of hard to deny, but my point is that most of these things are instigated by feds and they're fake. And I'm suggesting that this one is fake. It's atrocity propaganda. And so many people fall for it, which I think could do a lot to diminish your quality of life. You know, if you're going to fall for all this stuff. Look, I have this new list. It's the boycott list because vax supremacy is a problem. The vax supremacists want to actually turn hospitals into concentration camps, which I'm not in favor of. But I'm not a Hollywood liberal. And take a look at this. This is something we can all use. It's called the boycott list. Cancel vax supremacy. So go to infiniteplane.media, join the forum, and if you know of a business or a person or a podcast or a fascist, a real fascist, not the Antifa type fascist, but the textbook definition, which Antifa is, ironically, but they don't seem to get irony, which I don't understand. They've had years to figure this out. But anyway, you can fight this in the free market because it's not fair that someone like Gene Simmons, vax supremacist, or Pat Oswalt, vax supremacist, should be able to avail themselves of the free market to make money. Meanwhile, discriminating against those who don't go with the establishment, media, and science and the medical tyranny, which is basically government takeover of everything. It's by definition a fascist takeover. And so they shouldn't be able to use this system to their advantage. So I'm suggesting that KISS should not go on tour. Gene Simmons' sidekick, one of his guitarists, was like, yeah, I've got COVID and F your freedoms. We see him at Starbucks not wearing a mask. He probably didn't want to smear his makeup, this narcissist. And these control freak narcissists are out there trying to tell you to muzzle up, and they don't even do it. And so they should not be allowed to go up there. And I'm thinking this too. So Simmons had been vaxxed and boosted how many times? So he's boostering himself. He's holier than thou. He's got the pure blood and we're all contaminated. And he catches COVID. So he's like, oh, got to cancel my tour, pushing it back a little bit. Well, wait a minute. Not every single ticket buyer is going to have all of their vaccinations and boosters. And even if they did, there's no difference in terms of being a super spreader. You're either a vaxxed super spreader or an unvaxxed super spreader, as evidenced by Gene Simmons getting sick. So how can he justify in his mind even having any concerts, knowing that it's likely that people will catch it and spread it? So I kind of think that KISS ought to be canceled. I mean, I don't think that's harsh, especially since they're advocates of this whole thing. Salty says people need to boycott concerts. Well, the thing is, too, it's just a hideous double standard. That's all. Zinvala says nobody'd be touring during an actual pandemic. Right. Got Your Back Bear says 2 Tom Cruise movies have been pushed back. Yeah, I think it's fascinating with what's happened here. And there's a story being told in the subtext of many of Cruise's films, even in his personal life. Look up his 33 problem. You know that Tom Cruise divorced each of his wives when they turned 33? And I'm saying it's not because of some kind of vanity. It's not because they were too old for him or something. It's literally, I think, because of it's the occult meaning behind this number, behind that, and Scientology. Whatever you think about the surface version that they make fun of on TV, you have to look back at the roots, the origin. L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons, and what they were really into, and how that relates to right now, which it does. We have it all out on the Metascript. If I had a few more post-it notes and a few spools of yarn, I could put it all together, connect all the dots. Ivar says, imagine thinking a KISS concert is literally worth risking your life. Well, I wouldn't even be calling or mentioning this particular performer if he wasn't using his platform on Twitter to make fun of people dying of COVID because they deserved it. It's like, wait a minute here. Maxwell Cooper says Tom Cruise's real last name is Mapother. which means maple tree. Haven't heard that. The name Thomas means twin. The name Cruise actually derives from a word that means to cross, like the verb. So it does mean twin cross. And the names matter in these movies. Vanilla Sky is one that I recently rewatched. And it's the story of the resurrection. You see, because twin cross, the twin cross symbol, the cross with the two horizontal bars, that represents the resurrection. The first cross is the death, the first crossbar. The second bar is the resurrection. And so in the movie Vanilla Sky, for example, he's 33. He dies 3 days later. He comes back. He has a 3-day funeral. And he's resurrected in the movie. It was a second coming story. And there's quite a lot more in that movie that points to sort of a Gnostic tale. You got Penelope Cruz, name again, Cruz. Hers is C-R-U-Z, but you could see how phonetically it's the same. And she represents, well, in the movie, she's Sophia. That's her name. So she represents like the Magdalene to the Christ. Even his family name, David, the Davidic bloodline is implied. There's foreshadowing for Corona and COVID in the movie Vanilla Sky that came out in 2001. For example, the opening scene is Tom Cruise in a locked down New York, Times Square empty. So he's running through New York and he's totally shocked by how it all looks. And you can go through this scene by scene and you can see how intentional this stuff is. So you have his vision of an empty New York, and then he's screaming in panic and he wakes up because it's a nightmare. And he's in bed next to Cameron Diaz, and they're talking about how they both still have a cold. So they have COVID, and it starts out with a lockdown. The movie ends with an image of a corona, an eclipse created out of a close-up of his eye, kind of like the corona symbol on the Virgin Galactic space plane. But there's a few different storylines that go into that movie. And I actually would say that the Vanilla Sky movie is a continuation in some ways of Eyes Wide Shut. And there's a few things I could point to show you how there's a character that's insinuated in both of these roles. All right, let's go ahead and continue through my notes here. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. We've been going through a lot of my notes over at fakeworld.news. So yeah, if you want to boycott any business or list them on here, you may as well. Boycott vax supremacy. There's also anti-vax supremacy, though. It goes both ways. It really does. It's kind of funny. You got the ones with the pure blood because they're untouched. They haven't taken anything in, so they're pure. So they're kind of holier than thou. They're purer than thou. Their natural immune system keeps them pure. But then the other side says, no, you guys are heathens. You're unsaved. You're hellbound. You're COVID bound. You have to be saved. So the saved, the ones who've been injected, they believe that, yeah, they have the pure blood, the saved blood, and the other people are dirty. So each to the other one believes that the other is the devil or going to hell. Alexi Rio says, crazy how perfectly sized and placed our satellite moon is to even cause a corona and eclipse. Yeah, there are many interesting anomalies here. I find it interesting how it's tidally locked. The moon, how its face is always just perfectly facing us, and yet it rotates once every 27 days. It's just so perfect in its synchronous rotation that we never see the backside of it. Later on today, I'll be going through a couple of different things. I want to talk about the TV show. The TV on it's a show on HBO called His Dark Materials. It's a series based on a book. A lot of interesting content there to go through. I also want to analyze the Black Star video that goes along with the David Bowie song, David Bowie's character as it relates to the emergence of the space age, and specifically how Tom Cruise ties into this. See, Tom Cruise, I believe, is a world stager, And I mentioned earlier how South Park has him dead on the moon next to a whale. And I want to go into this Black Star video, which has a lot of corona symbolism, where Major Tom is dead on the moon. And again, I don't think there are any coincidences. I think we're seeing a big story. In fact, I want to leave this on the screen for a minute. The tarot card of the devil is something worth looking at because it kind of tells you the whole story. You have and also the bat wings. I wasn't really aware of how much the bat has been associated with Saturn until recently, and it explains a lot. And the bat, beyond just COVID, it's become the symbol of it was the catalyst for the reset. But yeah, it represents the god Saturn, this deity of the Saturnian cult. But it's often represented by a black cube. And on the tarot card, the devil, he squats on a black cube, and you have Adam and Eve chained to it. And I think that the television is literally the black cube, and that it's quite literally it's an altar to Saturn. And I think it has been from the beginning. And when I say Saturn, it's all about this. I don't think it's like literally a devil with goat legs and horns. No, it's the god of time, control over matter. It's a broader concept, but I think that the television has been used to synchronize everybody. And that's what it's ultimately about. Time as a prison for possibly even a spirit or something is being insinuated here. But I've replaced it with the TV, and I think now it's the smartphone screen. And it's still the same thing. It represents the Saturnian cube or the black monolith. And then one other aspect to it, the inverted torch. It's a symbol of endarkenment. So the enlightenment would be the torch up. Turning it down is extinguishing the light. And I find it interesting that the rockets blasting up have the appearance of an inverted torch. And I think that's the implied meaning here, because it's all about man descending into matter, entering a deeper level of imprisonment. And when everyone is firmly brainwashed, mentally processed through the screen, and they don't get any unfiltered, uncensored information, I think that at that point, they are at the stage in Space Odyssey when the primary character, David Bowman, which is where I think David Bowie gets his name, the man who fell to Earth, when David Bowman merges with the monolith. I think the man who fell to Earth and that idea of falling to Earth is about descent into matter. And ultimately, you see them chained to the cube. And so I think that's the meaning of this card. I think that's the meaning of the digital monolith at NATO. I think that all the religions of the world have been replaced by mass media, and the consolidation of media, the designation of actual thought crimes, as in certain memes, are now considered to be deadly threats to public health. I think we're getting to that point where we merge with the monolith. I think that's what it ultimately is about. I think it's about basically a totally brainwashed population stuck in an echo chamber forever, where their entire experience is mediated through computer models and screens. And there's no limit to what people can be made to believe. And we already know this. Most of you listening on this channel, we've been observing this. And it's pretty evident with the whole space program just how powerful an influence this echo chamber is, where people actually believe in this new heaven. And this new heaven has replaced all the previous ones. I made a point of saying this the other day, too, that COVID is the new devil, the new god, the new boss. All the other religions kneel to the new crown, the novel corona. Anyway, thanks for joining. I'm going to fix the OBS, get things back in working order. A lot of great developments, which we'll be discussing. And if you're not in Discord, I highly recommend it, because we're consolidating research for the first of the think tank symposiums. So go to infiniteplainsociety.com, join, and get in on the Discord. This is the Masquerade JT33 featuring Symbia. Have a nice day.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct. where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow it to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the masquerade.
Welcome to the masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support, you're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you wanna pursue it. Truth is subjective, I'm being selective and choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people, either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
This is Gaia's Revenge, JT33. I'll put a link in the video description. And I'll make sure I put it in the newsletter. All the more reason for you to subscribe. Go to infiniteplanesociety.com. Get on the newsletter. Don't miss any of these new releases. And I'll put a link in the chat as well. Excellent material, Gaia's Revenge. If you didn't feel bad about global warming, you should now. And the Pope says the ocean levels are rising, which I believe is the result of billions and billions of masks. So we've been saved from COVID, but at what cost? You know, the world has a way of responding to man's incursions. At least that's the story. It's like God's rising anger at man's wickedness has now been replaced by the rising ocean levels. I hope everyone here has a nice, warm, properly heated bowl of bat soup to go with their popcorn tonight. We have a lot of material to go over. Thanks for joining, all of you variant super spreaders, vaxxed and unvaxxed, because even if you're vaxxed, you're still a super spreader. Someone needs to tell Gene Simmons, you can't go on tour just because you're vaccinated, and the fact that he has COVID now proves this. Zen Valis is here, Knockout Bear 33. Alpha F Word, Psyop Operative, X-Ray 76, Lean Dion, Frank Murr, Pippi Langstruff, Fangs Polarizer, Clockwork 113, Joe Raw, Maxwell Cooper, Clockwork 113, and Salty Siren. All right, I sent out notifications a few minutes ago. I played a few songs to give people time to show up. And let's go ahead and proceed. First of all, comedian Sam Hyde's death could have been prevented if only he was vaccinated. I've been seeing a lot of these, by the way. A lot of, in fact, it's right wings, conservatives. All of their most vocal anti-lockdown conservative voices are actually dying, left and right. And it's got to be an operation here. If you heard about this one, another organizer, in fact, from Chicago, they called her Bridge Lady. Now, this is an anti-vaxxer who demanded, and her name is Veronica Walsky. She demanded access to the horse pill that Joe Rogan took, and it was denied. So they started a bit of a protest. She got the support of the head QAnoners, people like Michael Flynn, and here she is wearing a red hat with a Q on it, with Michael Flynn, and their thumbs are up. Well, early this morning, and this was actually the 13th, she died. She died of COVID, they say, at a hospital called Resurrection Hospital. So this is just being jumped on by the media as an example of, look, another QAnoner dying because they ignored the mass media's evidence, or what they presented as evidence. They ignored their science, and they're getting what they deserve. The infidels are being punished by the new God, and they love it. The media loves it. But the interesting thing about this particular case is that she has very close proximity to big names in QAnon. And Lynn Wood, the attorney, came out and suggested that she had been murdered, that this was medical murder. Now, in my opinion, we're looking at a crisis actress, but the nonners have made her into another martyr, much like Ashley Babbitt. But you can see how it plays into the story of both sides believe in the virus. They just disagree on the cure. I find this all very dubious. She has a shirt that says Digital Soldier and Q. And this is a direct connection here to anyone who says that Flynn isn't the leader of Q, or one of its visible leaders, as he talked about his army of digital soldiers. He signals his approval with his thumbs up, and then she has the Q hat. So she's supposedly dead. You can find her on YouTube. You can find her videos where she's engaging in protests. So here's a video from Saturday night. Lynn Wood called the hospital. He said he had power of attorney over her, and he demanded that she be given ivermectin in the hospital. Well, I guess they didn't do it, and she died. Take a listen.
JP.
And this is Lynn Wood.
My name is Lynn Wood. I'm a lawyer. I'm calling you from South Carolina. You have a patient in your hospital named Veronica Walsky. The individual with her medical power of attorney is demanding that she be released immediately. There's an ambulance. Wait, I'm not through yet. There's an ambulance waiting for her outside. There is a medical doctor waiting for her to treat her. If you do not release her, you're going to be guilty of murder. Do you understand what murder is?
All right, there's Lynn Wood trying to tell the clerk at the hospital that she's going to be charged with murder if they don't put the horse pills in Veronica, who then died of COVID. And so now the QAnoners are saying, well, she died because she didn't get the horse paste. And the other side is saying she died because she didn't get the vax. And now Lynn Wood is saying she was killed by the medical tyranny. I think it's very contrived, and just the fact that she was photographed with Flynn makes me think she's a crisis actress. And yeah, there are people mourning her on Twitter for some reason. Same with Ashley Babbitt. You know, weirdly enough, you have people still trying to turn her into a martyr. By the way, just to test it, I put a hat up for sale with a Q on it, and I put in dedication to Veronica, and I put it up there to see if it would be censored. And sure enough, I'm not going to name the platform, but there are some e-commerce platforms. The letter Q is literally banned. And I called it last year. Last year I said they're going to send the Chinese troops around in tanks. They're going to come out with blue helmets on. They're going to come to your door, and they're going to take the Q's off your keyboards and the question marks. I called this more than a year ago, and pretty much it's the case. The next iteration of keyboards won't have a Q. It'll start with a W. QAnon conspiracist, and notice the term here, she's not a conspiracy theorist, no. Because if you have a theory, it suggests you've thought about it. No, she's a conspiracist. They have to put that in there. A QAnon conspiracist dies of COVID-19, and Trump-loving attorney accuses the hospital of medical murder. Well, I highly doubt that rawstory.com has seen a coroner's report. How would they know? Like, how would they know that's the cause of death? And that's another topic to get into as well. So many things to cover today, but I just had to bring this up because this isn't the only one. There are many more QAnoners and right-wingers who are against the lockdowns dropping dead like flies because of COVID, and the media loves it. Okay, so the topic of the live stream, I put on here the blood of astronauts. So let's go ahead and get into this. Astronaut blood and other fluids are key ingredients in new cosmic concrete for construction in outer space. So this sounds absurd right on the face of it, but this is the news. Astronaut blood, and I don't even like the way they describe it here, but basically it's saying this. Space dust, whatever that is, mixed with these fluids would create a new kind of concrete. And they have a name for it here. It says, given the cost of transporting construction materials into space, this is the type of thing they're looking for because it's somewhat sustainable. They say there's a common protein from blood plasma that can act as a binder for moon or Mars dust to produce concrete-like matter. You know that whole Soylent Green is people? Which, by the way, Soylent Green is set in 2022, and a lot of these movies have a habit of coming true the year that they're set in, where they turn people into just blocks of food. I believe this happened in Snowpiercer as well. Well, this could be the thing, converting people into bricks. It says the resulting material is called astrocrete, and it has compressive strengths as high as 25 megapascals, about the same as seen in ordinary concrete. It says the scientists have found that by incorporating urea, a biological waste product that excretes through sweat and tears and urine, they could add more compressive strength to it. Animal blood was historically used as a binder for mortar. It's exciting that a major challenge of the space age may have found its solution based on inspirations from medieval technology, said the scientist. So the scientists have found a way to create your moon huts, your moon base. Just like, it's going to look like a dirty igloo. I don't know where their heads are at here. Oh, by the way, they're sending 4 astronauts into space in a few days. SpaceX is sending 4 of them on a private mission. This is space tourism. It's real, and it's happening. Now, let me see if I can get a launch date. I hope I didn't miss it. But anyway, this is just more evidence that we've entered into a new space age. And that's the reason why we actually had Jeff Bezos go up into space and poke his head above the Kármán line on the anniversary of Apollo 11. They were trying to suggest to us that this is a new era. Yeah, the SpaceX's Dragon has an epic view. This is just absurd. I don't want to get too much into it, but it says that they've placed the restroom facilities on the ceiling. And so the astronauts who are on this craft will have a spectacular view of the Earth when they're using the facilities. It says it's one step up from finding a bathroom on a mountain, one crew member said. Like, where are their heads at, really? I can't wait to see this. I hope it looks a little more realistic than what we were shown from Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos. But if you see here, you have an image of what it actually looks like. There's a clear dome on top of the capsule where you can look down on the Earth and presumably see the curve, get the overview effect, look up at the stars, have a religious experience, come down, an environmentalist. Going through some comments. Pippi says, don't eat the yellow snow. Right. Well, that's kind of what they're doing here. They're going to take the yellow moon dust and compress it into astrocrete. And that's not the grossest thing they've come up with. There's something else they have. It's called astroplastic. And you don't want to know what it's made out of. I also saw something else that was kind of interesting, and I'll see if I can find the article, but it was a video describing how they could simulate gravity in outer space. Because I'm always talking about how in all the science fiction movies, there's gravity on spaceships. People aren't floating around, and I always wondered why. And I actually think the reason why is they don't want competition with NASA. NASA doesn't want the public to see people floating around in the movies and then have a basis for comparison when they see these government goofballs in the ISS who are just hanging from cables very obviously. It would be too obvious if there was a comparison, so they never really let that happen. And I think that the space agency, NASA, I think the military does exert a degree of control over that aspect of propaganda, the depictions of outer space. So this idea here of, the astronauts having some kind of artificial gravity is implicit in Star Trek. Like they have like a gravity plate in all the ships. So it's business as usual when you're in space. And few people ever question that. So anyway, I was looking into this, and Elon Musk has actually come up with a way to recreate artificial gravity. And it involves tethering two ships, basically tail to tail, at a distance apart, and then they spin around an axis. And they rotate at the right speed, just like Space Odyssey 2001, the wheel-based space station that von Braun came up with. That's the idea. So when people are on their way to Mars, they're not going to be floating around. They're going to have simulated gravity. Going through some comments here. Adaptivia says, astronaut wizards. Oh, sure, they are your elevated priesthood, your high priests. Could future Moon and Mars bases be built from astronaut blood and space dust? I was over in Discord a little while ago talking to someone about this, and he brought up the various notions in creation myths of man being created from mud. And the idea of blood and mud, this is all kind of interesting. The idea that the flesh of the astronauts will create the infrastructure of our heavens above. I mean, there's something very transcendent, like transubstantiation of flesh. There's something religious about this. And maybe you could send your excess population to the moon, and maybe they would be more useful as actual bricks than labor forces making bricks. I mean, that would be a nice twist on the whole Soylent Green concept. Soylent Green is people, but instead it's like the moon bases are people. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense to anyone on Earth unless they knew about astrocrete. Like, what do? Put you in a wood chip grinder? A wood chipper? They drop you in the wood chipper, and then you come out in a pile of moon dust, and then that becomes the concrete, and then they make themselves a little moon dome out of it. UFO spotted near the ISS, sparking alien conspiracy theories. I know what these are with certainty, and most of you here probably do as well. But people who don't know about how fake things are will assume that this is some kind of anomaly. Something is out there, UFO spotted near the ISS on a live feed, sparking conspiracy theories. Now, these objects are spherical, and they zipped across the screen. YouTube user Mr. MB33 uploaded a clip, He says, clearly there is something roaming in the skies. They appear to be white. So they're talking about what these things are, but if you look closely at the picture, they look like bubbles. So these are either very large spherical objects very far away, moving at impossible rates of speed, or they're bubbles, and we're looking at a space station model underwater, and the scuba divers let a couple bubbles out, and it got into the field of view. And I've looked at the footage, and it looks like every single bit of bubbles in space footage that I've ever seen. And this is a staple among critics of the ISS, the people who have recognized how fake it is. They often point to the bubbles, because it is true that the astronauts train underwater. It is true that they train in a desalinated pool. And when you look at the spacewalks, objectively, the light diffuses as though it's underwater.
International Space Station. There goes one. Here comes another one. September 9th of 2021. You're going to see a few over here on the nighttime side. There's one right there that almost appeared to be stationary. And then we're going to see one as the space station is transitioning from the daytime side of Earth. There goes one right there. And you can see all kinds of objects over.
Okay, now these look exactly like all of the bubbles we've ever seen. So bubbles in space, very common thing. Like I said, there's no explanation for it other than, well, they say chips of paint. I believe one of the Kellys, Scott Kelly, said when challenged on this issue, he said, "Oh no, it's actually just paint chips." It's like, well, what kind of paint are you using on the space station that it just flicks off like that? In fact, I have a movie trailer. This is genius. This is by Payday Monsanto. It's called Bubbles in Space, and it uses NASA's own footage. I'm surprised I actually found it. I'm surprised they haven't burned it.
Universal deceit.
Again, this is Bubbles in Space parody movie trailer by Payday Monsanto.
In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Despite the advanced technologies of multi-layered, computer-generated images, NASA is still unable to remove bubbles in space. Bubbles in space. This summer, get ready for the revelation so unbelievable that only the most observant, perceptive, unbiased will figure it out. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles in space. Bubbles in Space starts today at theaters everywhere.
Okay, so what's more likely? That these are all UFOs comparable to the one reported on here at thesun.co, or that they're all bubbles? Because those are all bubbles. I mean, what else could there be? What else? What other explanation? Smudges, says Joe Raw. Oh, that's a whole other thing. And I caught that one, I believe it was at ESA first, and then someone else reported on it. It doesn't get as much coverage, but the ESA has included, and still includes, despite being called out on it, they include a shadow beneath the ISS. The shadows, well, the shadow beneath the ISS would be what? The thing's the size of a football field. It's 284 miles above the ground. There shouldn't be one. Not a visible one anyway. Certainly not visible from the cupola or from that external camera, but they have one. And I talked to someone about this who's a believer in the ISS who claims to have recorded transits, and he said it was just a smudge on the camera. DSN561 says, what if they're in the waters above? Right, I've heard this before, the idea that the reason why they train underwater is that space is water, And so the astronauts are actually blasting themselves up into an ocean above. And I believe there's a Smirnoff commercial where Auguste Piccard, first man to go into the stratosphere, took a balloon. And he said the Earth was flat, by the way, from his perspective. Later, Wiki changed it, and they said he's the first man who saw the curve. Well, he didn't claim he saw a curve. But anyway, there's a commercial where he goes up so high in his balloon that he enters space, and it's actually water. All right, Knockout Bear says they haven't broken the glass ceiling yet. You know, I was watching a TV show on HBO. It's called His Dark Materials, and it has a lot of these themes that are kind of in line with what a lot of things that, you know, like what we talk about here. His Dark Materials. And one of the themes, let's see if I can pull this book up. It's based on a series of books, actually. Trilogy fantasy novels. Northern Lights, The Subtle Knife, and The Amber Spyglass. Well, I was watching the TV series, and it has this notion of a more advanced civilization surrounding us. And there's no indication that the Earth is a ball. In fact, it kind of suggests that it's more of a realm, but that we're in an area that's been purposefully quarantined, dumbed down, stripped of anything that would look like magic. And everywhere else, they have these really advanced airships. I kind of recommend it. There's a few things in here worth watching, but one of the references made, because it's about a reset that's impending, which is a very common theme in so many movies. It's always about some kind of a reset. I don't know why. Like, it should be a cliche by now. Why does the world always have to end when the movie's, you know, at the end of the movie, or the movie begins after the world has ended? But they make a reference to a flood, and a flood being used to, I don't know, kind of quell an uprising or something. You know, again, we're talking about another movie where one of the reoccurring themes is everything gets wiped out after a certain point. And that's also a theme in all the religions, including the modern religion of scientism with its flood myth of global warming. And if you missed it, I'll play it again after. I'll put it in the playlist. There's a song, Gaia's Revenge, by JT33, which is supposedly what we're going to be experiencing. Oh, check this out. Climate change could lead to a future like Hollywood dystopian films. This is from The Sun. So just like the movies. So is it art follows life? Time's up. Climate change could lead to futures like the Hollywood dystopian films have described. Like what, Sharknado? Like, they can't really fake the stuff except on TV, so they can exaggerate things. We've all seen the exaggerations. They've politicized it. Belief in climate change is it's almost like, do you believe in God? And it's one of these bigger questions about your belief and your faith in establishment doctrines. It's not a question about science. It's not about a fact. And it's more than an opinion, because it's an ideological thing as well. Climate change, as most of you here know, is just a cover for communism. To disabuse you of the idea that you should own property. Property is theft. Now, before we get too far from 9/11, I've talked about this individual before, Frank Culbertson. He was in the ISS on 9/11. And when I talk about how these Hollywood films predict the future, like this scientist was saying, this is another example. And it's not just the films, it's everything in the culture. It's all of the comics, the novels, the video games, everything that's mainstream. So this is an astronaut who was in the ISS on September the 11th, 2001. And he's sitting up there looking down at the Earth, and he's reading a book by Tom Clancy, Sum of All Fears. Sum of All Fears is a book about 9/11, and it came out 10 years before, which is kind of a strange coincidence that he would be up there. So listen to this. At first, Culbertson thought he saw an accident because he's looking down and he sees 9/11 happening. And if you look at the footage from this date, I'm not going to play it. They're using handheld cameras. I'm not going to play it because we're doing a symposium soon, and we'll go through all this stuff in context, so you can see how bad it actually is. So in the footage, they're recording 9/11 from space, and obviously they're recording a scale model, and it looks like Mr. Rogers, like Imagination Land, like where they have the scale model, and you know, it's not as good as the CGI, but it's all bad, you know, bad sci-fi. But anyway, so here you have Culbertson, and he sees 9/11 from up in space, and he says here here we go. At first, he assumed it was an accident. Now, again, he's talking about seeing the smoke from below. And he says, the odd thing is, I was halfway through Tom Clancy's Sum of All Fears. And I thought, wow, am I in a book? Is this a movie? Is this real? And I'm having these fleeting thoughts. See, he's listening to the audiobook. So he's listening to an audiobook reading of Sum of All Fears. And he says, am I in a book? Is this a movie? Is this real? I'm having these fleeting thoughts as he's describing it. And I start asking questions. I call my crewmates. They needed to hear what was going on. So in the book, it's talking about, it's not the same, it's not Islamic terrorists, but it's the same basic attack. Now, after this, he goes on to say, at this point, he rushed out to one of the bedrooms and he sees smoke rising out of New York over Long Island and over the Atlantic. That made it easy to zoom in with this camera. He said, I zoomed in on a big gray blob enveloping southern Manhattan. Turned out later, I was seeing the second tower coming down. So he had witnessed this from above, and it gets worse. It's a big fish story. He talks about some strange connections between other events he had seen from space, like an attack in Afghanistan, and how he had seen that from space and met that person. I mean, this guy's a storyteller. But anyway, he zoomed in, he saw the whole thing happen from space, and then he takes out his trumpet. So he takes out his trumpet and he plays Taps as a tribute, and so you can find this video on YouTube. But like I said, we're doing a symposium on the 20-year blooper reel that is the ISS. And it'll be a cross between a lot of what we normally do with our media analysis, but we're taking a more nuanced approach. So you'll see. 20-year blooper reel. And I think that there's enough material there to really make the points that we're trying to make here. Using their own materials. It's not my claims. It's what they're showing. Adaptivia says he didn't see any planes. Well, I find the whole account to be very fishy. The whole account of it is very phony. And one of the things, too, is they no longer use those cameras. And I think there's a reason why. It's too obvious to see through it. QAnon dad Matthew Coleman, who speargunned his kids, believed in lizard people conspiracy theory. You know, I don't know a single person who believes in lizard people. I really don't. I've never known this to be associated with the QAnoners. But it's out there now. And I believe it's a way of dragging David Icke into the story, which is a way of dragging anti-Semitic accusations into the QAnon story. So this is all really contrived. But I've been following this story closely since it happened on the anniversary of the Manson killings. And, you know, People magazine seems to be behind this psyop. And that's why they all look so good in the photos. Perfect teeth, perfect smiles. Maybe they were going to be used for a different story about a successful family running a surfing company, but they decided to use them for this story. It just doesn't match up. Or maybe that's part of it. It's supposed to be very unbelievable. That how could this guy, this family, they look so perfect, how could they do this? So People's Magazine, though, has had them on the cover a couple of times already. So you go to the supermarket, you get to see these creepy people grinning down at you. And now family members are coming forth and saying that they forgive him, that he had a psychotic break, and they're blaming the internet. So there's a little foreshadowing on what the narrative's going to be. It's basically going to be the internet needs to be locked down and quarantined to protect us from people who are ill or unbalanced, who might be triggered or radicalized in some way. Lean Dion says, Trump says there's a cabal running government, not Biden. Right. And I believe Trump also called for the arrest of General Milley, the woke general, who said that he let China know that if Trump's going to launch a nuke, he'll give them a heads up so it won't be a surprise. I guess that's treason. I don't believe in nukes, so I kind of don't care. But yeah, by the rules of the game, it sounds like treason, I guess. Now here's some QAnon hopium for you. So if you thought you got over your Q addiction, you didn't need any more hopium, you'd given up the need for the hope, well, here's some hopium. Here's a big boost of it. So on 9/11/2021, the bad guys are at ground zero, and they're saying, where's Trump? Why isn't he at ground zero? Well, that's because Trump was visiting the New York Police Department, 17th Precinct.
And right next door, and you know you love each other, because I know the blue. We love the blue. I'll say it loud. You know you're not supposed to say that. We love the blue.
Says he loves the blue, probably a reference to, I don't know, sounds Masony. But QAnon believers use the number 17 and the letter Q interchangeably. So what are the odds that Trump would show up at the 17th precinct? I'm not a coincidence theorist. I think there might be a reason for it. To me, it looks like a script. The whole thing, top to bottom, it all looks like a big story unfolding before our eyes. Pippi Langstruff says, Fokin devil in the details. By the way, the blog I'm reading from is conspiratained.com. And if you want to get a Donald Trump bobblehead or a Mothman plushie, click the link below. A grave of Pop Smoke defaced. So Pop Smoke is another one of these rappers who was killed young. And some believe he's a death faker, but strangely enough, someone actually went out and desecrated his grave and checked. I'm doing some follow-up to see if they actually got into the casket or if it was just vandalism. A few other things I want to go through related to that. By the way, if you go to fakeworld.news, you'll get a link to that latest track by JT33, Gaia's Revenge. Now, this is an interesting one. I don't really follow this character very much, but I'm on his Twitter account. His name is Roosh. So Roosh is one of these manosphere characters, very big in the manosphere. So one of the reasons why I've been looking at characters around him is that he was blamed for Elliot Rodgers and some of these incels. Well, just the other day he tweeted, "Has America become the great Satan?" So the significance of the statement is that, and if you look at him, he looks like one of these Capitol Hill rioters, caricatures wearing flannel. And as I said this before, the only people who wear flannels are crisis actors trying to pretend like they're Hicks, trying to pretend like they're not left coasters. It's like a caricature. So Roosh says, Roosh is basically, like I said, a manosphere type. But he says America's become the great Satan. Well, who calls America the great Satan? The jihadis. So I'm just saying that he's just another federal agent creating a perception that the American right equals the Taliban. So QAnoners and the right believe the American government and the Hollywood elite are satanic. The Quran says that this is the great Satan, at least to the radicals. So the QAnon radicals and the Quran radicals agree on something here. And then with the incels, you have your suicide bombers. But I'm just showing you how they play into these narratives, which make me think they're agents, actors playing roles. Speaking of actors here, I have a collection of COVID actors. These ones are actually pretty good. We have to do an award ceremony for some of the best COVID crisis actors of 2020.
For them. It's had a really huge impact on your family.
And what gives it away? They always have perfect makeup. So they're dying of some respiratory disease or sickness. Their makeup is perfect. Their eyebrows are freshly tweezed. Their nails are always done. And they're ready for their Instagram close-ups. And this woman is being coached.
You're not able to look after your kids at the moment.
I haven't been working. I'm a single mum. It's not easy.
Hello, I'm Paul Barry. Welcome to Media Watch. And that was single mum Ramona, one of 700 COVID patients hospitalised in Australia at the end of last month, who, along with 2 others in Sydney's Concord Hospital, was keen to warn people of the dangers of COVID by sharing heartbreaking stories about their illness from their hospital beds.
So please get vaccinated.
Another one. And who was it last week? Oscar De La Hoya. Well, they're sitting in their hospital beds pleading with you to get vaccinated. Well, anyway, I have about 10 minutes of these. Now, here's the kicker at the very end. You find out every single one of them is an actor. An SAG, a Screen Actors Guild. These are accredited. These are actually trained actors.
Patient there.
Hello, is this Concord Hospital? Yeah, can I help you? Hi, it's John Curry. I'm just looking for my wife.
Patient?
Ramona Curry.
I just can't see anyone with that.
So the individual who put this video together actually called the hospitals and found that these people don't exist. They don't actually exist. They're not in these hospitals. So, empty hospitals. The only thing you're going to find are twerking nurses. And someone had tweeted a question to me, and I don't have an answer. Maybe one of you does. Who had better rhythm? The dancing Israelis or the twerking nurses? Little 9/11, 3/11 comparison there. P. Trippa says these videos are a joke. Zinvala says, was Gene Rosen not cast in these COVID chronicles? They all look like graduates of the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. I have seen him, though. He did show up. I believe he showed up as a rabbi in Pittsburgh after a bowl cut shooting. I'll have to pull that picture up. And I believe that also Carver, Carver, the hilariously named, but also kind of a funny character over at Sandy Hook, the coroner. He showed up again, I believe, as Dr. I believe it's Redfield. Let me double check this. We have this new character, Robert Redfield. Yep, this is him, ex-CDC chief. Many believe that the ex-CDC chief, Dr. Redfield, is none other than the zany Dr. Carver from Sandy Hook. Now, I'm going to just do a quick spot check here. Let's just take a look here. Dr. Carver. I mean, what a name. They should just call him Dr. Ripper. Yeah, I think it looks the same. Aged appropriately, maybe a nose job, but yep, Dr. Ripper, Dr. Carver is probably one of these big COVID CDC chiefs, Dr. Redfield. AK All Day 2323 says that is Carver AF. Finbar says Carver was a freak. Oh yeah, I thought so too. Well, it was a freak show. So he was cast appropriately. Now I saw some picture of, now I hope it's a joke, but I saw some picture, and I think it was The Guardian, and I think they called Dr. Fauci the sexiest man alive. But the tweet had a throne that looked like it was made out of giant vaccine needles that he was seated on, and his arms were crossed, and he was looking up at the camera. I'll see if I can find it. And I'm kind of over this hypocrisy. We called it out a long time ago, but on 9/11, you can find videos of all these politicians hanging out without their masks on. But then when the camera's on, masks are on. I think we all know right now it's just a big scam at this point. Hillary Clinton's body double has been spotted in public. Joe Biden has a weird tag on his head. Now, it could be a few things. It looks like a mask, but I don't think a mask, any kind of face mask that sophisticated, will have a tab in the ear that you just pull, so that some intrepid young investigators in a van could come out and pull your face off. I don't think that's what it is, but I have seen these things advertised It's almost like a Band-Aid, but it's clear. And you put it on your face as sort of a really quickie facelift, and then you put makeup over it. So one of the reasons why he kind of looks so grinny, he looks so, like his face always looks so pulled back. You know, you're like, does he have some kind of a pin at the back of his head pulling his flesh back? No, it's on his face. I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, it could be a mask. I'm open to that. Finbar says his ears look bizarre. Right. Right, the ears tend to give these things away. Continuing down my tweets, George W. Bush, who's not dead. QAnoners said that he was executed last year. But this is a pretty good one here. He's comparing 9/11 to January 6th. I mean, that's just what you expect, I suppose. They're trying to really reinforce the idea that these things are somehow comparable. But listen to George Bush, if you haven't heard this yet, comparing the Capitol Hill rioters to the Taliban, rather to the jihadis who took down the Twin Towers.
And we have seen growing evidence that the dangers to our country can come not only across borders, but from violence that gathers within. There is little cultural overlap between violent extremists abroad and violent extremists at home.
So he's talking about the cultural overlap between the suicide bombers and the incels, the black pillars, the MAGAs, the MAGA ban, vanilla ISIS, white Al-Qaeda, and all that. I see Overthought has joined us as I found the new YouTube channel. Oh, we've been shut down at least like 5 times since last month. So I'm putting a link in the chat. If you go to infiniteplane.media and go to that link, you can get all of the up-to-date channels that are active, but more importantly, you can get text message alerts. And I send these 2 minutes prior to the live streams, only if I'm live, not for replays, once per day max. Again, these are text message alerts. And you can actually text back. You can respond, and I can respond through the text message provider if you have anything you want to ask me directly. But anyway, it's a free service provided to our listeners here. And yeah, we took a few days off. Not intentionally. I've been trying to make time, but I had to revamp the websites. And so if you go to Infinite Plane Media, you'll see. If you go to any of our sites, they've all been improved. And I'm also working with a number of other newspaper sites in tandem with what we're doing. So those of you who like to follow along with everything here, you have an easy way to do that. All right, SpaceX is sending its first crew. Again, this is making space real because it's coming from a space agency that's not run by the government. And these are just regular people. So take that, flat earthers. That's one of the messages here. And they will be launching, I believe it's going to be on the 28th. They're giving you the bios, the backgrounds on all of them, and explaining how they managed to pull this off. I also see a lot of effort going into creating a simulation of going to space, a very immersive simulation, thinking that they can give people the same effect. So anyway, here we go. Our first all-civilian space crew. Finbar says the text messages are bringing me here. Yeah, text messages are reliable. YouTube is not. Facebook is not. And YouTube seems to have an axe to grind with this channel. I have no reason in particular I can point at, but it just seems like any channel that reaches close to 1,000 subs, they rug pull it. So we have like 4 channels with 1,000 subs plus. Someone sent something to me today, and I'm going to get to that too, about the One World Trade Tower and how it happens to look like a massive vaccine needle. And I was looking at that design, and I think it makes sense. it makes sense symbolically and otherwise. And I had already remarked on how the Soyuz rockets all look like this. Saturn V looks like a big needle. And there is a strong correlation, and it's all in the subtext, between outer space and inner space, and the vaccination ties into this in some way. And it has to do with, I believe, this new age, and this is something of a communion, I would say. But there's something about the symbolism here, about the needle symbolism, that is worth examining. And we've been studying this in depth on this channel, how the symbol of the obelisk has been represented in our modern age by the rocket, but how also the needle itself seems to be another iteration of the same symbol. And it's an emblem of the god of the astrotheological cult, one of its primary deities, although, you could call it pantheistic in many ways, or animistic even. It could all just be allegory. But my point is, this thing looks like a big needle. And recently in outer space, supposedly in outer space, the space station, which has an arm that they've been drawing attention to, so it has this arm, 32 feet long, hanging out of the space station, and it gets hit by a piece of space junk. So this is the first time the space station's hit by space junk. And it happens to be on a mission where they're testing out vaccines in space. They want to know about the immune system and zero G. Well, the space station gets a hole punctured above its elbow on its arm. So the space station is vaxxed on a mission called celestial immunity. Well, last year then we had COVID-19, and the vax race, like the space race, was won by the Russians. The Russians won the space race October 4th, 1957 with Sputnik. Russians won the vax race in August of 2020 with Sputnik. They named their vaccine Sputnik. Just another interesting connection there. And coincidentally, on that day, a movie from Russia came out called Sputnik. And the movie was about aliens that arrive in the form of a virus. And they are a parasitic species. Empress Infinite says IPS strong. Adaptivia says IPS is unhoaxed. I like that word, unhoaxed. If you look at the media, whenever they describe people who question their stories, they engage in a lot of projection. They'll say, oh, you're a bunch of hoaxers. Wait a minute, I'm accusing you guys of perpetrating a hoax. So I'm an accuser, and you're calling me a hoaxer. It doesn't make sense. It's like if you called a stage magician, you see a stage magician performing a trick. You call out the nature of the trick. Maybe you're offering a spoiler or something. Well, he could call you a lot of things, but he couldn't call you a magician. You're just calling out the trick in progress. So it's an odd form of projection. And they do this with everything. Specifically, also with the term conspiracy theorist. That conspiracy theorist is entirely subjective. There's a conspiracy that man using dino juice is causing ocean levels to rise. That's a conspiracy theory, if you ask me. It's not even a good one. It's not even believable, no matter how many movies they make about it. Okay, here we go. Countdown to the Inspiration 4. So the launch I've been talking about, the one with the 4 civilians, it's called Inspiration 4. And you'll be able to find the launch and the countdown live on Netflix and on Time. So Netflix will carry it. Lean Dion says, never mind the floating masks. Well, I was already talking about this last year. I said, if this was a real pandemic, and if you can catch COVID from a surface, somebody touches a doorknob, and you can die because you touch it, well then, we need to consider that these masks are likely biohazardous materials. So if these are biohazardous materials, where are the red bins? You see, we know that not recycling is causing the ocean levels to rise. It's making our climate worsen, and it's disproportionately affecting the poor. So, we have a social justice problem here. So luckily, they give us recycling bins everywhere, so you can go recycle. But now we have the problem of these infectious masks just being left on the road here and there. Where's our biohazard bins? Where's the red bins? Not a single one. Nobody has, no stores, no businesses. Last year, I toyed with the notion of getting into the business of distributing biohazard containers and arranging for pickup and disposal. But I thought, no, there's no way this is going to last another year. We were going to call it Infinite Plane Sanitation, and I was going to employ on a remote basis anybody who wanted to get involved in their area. But I said, well, we can't really waste our time on this. There's no way the public's going to keep this charade going with their consent for another year. But if it is going to keep going, it's a great idea because, yes, we ought to be using biohazard containers. Those masks ought to be taken to a very special facility. They can be autoclaved. You can't just throw it in with the regular trash. It could mutate. This is the thing. I mean, how did it arrive in the first place? I mean, you could vax the bats. That's my starting point. Vax the bats. Why blame the conspiracy theorists, the pandemic of the unvaccinated, when nobody has addressed patient zero out there in Wuhan? But it wasn't even the bat's fault. It was sanitation. The bat caught it from some pile of trash somewhere. My point being, you can't just flippantly throw your biohazardous waste into the municipal trash and not expect some kind of variant to come back and bite us later. Finbar says, the trash truck here picks up the recycling and throws it in with the other trash. Do you happen to be in New York? Because they would blame that for the floods there. Like they said in Miami that condo collapsed because of climate change. I think that you can put climate change on death certificates now. I have to find a reference for that. Yeah, there is a push to add climate change to death certificates. Researchers suggest that the amount of deaths attributed to climate change is at least 50 times more recorded. So there's an actual study out there, and there are calls that suggest we need to add climate change to the causes. Yep, exactly. This is not surprising at all, and this is just an extension of the craziness that had Bill Nye saying, well, the reason why you had the terrorists shooting up the Christmas party in California was, this was in San Bernardino, is a couple of Islamic terrorists. He said it's because of climate change. Well, climate change destroyed the farmlands where they would have worked. So they moved to the cities. There were no jobs because of American military interventionism, because we want their oil. So not only was climate change destroying their opportunities, but our dependence on dino juice had also destabilized their economies. So they become easy recruits for terrorists who rightfully point the finger of blame at us. So yes, climate change causes terrorism. So you might as well add that to the 3,000 9/11. It wasn't Osama bin Laden, it was climate change. It was just capitalism. Let's just cut to the chase here. That's actually what they're saying. As dumb as it sounds, they're just trying to blame freedom, free market, for everything. Molly Rowland says, I got mugged because of climate change. Yeah, if your car got broken into, climate change. And they also say climate change disproportionately affects the poor. And that should be a clue to you that this is just another way of rebranding the Marxist class warfare narrative. And I started looking closer at the cli-fi, climate fiction, which is what they call it. I used to subscribe to a number of mailing lists for publishers, and one of them said that science fiction with aliens and monsters is not going to get the money you're going to get. It's not going to get the funding if you want to produce big budget stuff that cli-fi will, climate fiction. And I had watched Geostorm just to see where climate fiction was at, and it opens up with fire tornadoes, where you have fire tornadoes. And I thought, okay, that's new. Well, then, at the exact same time that fire tornadoes are making their debut in this very popular movie Geostorm, where man controls the weather from the space station, fire tornadoes start trending on the news. A fire tornado. And there's a few of them here. This was in 2018, San Diego, California. It was a spinning vortex of air with fire in it. Now, this may exist. You could probably create one. There's nothing that remarkable about it. My point being, they're saying this is something erratic, and it's caused by you. Your failure to recycle, or, if you can't get around to recycling, there's always something else you could do. There is meaningful action you can take, which is you can go over to NBC's website and you can confess your climate sins. And this is further proof that the mass media is the church of the day. Go to NBCnews.com, Climate Confections. For those who care deeply about the planet's future, who slip up now and then, where do you fall short? Do you blast your AC? Do you throw out half your lunch? Do you grill a steak every week? Share your anonymous confessions with NBC News. I read through some of these last week. It's pathetic. People are so guilt-ridden. This woman says here, I'm a good recycler. And she's probably been recycling for 50 years. I'm a good recycler, except I overuse paper towels. I have 2 very old cats who are very messy, and I use paper towels to avoid excessive cat hair. So this cat lady can't even enjoy her life without feeling bad about it. So she has to go to NBC News and confess. And I wouldn't trust that these are anonymous. I think these go straight to the CCP, and you will probably be executed for your climate sins. They'll dig this out. Molly Rowland says, George Floyd died of climate change, not COVID. Yeah, I could see that. If not for climate change, would he have needed to have counterfeited that bill? You know, that counterfeit bill has a few stories attached to it worth looking into. The $20 bill. There's some symbolism, first of all. The word 20 means twin tens, and that's significant. It happened in the Twin Cities as we entered Gemini. There's your twin, there's your twin. He was the twin of Stephen Jackson. A counterfeit bill is a twin or a copy. So there's another reiteration of this same theme. And then if you fold the $20 bill up, you get the Twin Towers burning on the back. Another 9/11 connection. He was suffocated for 8:46. 9/11 starts at 8:46. A lot of connections there. But then there's more. The counterfeit bill likely came from the nightclub where he worked for 7 years with Derek Chauvin. So remember, Derek Chauvin and Floyd worked together for years. So if you want to believe the official story, go for it. But it looks like a psyop. And there are more layers to the story, but the story is they worked together, and at this place, there was some kind of operation involving counterfeit money. And that Floyd was a liability to the operation because he was throwing this money everywhere. And so he was taken out. That was one of the conspiracies about it. Clayton says George Floyd is a new religious icon. Interesting way of putting it. Well, look, I Can't Breathe is an anagram for a better China. And that is not a coincidence. I happen to think that there's a lot of word magic at play these days. And this word magic, a better China, ties into Build Back Better, which looks like, Build Back Better. It looks exactly like what the World Economic Forum was talking about, the Great Reset, which is a conspiracy, by the way. It's a conspiracy that there's a Great Reset. Well, actually, it was a conspiracy theory. And then after the conspiracy theorists were vindicated, it's just accepted as a fact. Like now, it's a conspiracy theory that there's going to be a new world order. Then you have someone, I think out of Australia, comes out and says, New World Order. Like, this is what they do, though. They gaslight you. Oh, here's another one. Israel's top COVID truther claimed that COVID was a poison attack. So this guy catches COVID because he's another right-wing truther, and he claims it was an attack, and then COVID kills him. Says he lost his life to COVID on Monday after spending 10 days at the medical center. He organized protests against coronavirus rules, including mask mandates and vaccine passport schemes. Schemes, huh? And I have heard someone, I think it was someone in Israel actually on Hot Mic, talked about how, yeah, actually the passports are just a scheme to get the hesitants to get their pokies. And it probably works. But you notice how it's just targeting them? Like, I'm having to ask myself, where are the left wing? Climate change, fighting, virtue signaling, COVID deaths. Like, it's not happening like this. It's happening to outspoken anti-lockdown protesters. Antifa didn't catch COVID. Yet 100 days of sustained rioting and protests, no social distancing, and no COVID deaths. And if there was one, you can bet they would have made a martyr. They would have said, so-and-so died of COVID, and he wouldn't have died if it wasn't for systemic racism that necessitated the protests. So every protester that dies of COVID is someone who also can't breathe because of Derek Chauvin and systemic racism. And the I can't breathe, that's also another one of these forced memes, because it's the idea that they set for 2020. It's the overarching theme is the inability to breathe with oppression, climate change destroying our atmosphere. Then there's the mask mandates. I mean, every aspect of 2020 had to do with this idea of breath being sucked away. And I'm suggesting that it was more of a theme about saying that the world can no longer take any more of this Western chauvinism, which includes basically property rights, freedom, free market. You can say capitalism if you want to. That word and communism don't mean very much today. I mean, it's oversimplistic, but the idea of free market, that you should own property, these things are under attack. Because, of course, property is bad for the environment, and it carries the disease. And isn't that such a huge contradiction? That the same misanthropes that want to save the planet from man are so concerned with saving man. Like, if you really see man as a problem, man's destroying Gaia. Like, let Gaia have her revenge already then. Just say, hey, look, this is Gaia's revenge. She's going to wipe out 9/10 of the population. Like, why would they be so insistent that you take their medicine? That's what I never understood with Prince Philip, who I believe came back as the Delta variant. Prince Philip said that when he died, he wanted to reincarnate as a virus to help save the planet. Well, then 2020 comes along, and suddenly he's like, get your vax. Don't want you to get sick. And I'm like, didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you want to literally beat AIDS and kill me with it? And now you're trying to save me? Very suspect. But yes, I'm pretty sure he came back as the Delta variant. All right, here's another exclusive from People magazine. PSYOP magazine. I mean, really, they're always out there with these stories that never go away. And this story is going to stick. You're just going to have to memorize this guy's face. Matthew Coleman, MC, and not a coincidence, it's an inverse of CM, as in Charles Manson. And I can show you, and we will go over this in detail, the correlation between this event, these killings, and Charles Manson. And he's actually a composite. You have to consider in context Matthew Coleman and the QAnon shaman. You put those two together, you've got the Charles Manson composite. It's all about Q sent me, Charlie sent me, I'm saving the world, and it's inexplicable to people who aren't a part of it. It's all meant to demonize the hippies of the day who are on the right. So this is from People magazine. It says his family still processing the event. A longtime family friend tells People magazine, quote, "We believe he had a psychotic break. Before August 7th, his life was damn near perfect." So they said he had a psychotic break, and now they're going to blame the internet. Just watch. According to the FBI complaint obtained by People, Coleman said he was motivated by the QAnon conspiracy that told him that Donald Trump was secretly battling a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles at the highest level of political power and influence. So apparently he thinks his wife, or thought his wife, is a reptoid. Says he was, quote, enlightened by the QAnon and Illuminati conspiracy theories. He received a vision and a sign that his wife and his children had serpent DNA and passed it on to his children. So he had to kill them. So he's in protective custody. We're waiting to see what happens. A couple of things about this. So it says he received visions. Well, this is exactly the same story as the ex-Marine. Brian Riley, 33 years old, killed 4 people, including a baby. Just like the guy in California killed a baby. Baby killing, very shocking. Think about the Charles Manson event, what they do. They killed an unborn baby. So the Marine vet had visions. He heard the voice of God that said, you need to save these people from human traffickers. So again, another 33-year-old involved in something which helps the media establish their false narrative. I think this is totally fake, but my point being, another guy hearing voices and acting on it. And it seems like they're, like I said, building up this story for the public who are very credulous that the internet is a threat to our existence. You thought having COVID was bad, floating out there. Wait till you see the ideas that are out there floating around. A couple of memes here. A lot of people are making a point of calling AOC a hypocrite for her dress that said tax the rich because she's rich. She's at an event that cost $30,000 to attend. More hypocrisy, sure. Tax the rich, just a slogan at this point. But just thought I'd bring it up. You know, they're pretty overt with their communism today. And that's what it is. People think, oh, universal basic income sounds great. Well, where do you think the money comes from? You think the government produces it? If you just got here, the title of the live stream, The Blood of Astronauts. Here's what we're talking about. UK scientists say they can make cosmic concrete with astronaut blood and space dust. Astrocrete has compressive strengths that are 300% higher than normal concrete, and it's perfectly suited for construction work in extraterrestrial environments because it doesn't involve transporting building blocks from the Earth. And then it has a pile of something that I don't want to describe. It says, quote, Martian soil material will be stronger than concrete. It will be made from human blood, sweat, tears, and other materials. So this is, again, this is our future. The key here is a common protein from blood plasma, human serum albumin, which combined with urea, a waste product found in sweat and tears and urine, can be mixed with moon dust to create astrocrete. Yeah, okay, very interesting. I mean, it says again, I brought this up earlier, they found this out because you can mix pig's blood into lime mortar as a binding material. This was used throughout Chinese architectural history. According to the team's calculations, a crew of 6 astronauts on a 2-year mission could produce 500 kegs of astrocrete. So this is, again, interesting timing because I've been expecting Soylent Green to surface. like many other movies, bad movies from the 80s and 90s that seem to be coming true in the years that they were set. A lot of 2020 movies right now, we're in Mad Max. 2022 is Soylent Green. We find out the world is being fed from this sludge made from people. And now we're finding out that you could make a very effective concrete for outer space construction out of ground up people put through chippers, I guess. Molly Rollins says, gross, is this real? It gets grosser. You don't want to know about the chocolate coffee balls, but we'll get to that in the symposium. I don't know where they're going with this. Is it about sacrifice? Is it about the astronauts in their holy mission? There's some kind of component to it here when you get into the occult aspect, the esoteric side of what the space program really masquerades for. Because it's only a cover. Space travel is a cover for what the cult is actually about. And if you study the works of Crowley or Jack Parsons, who was there at JPL at the genesis of this whole thing, there is an unholy obsession with body fluids in the New Age magic or mysticism or cult, whatever you want to call it. So it just sounds like there's another meaning to it here. Now I want to play something here. We compiled this last year. Just want to show you how you're not a conspiracy theorist if you recognize patterns. And there was a story being told last year about what was going to transpire once the pandemic kicked in.
As of today, at this hour, we have 33 confirmed positive tests for the virus.
Yesterday we had 22 cases. Today we have 33 cases.
As we sort through this here in Arkansas, today we have 33 confirmed positive cases in Arkansas.
As of today, we have 33 confirmed cases with Boston residents.
As of this afternoon, we have 33 Pennsylvanians who have tested positive for COVID-19.
So as of this morning, there were 33 confirmed cases in North Carolina.
Evening to you. Lots to get to tonight. I'm Leon Hendricks. We want to start with new information into our newsroom. Within the past couple of hours, there are now 33.
Now, we followed this real time as it happened. And the way it worked was, as every state went into lockdown, or every country, there was a conspicuous announcement involving the phrase rises to 33. Venezuela rises to 23. And it was state by state, county by county. And it wasn't just like you could search any number and find this. No, it was very consistent. And this matched up with a lot of the other symbolism that led to the event. And by the way, I'm finding more connections between 9/11 and 3/11, which we'll get into. I want to bring this up. So the space station had some kind of an emergency and the fire alarm was going off. I mentioned last week how it had the fissure in it. And a month before that, a supply module's thrusters had gone off at the wrong time and caused the thing to flip over 540 degrees. So the space station's having some issues. So the other day, it's having something happening on board the cosmonaut side, and the fire alarms go off. And at that time, Tom Cruise is parachuting into a field. And here's the other part of it. As he parachutes into the field, the cows below him topple over in confusion. Says, a high-frequency noise was used to prevent drones from flying near him during his parachute jump. But the tech was so strong, the field of cows all fell over. Thankfully, they were okay once the scrambling device was switched off. Poor Tom hasn't had many reasons to flash his famous megawatt smile during his time in the UK, so it's nice to see him feeling cheerful. So Tom Cruise lands in a Lake District field full of cows. Now, this is maybe a seemingly inconsequential story, but if you read the book, The Metascript Decoded, go to themetascript.com. I talked about the significance of Tom Cruise on the world stage, specifically with his role in Eyes Wide Shut, Vanilla Sky, his connection to Stanley Kubrick, who faked the moon landing, and the fact that he's going to the space station. And on time, we're seeing Tom Cruise falling from the sky. And this is a theme. It's a setup for something else later, according to my reading of this thing. But I'm just pointing this out. What are the odds, that you have a 911 emergency on the space station, and Cruise is coming down from the sky on 9/11, and it's not over yet. I believe this is merely leading up to something. And we've talked about Tom Cruise, his character on the world stage, and if you have any doubts about what I'm saying, you just have to look into the Tom Cruise 33 curse, the 33 problem, or the 33 conspiracy, and all the ways that number seems to haunt him, and how each of his divorces happened when the wife was 33, and each one was 11 years older than younger than the previous. So you have a sequence: 11, 22, 33, and it's pretty profound. It goes very deep. In my opinion, Tom Cruise is a world stage character, meaning he's an actor on all these screens, but the guy that you see, like falling from the sky right there, it's also an act. So anything that happens to a world stage actor is likely fake, is my point. I mean, this is where you can put death fakers into context. Yeah, their character is dying, even though they might move on. Now, as far as I know, they just want to do homesteading. I don't know if they're actually going to be training for some kind of final battle or Armageddon. Okay, so there you have it. Dave Chappelle, is he going to be canceled? We will see. It's like they don't have any use for him now. They had plenty of use for him after the George Floyd event, where he came out and he said, I have a lot in common with George Floyd because I think what he said was he was 8 pounds and, no wait, it was his birth date lined up with, let me bring this up actually, because it was a 27-minute Netflix thing. I want to show you what I mean. This surprises me that he's doing something that might actually get him canceled. So he did this special called 846. And this is a 2020 performance special. And of course, 846 references a couple of things. The exoteric is that's how long Derek Chauvin knelt on Floyd. Now, ritualistically, these names all mean something. We can talk about the names, Derek Chauvin, and how the subtext tells us that he was 9/11ing America. 846 is actually the time that the first of the towers was hit. So anyway, he has this special called 846, and he talks about how it's connected to him because he was born at 846. Now, the sun set in the Twin Cities that day at 846. So you got the sunset, you got the time that he's being asphyxiated, being correlated. And this is where it gets very much into the ritualistic aspect. And the tie-ins to 9/11 are endless. Appreciate the support, Thirst for Truth, with the super chat there. There's a link below if you want to support the channel in this way. As you've seen, we're consistently being demonetized, defunded, kicked off various platforms because of what we talk about so candidly. Because we don't believe in adhering to censorship. We don't self-censor. We don't mask our minds. So we are completely 100% crowd-funded. And most of our best ideas are crowd-sourced. I mean, it is a think tank. So we appreciate people who can pitch in and all of our patrons who keep this going. Okay, so Chappelle's time of birth was 846. So that's a big connection to him. And then on top of that, his great-grandfather played a very similar historical role in defending somebody who had been lynched. So here you have Dave Chappelle serving the system, reinforcing the major psyops, and they have all the time in the world for him, and he doesn't have to be funny on that one. But now he makes a couple of bad jokes, and it's cancellation time. And the people who want to cancel Dave Chappelle for these jokes, and again, these are jokes, don't care to cancel other shows that I think ought to be canceled on Netflix, like the one about trafficking little girls. What's it called? Cuties. Okay, let's talk about brain laundry for just a moment. I think we talked about this a bit yesterday. The Brian Laundrie, and of course, this is a big operation. It's a brainwashing part of the mind control operation. So the fact that they named him Brian Laundrie is obviously a joke. And I've been bored by it until I heard that Dog the Bounty Hunter got involved. And he's been hunting Dog the Bounty Hunter has been following a trail. They found a can of Monster Energy that they believe was his. They found a shoe, which they believe somehow, I guess, relates to this thing. I mean, it's obvious that we're dealing with a TV show when they bring in these TV characters. So I'm not going to pay much attention to it unless they get Steven Seagal involved. Now, the next thing, I mean, look, you can connect a couple of dots and just rule that thing out. Like, there's no reason to mourn Gabby Petito. Just the fact that she and I believe her brothers were all involved in some Sandy Hook music video means you're looking at an actress. Social media influencer, actress. So right now she's probably got a hair dye. She's undergoing some kind of witness protection, getting a new role, and you'll probably see her as some kind of a medical expert or something in a few years. She'll have a completely different role. It's all theater. It's made for TV and it's getting great ratings. And one of the sightings, and I don't think this is a coincidence, one of the sightings of Brain Laundrie, he was in the background of a selfie. People just spotted him after the fact. And he looked like Bigfoot in the way that he was posed. So I think that's just a subtle way of communicating that this is a big joke. Meanwhile, and this is from Reality, Google has announced that they're going to be helping the government to find problematic and mind virus infected people. That they're going to start issuing out keyword warrants. So you remember after 9/11 you had the idea that if you said certain words on the phone, maybe the Homeland Security or the Patriot Act would allow them to engage in wiretapping. Well, here, or even warrantless surveillance. Well, here you have keywords giving you away. So this says, hey, you search this, so you have this mind virus. You caught this. They can kind of assume it. We can assume that you have these ideas in your head, and therefore this makes you dangerous. And if you get close to someone else, you could pass that idea on to them. And this assumes that they weren't already. I mean, I just consider Google to be an extension of government. Same with all these social media platforms. I mean, really, what's the difference at this point? But keyword warrants, something to look forward to. New York Times, sometimes life imitates art. William Shatner headed to space with Blue Origin. Now, with regard to this space race, they've just made it all about celebrities to get the most attention. And I believe this is all meant to drown out any of the skeptics. But for some time here, I've been asking this question, who's the better actor and who's the better astronaut? Aldrin or Shatner? If the definition of an astronaut is simulating it on a stage, which is my opinion. So if that's the case, then Shatner has more experience in these simulated alien environments. Therefore, he's a better astronaut. But Buzz has not broken character for more than half a century. So I would say that Buzz Aldrin's a better actor. But as far as who's the better actor and astronaut, these are both open now. This is kind of a toss-up because Shatner's now going to space. So if Shatner goes to space and does the astronaut thing convincingly, then he kind of takes both trophies. And that's going to be in about 6 days. And I was watching some interview with William Shatner and I believe it was CIA Anderson Cooper. And it was kind of absurd, but they really made a point to emphasize the shape of Jeff Bezos' rocket. Like, for some reason, these weirdos in the media cannot get enough of that kind of stuff. And they were, again, joking about that. I thought they would have been over it by now. Here we go. New York Times. It says, next week, in a thoroughly modern blurring of reality and fiction, William Shatner will soar to space with Blue Origin. This blurring of reality and fiction isn't new. It's been done really this entire time, if you ask me. But this is, I think this is intentional. This is the objective here. I think that they want to accomplish this summer what they accomplished in the summer of '69 with regard to outer space, which is make it real for the next 50 years. So they don't have to do another big stunt to prove it, to prove all their claims. And they're pretty much going to accomplish it because there's no one people trust more than astronauts. They might as well send, than actors, excuse me. Actronauts. But no, when an actor is the ultimate authority figure in most people's minds, that's why the only people you see catching the Kung Flu are actors. Moon rocks brought to Earth by Chinese mission fill key gaps in solar system history. You know the solar system is flat. Just pointing that out. People laugh at the flat earthers, and I'm like, well, you're a flat solar system-er, and you don't even know it. And moreover, the galaxy's flat. So, flat galaxy, flat solar system, flat universe. If you want to argue that, it's easily, most will say it's flat. But galaxies, solar systems, flat, flat. So, flat trumps ball. And if the Earth is destroyed by an asteroid, all we have is flat. Flat universers. So it just seems like a minor thing to defend all these people who are obsessed with attacking the flat Earth theory. If it's that off, let it debunk itself. Show us the curve. Moon rocks brought to Earth by Chinese mission. Now this is interesting because they're trying to figure out how old these are. China's new moon rock treasure trove may be 1 billion years younger than the material the Apollo program brought home decades ago. So I'm like, well, they're trying to figure out how to determine their exact age. And I came up with something, but I don't think they would listen to me. It says here, they hope to entangle the 4.5 billion year history of the solar system, combining these time-stamped samples with a technique to identify relative ages called crater dating. So they're using crater dating to try to get a nice relative determination as to their age. And I would suggest that the Chinese space program, I would suggest they take these moon rocks and just saw them in half and count the rings. And the reason I say so is that the moon rocks that were given to Holland by astronaut Buzz Aldrin, were made of wood. This is from the Mirror. Moon rock gifts given to Holland by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin are petrified wood. They're fake. Shocked scientists found out. How did they just find out? The souvenirs given by Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins during the Good World Tour 1969 had them giving out 100 moon rocks. Well, 100 different countries received these, and they're all made out of wood. So I'm just saying, you want to find out how old a moon rock is, saw it in half, because it's probably made out of wood. All right, let's go through some comments here. And phones are open. I put the number on the screen. It's 909-966-5511 if the main number doesn't work. I love the main number. If you didn't know it, it's 833-311-1984. We always take messages, play them live. 311 is a reference to a very important date, the date that the pandemic was declared, the new 9/11. 1984 is another important date. It's the year that it is, was, and always will be. And it's a friendly reminder. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. I don't know about these moon rocks. I'm going to do a little more digging, going to find out what they say. But again, to me, these are relics. These are relics is what they are. Like religious items. Things that came down from the heavens that prove the claims of the priesthood conveniently. Okay, let's see what we have here. Richard Branson, on his space trip, galvanized him to end the death penalty and civilize the United States. You know how they say that when they go so high up, they're transformed? They get the overview effect? The overview effect is a cognitive shift. So he may have just been some brash billionaire, a womanizer, and maybe he only thought about wealth and money and fame, but then he got so far up above the earth, he looked down and he saw it as fragile. He ceased to see national boundaries or distinctions between political parties. He just saw that all is one. That's the overview effect. It's like seeing the face of God, and you come back down and you're changed. So now he comes back down and he says, I think to be a civilized country, you have to realize that killing people as a way of trying to teach people not to kill people is not the way to do it. So Branson's going to lecture us about the death penalty. His next mission is ending the death penalty. And this is just to prove to all of us that there's benefits to going to space and seeing the face of your God, your globe God, because one, you can see how angry it is. Oh, we got to cut back on our burning of fossil fuels because it's going to flood. But then two, you can come back down with ways to tell America how they're the problem with everything, which is pretty much what it comes down to. Google and YouTube are going to prohibit ads on climate denial content. So if you deny the wrath of this God that's going to flood the world if you don't cut back on its version of wickedness, yeah, they're going to demonetize you. They're going to punish people for denying this thing, for denying what? Something that has been agreed upon by a consensus of, I would say, incentivized, perhaps even prostituted scientists. Even saying that would be considered dangerous. Oh, you doubted climate change. Someone might hear you, decide not to recycle. Ocean levels rise a couple of inches, takes out some poor villages somewhere, and doesn't affect you because you're in America. You know, that's kind of how they've been playing this thing out. That Americans cause 95% of the pollution and we cause most of the damage, but we don't really suffer the effects. Now, for people who aren't aware, global warming lasted 33 years. It turned 33 in June, but they phased out the phrase global warming because it wasn't self-evident. So they went to climate change and climate change because it was vague, but it wasn't enough. So now they call it climate chaos. Climate chaos is probably the least extreme way of describing what they're telling us is going to happen. And it's just another one of these doomsday cults, wrath of God, wrath of globe, no difference. And they always move the goalpost. They've had decades to have anything of their claims come true. The ocean levels have not risen, by the way. If they have at all, it's from masks. But what they have done is they've imposed an ideology, and I think they've given a lot of people deep-seated guilt about being consumers of products, people who travel. So that's what it comes down to. It's all about control. They want you to lock down your life. They want you to self-quarantine to save the planet. So even NBCnews.com emphasizes this with their climate confessions. They actually have a page here. It says, if you care deeply about the planet's future and you slip up, you can tell us. Where do you fall short in preventing climate change? Do you blast the AC? Do you throw out half your lunch? Do you grill a steak every week? Share your anonymous confession with NBC News. Look it up, NBC News confessions. And people are actually coming over here and submitting confessions, and you can read them. Now, this is all, again, people who are just totally brainwashed, and they're actually under the impression that they're saving the planet. So how can you be against saving the planet? Now, this eco-fascist agenda has been fast-tracked by the authority and the power that has been delegated on over to the scientists, and it's overlapping. So if you accept the science of lockdowns and you think it's a good idea, you shouldn't be waiting for a mandate to do it. And if you trust that science, the science that has really dominated our discourse for the last 2 years, well, then you have no business denying the science of climate change. And you want to sell your car in lockdown and stop having babies. I mean, really, the hypocrisy is as pronounced as it is with any other main religion. I mean, essentially, the government is the religion, and they're selling indulgences. All right, going through some comments. Molly Rowland says climate change killed George Floyd. Well, you can put climate change on your death certificate now. I actually read that. You can now climate change on the death certificate for a few reasons. There's a push to add it. Here's from Natural World News. Researchers suggest that the amount of deaths attributed to climate change is at least 50 times more than recorded on death certificates. And I'm sure they can back anything with cherry-picked research, but the thing is, this is not new. Bill Nye, the science guy, so you know he's a scientist, he said that terrorism is actually caused by climate change. And he explains that there is a connection. And the connection is that climate change causes blowback in the same way that military interventionism does. And so if we get any sort of a terrorist attack here, it's because we hit them first with our climate change, and what they're doing is simply self-defense. In fact, he's actually testified as much before Congress. And Bill Nye, the science guy, also led the March for Our Lives. No, but before it was March for Our Lives, was it just Save the Planet? I mean, since when did science become about salvation? So here you go. Here's a world savior, Bill Nye.
Very reasonable that the recent trouble in Paris is a result of climate change. This water shortage in Syria. There is a water shortage in Syria. This is fact-based. Small and medium farmers have abandoned their farms because there's not enough water, not enough rainfall. And especially the young people who have not grown up there, have not had their whole lives invested in living off the land. Young people have gone to the big cities looking for work. There's not enough work for everybody. So the disaffected youths, as we say, the young people who don't believe in the system, believe the system's failed, don't believe in the economy,
So as he's explaining, the young people out on the other side of the world are affected by climate change here because somehow we caused the rain to stop, and so they can't be farmers. And so now they go to the cities where they are susceptible to recruitment because anti-American sentiment has been stirred up, and it's our fault.
Are more easily engaged and more easily recruited by terrorist organizations, and then they end up partway around the world in Paris shooting people. So you can make a very reasonable argument that climate change is not that indirectly related to terrorism.
So if you don't recycle and some suicide bomber blows you up at a deli, well, you should have taken better care of Gaia. That's kind of what they're saying. Notice Bear says, wasn't there a school shooting today? I think so. There was a school shooting today, but it wasn't like a mass shooting. And I don't know if it was real or not. I have to look into it. I didn't see any crisis actors. I did see some outrage that someone walked free, but you're innocent until proven guilty, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. It looked like a lot of manufactured outrage. Kind of like how after Dylan Roof shot up the church, they took him over to Burger King and fed him a Whopper. Like, how obvious of a provocation is that? Whopper, aka lie. Hey, I have a clip here I want to play. This is Stanley Johnson, father of Bojo, Boris Johnson. And I believe what he's talking about here, I'm not sure if it's extermination, sterilization. Let me check again. Just play it live.
And I think also care home staff to make the decisions about what goes into their body. And I don't think that they should be put under the spotlight in this way, being asked what their vaccination status is or any other medical status.
Well, now, Stanley will love this one, although...
And I just want to say I just totally disagree with that. I mean, I think you cannot be too ruthless in making sure people get vaccinated.
Okay, that's where he's talking about being too ruthless. It runs in the family, though. You find a lot of these individuals who advocate for reducing the human population. They seem to run in families. Like, these very specific bad ideas seem to run in families. I think this is another one. I think this is the one where he talks about exterminating people.
and HIV virus, sparking major emergency.
That is absolutely wonderful, because as an environmentalist, I say to myself...
Okay, here we go. So this is Boris Johnson's father. He's on a game show, and they ask about an emergency caused by an AIDS epidemic, and he says, as an environmentalist, I think this is good news.
Because as an environmentalist, I say to myself, the best possible news would be some mega emergency which got rid of huge chunks of the human race.
As an environmentalist, my best news would be an emergency that takes out a huge chunk of the human race. And then he gave birth to Boris Johnson. Going through comments, Molly Rowland says Bill Nye is irritating. Cares not for common sense. Agreed. Zinvella says, is anyone wearing flannel? Right. Lots of flannel wearers at the school shootings. Flannel is a uniform, one of the primary wardrobe decisions I think they have to make when they're trying to convince people that these are shootings that are affecting middle America. That, for example, with the Vegas shooting, and the anniversary was last week, we were talking about that one, but all of the crisis actors flew in from Hollywood, and they all wore flannel and boots and cowboy hats. And the point of it was, these right-wingers are holding on to their guns, despite Sandy Hook, despite Parkland. So let's give them an act of terror, an atrocity that hits a country music concert, so they can't claim it's not affecting their own. And that's one of the reasons for that event and subsequent events where they're targeting country music festivals. And these aren't real country music fans. You wouldn't be able to get people who actually believe in the Second Amendment to be crisis actors. They're all left coast types. And you can tell if you watch the wardrobe closely. It's a caricature. This is also true at the 1/6 riots, at the staged riot, where many of those actors, the neckbeards with the flannel shirts and the spears looking like barbarians, well, many of them were actually clean-cut surfer types from Burbank, California. But not that weekend. It's almost like they're getting paid. I had to make a correction here. Little fact check. So I was showing this video off about, it's a collection of pictures here, this is still shots, where Joe Biden is getting his booster on TV on that stage. And I was pointing out how he has a full head of hair on his upper arm, and he didn't when he got the first shot. So here he is, what, 4, 5, 6? How many boosters in is Joe Biden? Has he completely replaced his blood supply with the vax by now? Every time I look at him, he's getting a vaccine. Does he have track marks? But anyway, I'm looking at the shoulder, and it's extremely hairy. And then someone posted this other picture, and so I shared it. And it has Joe Biden shirtless washing a Pontiac. And he doesn't have any hair on his chest or arm. Well, fact checkers have actually confronted me about this, and they said the picture of Joe Biden shirtless and washing his Pontiac is from The Onion, and it's not real. So we can't rule out that Joe Biden, I mean, it's debatable now. Now, what is for certain, and this is just a fact, and you can Photoshop, compare the two, just put them adjacent to one another and see for yourself. Joe Biden and Jim Carrey, as in Joe Biden today, not the Joe Biden from the Obama years, but the Joe Biden of today has the same chin as Jim Carrey. Same weird kind of grin. It looks like The Mask. You know the movie The Mask? All right, let's continue. Nobody's figured out who Joe Biden is yet. Now, I can say that it's not the same guy. You got lobes and no lobes, Joe. We can talk about that all day, but just the fact that there's a question is meaningful, if you ask me. I've got a tweet sent to me. Drones falling out of the sky. So this is in Japan. In China. There's a big display of drones in the sky. One of these big, where they get these amazing 3D displays, better than fireworks. But something went wrong and all the drones fell. And it looked like a bunch of satellites falling from the sky, and someone sent it to me. So I think they're ready for space war psyops. They have all the technology that they need to pull off something that involves, well, sky falling, and that's what comes next. Here's another video of Joe Biden shouting out his Lord and Master.
6 minutes, 6 days, or 6 weeks. We're going to get it done.
I have so many statements of Biden just slipping the 666 in there, not even trying to hide it. Not even subtle. You know who was subtle was Obama. You know, he spoke backwards. What is it? He says, yes, we can. You all heard that? Yes, we can was the slogan when he ran in 2008. And someone had found out that if you play it backward, yes, we can, actually sounds like thank you, Satan. I'll play a clip. Now, the reason I have to wait for the commercial is because YouTube canceled my YouTube Red because I violated their terms of service. It's like they kicked me out of they 86'd us. They kicked us out of YouTube Red. So we have to suffer through some of these commercials. Okay, here we go. Yes, we can. And I'm going to have it played forward and reverse.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, and now reverse. And you can actually see on the screen that the individual composing this is editing it live, just so you know that this isn't something that they made up. And this came out years ago. I'm sure most of you have already heard it. The only question is, does back masking actually communicate messages to you?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Thank you, Satan. Thank you, Satan. Thank you, Satan. Thank you, Satan.
All right, unequivocal. Thank you, Satan. Strange, right? But backmasking, isn't it a thing? Now, again, if you look into the occultists, Crowley and otherwise, they all say the same thing about symbolism operating forward and backward. And how often do you see predictive programming, like with 9/11 and others, where numbers are used to mean the same thing even when they are reversed? There are many, many examples of that. So hearing this, yeah, it sounds strange, but could it be intentional? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And all of the presidents, for some reason, are associated with this kind of stuff. You know that Donald Trump's apartment was the place where they filmed Devil's Advocate. Like the devil literally lived in his apartment. Like, that's weird. Joe Biden mocked for the Truman Show presidency over the fake White House set. This is from the New York Post. Finally, it's being picked up. Biden's being mocked for a Truman Show presidency. Now, we've been calling him a hologram for some time, but, you know, this is auto-hoaxing going mainstream. He's been pictured in front of a fake White House set with a digital view of the Rose Garden. This is like a scene out of Westworld. Have you all seen Westworld? I think I'm on season 3. Well, it's HBO. Westworld is about... It encompasses many things. I would kind of compare it to Jurassic Park and Blade Runner. But it's about a theme park for these AI beings. And there's one scene where a certain character is in a room living out his life every day. And the next day, the set is rebooted and he begins the same day again. He's just a program and he doesn't know. He doesn't know he's being programmed, and he doesn't know that there's no world outside of the room that he's in, that it's a set. And since he never steps off of it, he would never realize that, well, he's a puppet. And so here we have people ridiculing Biden because they're using a game show set. And that's what this is. So Benny Johnson, conservative commentator, tweets, "Why does Joe Biden need to use a fake White House set?" Jack Posobiec wrote, "Truman Show presidency. They gave Joe Biden a play school desk and a fake Oval Office and a fake White House." Now, there has to be a reasonable explanation for this. And this lends credence to literally everything that the QAnoners have been saying since this thing started back in January, where they said it was a movie set, that it's Castle Rock Entertainment, some kind of well-known set where various movies are filmed. And someone said I needed to watch Dave for some clues, which I may actually watch that movie. I think the movie's just called Dave, and it stars Kevin Kline. Kevin Kline in the movie Dave is about an actor who's more or less drafted to play the role of the president. And I'll be looking into that one soon. Kevin Kline, very interesting character. Even more interesting when you look at his physical resemblance to Melinda Gates. And side note here, but if you care to look into this thing, Melinda Gates does look like Kevin Kline in recent years. And strangely enough, and this just came out months ago, Bill Gates had an arrangement with Melinda that whenever he got an itch, every few months he would go out and date his old girlfriend. And his old girlfriend happens to be the sister-in-law to Kevin Kline. So there's some connections there that are indisputable. Okay, let's continue here. And my point being, of course, Kevin Kline played the role of a guy who played the fake president in a movie, which, again, I was told earlier today that there was a few hints in the movie. It's a 1993 American political comedy. Kevin Kline, Sigourney Weaver. It's about a guy named Dave Kovic. He runs a temp agency, and he's requested by a Secret Service agent to make an appearance at a hotel that used him to cover up an affair, and before you know it, he becomes the president. We'll check that one out later. Now, back to the movie set here in front of the White House. It says, the reason that Biden uses this bizarre virtual set for televised meetings and not an actual room like the East Room is because he can read the script directly from a face-on monitor without a teleprompter glass that can be seen on the screen. So others are wondering, are they even letting him in the White House? But then the explanation is it's just done for convenience. Interesting. Does anybody buy that? Is there anyone here that's still trusting the plan? And is this part of the revelation that Trump is still president and Joe Biden's just a puppet? If you're a QAnoner, call in at 909-966-5511 and let us know where the plan is at today. All right, let me go ahead and continue through some of our notes. Like I said, we're going to follow up the story with Gage Grosskreutz. Still looking for evidence as to whether or not he was actually injured. Shatner, a.k.a. Captain Kirk on Star Trek, joked about being ravaged by time. He ribbed Cooper about the sci-fi show being all pretend, and they busted out innuendos about the phallic shape of Blue Origin's rocket. Shatner said, quote, "We're inseminating the space program. It certainly does look that way." And then Cooper says, when they say insertion, do they really mean insertion? Huffington Post, Shatner's space interview with Cooper takes a filthy turn. Now, all of this filthy talk, peppering their conversation with these innuendos, it has everything to do with the reality, the esoteric side of the space program, the fact that it truly is a fertility rite. It is the earth god Osiris and the sky goddess Isis. It's their conjugal visit to give, well, to impregnate her so she can give birth to the sun the next day, baby Horus. So it's a personification of the cycles of night and day. It is literally a sex act in the sky. And so here you have, I mean, that's what the rocket is, if you didn't know. The reason why the rockets are named after dead sun gods is that it's an obelisk. So here you have these jokes being made. Let me go ahead and play
It's called The Premise.
A couple clips here. You have these jokes being made, but my only question would be, how much in the know are these two? I mean, well, Shatner would have to be. There's no way Shatner is under the misconception that he's actually going to outer space.
Captain Kirk will soon go to space for real. If you doubt that the Star Trek series did not present a factual view of reality, Jeff Bezos' space company, Blue Origin, has just announced that William Shatner will fly on board its crewed rocket on October 12th.
At 90 years old, Shatner will be the oldest person to ever go into space. CNN's Kristen Fisher joining us now with the details.
All right, so this is going to happen next week. Here's the clip where
William Shatner, I am delighted that you are getting this experience and delighted to have you on the program. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Anderson.
And of course, here they are joking about the shape of the rocket. I mean, how grotesque is this?
It's really powerful.
No. I know. And things like that go up and boom in the night, and it's a little scary, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, some people made fun of the way the rocket looks, but...
Now, on the clip that I'm looking at here, you have Jeff Bezos throwing Skittles into the open mouth of Oliver Demon, the boy who's crawling on the ceiling of the capsule like a scene out of The Exorcist. It's very bizarre. But the kid is upside down, and his legs are spread wide, and he's staring at Jeff upside down from between his knees. And then Jeff is throwing Skittles into his open mouth. Like, it's kind of something you'd see on a cabaret show. Like, it's kind of bizarre. You know, one of those things involved. I mean, it's zero G Twister, what they're doing up there. It's not what you would expect. I mean, I would imagine if you're up there at the top of the world, you'd be looking out the window. But no, they're looking at each other, high-fiving, and goofing off. But again, let's listen to Captain Kirk and CIA Cooper talking about the funny shape of the rocket.
And things like that go up and boom in the night, and it's a little scary, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, some people made fun of the way the rocket looks, but I think it's cool. I like it. I think the weightless thing, I think, would be fun.
Well, no, there's nothing to be, nothing to make fun of. We're inseminating the space program that is.
Okay, so was that a pre-scripted joke? What do you think?
The space program that is.
You know what?
Okay, so again, these jokes are multifaceted. Like on the surface, yeah, it's a joke about the conspicuous resemblance, but on the other hand, that is quite literally what it is. The obelisk is a representation of the member of the sun god. And these are two insiders in the cult, if you ask me. A little bit of research if you want to look into it. Project Echo, the first passive communications satellite experiment. Each of the two spacecraft launched in 60 and 64, they were metallized balloon satellites, acting as passive reflectors of microwave signals. Communication signals are transmitted from one location on Earth and bounced off the surface of the satellites to another. The first transmissions using Echo were sent from Goldstone, California to Homedale, New Jersey. The last Echo deorbited and burned up in 1969. How convenient. I'm just pointing this out because everything that they say is being done with Starlink or any other satellite, DirecTV, could be done with balloons. And my Occam's razor has me leaning towards the balloon explanation. In case you're wondering about the brain laundry sighting, I have an image on the screen, and you can find this at fakeworld.news. Brian Laundrie literally shows up in the background of a selfie that a family had taken, and funnily enough, the selfie looks staged. Like, they're not in the center of the picture. Like, they obviously left room so you'd see the guy. And in the background, yeah, he looks like Bigfoot. Funny. It's a joke on us, I think. And here's some more information about the U.S. government ordering Google to provide user search data. According to this report, the government's ordering Google and other search engines to track and provide data on anyone who searches terms through, quote, keyword warrants. Do you remember a couple of years ago this thing started, and then last year accelerated the censorship thing, and I said they're going to start sending UN troops door to door, not to vax you, but to rip the Q's off your keyboards and the question marks off your keyboards. Yeah, we're just about there. We're just about there. I would say that this is going to be biased, obviously. You know, you could search Antifa, where do I order black masks and umbrellas? You know, how do I fight back against the cops? You could search that stuff. How do you burn down a police precinct? And nothing will happen. But then you search something even remotely proximal to, was the election faked or staged or stolen? And they'll be looking. All right, I'm going through comments. User Offline says, Leonard Nimoy, a Jewish actor best known for his role as Spock on the Star Trek science fiction series, explains the Jewish hand signal. Oh yes, he's very open about that. That symbol does have meaning. There's a couple of interesting points about that hand sign. It is also the hand sign on the tarot card of the devil. He's sitting on a black cube, which could be a TV or maybe an iPhone. The symbol here is materialism. So you have the devil sitting on a black stone, a black cube, a monolith, and Adam and Eve are chained to it. And he's making the live long and prosper hand sign with his right hand. And I've looked at this one very closely, and I kind of find this to be interesting. My best research on it has found that the symbol of the inverted torch is a symbol of endarkenment, of exterminating the intellect, of plunging man into a dark age. It's the opposite of the raised torch, a symbol of enlightenment, passing on knowledge. So this is extinguishing. And then he's got the bat wings. But the thing that I found most pertinent to this here is the live long and prosper Star Trek is prominently displayed here, that hand sign. And we'll get into the meaning here in a moment. But it's undeniable that Star Trek is deeply embedded into the space program and all of the cultural programming that went into getting people to accept all of their extraordinary claims without question. Not a coincidence you have the Star Trek emblem on Mars. You have the starships from SpaceX that are going to take everyone to Mars. Now you have this live long and prosper hand sign. And then, again, the inverted torch. The inverted torch looks like a rocket. You know, a rocket blowing, blasting off into space, or from supposedly going off into space. Yeah, it looks like an inverted torch. So I find it to be kind of interesting if you look at the kind of the gestalt here, suggesting that the space program might actually be the inversion of the intellect. Maybe it could be a mass deception to take people away from their own perceptions and maneuver them into maybe controlled climates where they can be completely submerged in simulation, like they aren't already for the most part. But I'm talking about permanently, like a permanent state of existence. The Brave New World. And the space program, I think, does play an integral role in this. Just as environmentalism is a thinly disguised stalking horse for communism, the same could be said that the space program is just another way to advance environmentalism and therefore the communist agenda. And by communist, we just mean technocracy, where you own nothing, but you'll be happy. But there'll be plenty of rich people, it just won't be you. It'll be the owners of these planetations. Dark cube UFOs spotted in Nevada, October 6th, near Area 51. Boring. It's already established, it's already been revealed that most of the UFO sightings are government actors putting stories out there to distract, to entertain, and to discredit people who might see something that's, classified. Maybe something that was off limits. Thirst the Truth says, why do they picture Adam and Eve with belly buttons? Oh, let me go back to that tarot card. Generally speaking, you're right. Why would they? Now, my interpretation of it, of course, is that, yep, they have belly buttons. And so does the devil, for that matter. I thought the bat wings were kind of weird, and the chicken legs. But yeah, he's got that too. It's all just archaic symbolism. I think the message here actually is that they are chained to the material world and they like it. Like they're hypnotized by the TV. And that's what it looks like. Because even though they're chained, they're not pulling or fighting it. They're actually pals with the guy. And I think it is a very relevant symbol, the cube, the black cube that he's on, and its relation to the screen. And when I say the screen, I think about it as like the universal filter that's being gradually applied, the new universal religion and faith. And they're getting there. They're cutting away at the borderline content. They're criminalizing thought crimes. Can't talk about the bug. Can't talk about the Kung Flu. Well, that's bad enough, but now you can't even talk about the weather unless you're willing to promote the idea that it's your fault, that the weather's bad. Because climate denial, nope, that's a hate crime against nature. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the hand sign. There's a couple of different websites I've found good information on about this thing. The Vulcan Salute. And we might even look into who Vulcan is. There's some significance there within the Masonic cult. But let's see what I can find. There was a certain article. I got to find the book. I have a book here called Cruel Hoax that I think references this. By the way, the movie, if you're asking, again, the movie's called Dave, starring Kevin Kline, and it has a lot to do with the idea of a fake presidency, and so might be good research. Okay, so Henry Maycow had an article on it called Nimoy's Vulcan Sign is an Invocation of the Devil. It says, in keeping with their roles as willing dupes, millions of people have been using the hand sign Leonard Nimoy popularized to honor his passing. This is again, Leonard Nimoy, Star Trek, an article by a guy who's pretty much into the symbolism behind the so-called Illuminati. He wrote a book called The Cult That Hijacked the World. So from his point of view, just starting off, all of these actors are more or less taking part in a massive ritual, spellbinding of humanity. And so what he says here is, this is Henry Maycow, PhD. And he's talking about all these tributes to Leonard Nimoy when people were doing the Vulcan hand sign. He says Satanists usually will have benign explanations for things that contaminate society. I'm not 100% sure that he was a Satanist, but I'd wager that he was. The benign explanation is that he introduced the sign into the Star Trek episode spontaneously and it took off, and the gesture is the shape of the Hebrew letter Shin, and it's a blessing. Live long and prosper. So what he's saying is that's the esoteric side of it. But the other side of it is this. The Vulcan peace sign is anything but. Vulcan was a sun deity who was associated with fire, thunderbolts, and lightning. The festival in honor of him was the Vulcania, in which animal sacrifices were offered. He bears a resemblance to the Christian devil, and it's fascinating to know that he married Venus, another name for Lucifer, or the devil. What is even more interesting is that Vulcan is adored in Masonry under the name of Tubal Cain. In the Masonic quiz book, the question is asked, who was Tubal Cain? And the answer, he is the Vulcan of the pagans. So a little bit of background here. Now, if you look at the image of Captain Spock, one of the things that stands out is the eyebrows. And earlier tonight we mentioned Bill Nye the Science Guy, and this is a couple points I want to bring up here. One, Bill Nye the Science Guy has Spock eyebrows. He actually had his eyebrows, I think, styled specifically to look like Spock. Now, the reason he would do that is it would give him the same kind of authority. Someone who's very logical, someone who's impartial, scientific, clinical. So, yeah, Bill Nye has Spock's eyebrows. And all of these pop scientists, by the way, do the same thing. Michio Kaku stole Einstein's hair. Brian Cox stole the hair of Carl Sagan. They all do it. But, and one more, Bill Nye. Bill Nye the Science Guy has a few pictures where he's making these various hand signs. I think there's even one where he's doing one of them is this Aleister Crowley hand sign, the peace sign, in front of a picture of Jay-Z, who's another initiate to Crowley's cult. You can find many examples of Bill Nye doing the Vulcan hand sign with his Spock eyebrows. Interesting, though, that he would create that association. Okay, so again, there's possibly another implication here to what this hand sign means. So, question, was our hero Leonard Nimoy aware of the implications of the hand sign that he made famous, considering that Star Trek was predictive programming for the New World Order, and that Nimoy was a success in Illuminati-controlled Hollywood? I would say he was, and that mankind has been inducted into a satanic cult and doesn't even know it. I agree with all of the above. I mean, the word satanic may not be the most accurate word to use, but we are talking about a secret society and a cult. User Offline says, hey Tim, my press pass arrived in the mail. Thanks very much. Hey, you're officially essential. You are now a member of the media. You are a field reporter for Infinite Plane Media. You're unlockdownable. Whether it's pandemic, climate change, or space junk, you have every right to go out and report on what you see. Someone has to watch the watchers. You can't just let the media be the sole source of information. There has to be a people's media. There has to be observations that aren't filtered through their screen, their monitor, their monolith. And monolith is another way of describing this new world religion. It's monolithic in every way. It's a monolithic conspiracy, as JFK said. So when New York Times says that life imitates art with William Shatner, most of them are probably dupes, and they think that's the extent of it. I don't think they know how deep it goes. I'm pretty sure at this stage, though, that Shatner is 100% in the know. He has to know. There's no way he can be a part of a fake voyage and not be aware of it. Zin Vela says Bill Nye has the emptiest, most vacuous eyes on Earth. Yeah, he really surprised me with that Netflix special, which I think set a record for the most negative ratings, where he did the performance with Rachel Bloom of a rap song called Sex Junk. And part of that episode had these ice creams, like cartoon ice cream cones, talking to each other and getting into an orgy. I mean, real strange stuff that this science guy is up to. Bill Nye the PSYOP guy, blaming terrorism on climate change. So then my question would be to the science guy, well, how do you explain terrorism before the climate change started, before the Industrial Revolution? Like, these are all new problems, I'm supposed to believe? Nope. Not buying it. I think it's just convenient to scapegoat America for everything, and that's classic. That's what you would actually call subversion. This is what the Marxist subversion looks like. And notice, too, how it's combining a couple of things. Bill Nye, he's the CEO of the Mars Society, or Planetary Society. So you can see how you have this overlapping agenda between the space program, environmentalism, and with environmentalism, you get all the nasties who want to wipe out the human race, and they're not the ones we're censoring. You got Bojo's dad saying, I wish there was another type of AIDS that could wipe out the world to make the environment better. Well, you're telling me that's not hate speech? You can talk about killing 5 billion people and stay on YouTube, but if you question whether anthropomorphic global warming has been proven scientifically, oh, that's hate speech. What a hideous double standard. But again, nothing new. We just have, Twitter to share it now. Here's some timeless wisdom from Ted Nugent.
Are they just dead wrong? Have they been fed a line from the federal government?
Tim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people that went ahead and got the jab. I speak their language. I would speak to them thusly. Bah, 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 bah. They understand that.
Well, so all these millions of people that got the shots, they're just stupid?
Yep.
Now, I retweeted that. That's not an endorsement. It's just one man's perspective. And you have to understand where he's coming from. And you see a lot of mindless conformity, and what else can you compare it to? Mindless conformity that doesn't work towards the collective good, even though they think it does, because they feel safer. But they're not going to be safe until everybody's safe. All right, another PSYOP exposed. Remember the U.S. Marine that saved the baby in Kabul? You had that clip where the baby was carried over the wall, and that Marine was then lauded as a hero at a Trump rally, and then he gets into trouble because he's on active duty, and then he appears at a political rally next to Donald Trump. Well, it turns out he lied, and he's not the guy that was actually saving the baby. So then the question to me is, well, then who was he? Who is he? Is this somebody that they hired to play the role? In other words, did Trump hire the guy? And it just shows you another example of how prevalent and how necessary crisis actors are. It's like you can't do politics unless you have people on hand ready to lie at the drop of a dime. Now I have a couple pictures, still shots from Gage Grosskreuz's DUI arrest, and I think we have something conclusive here. So those of you who are waiting, Thirst for Truth posted this. Gage was a total prick while getting arrested, didn't want to give his name. 1 month after getting his bicep blown off, he didn't show any signs of pain while being cuffed. Now that's what stood out to me. He was being cuffed less than a month after being shot by Kyle Rittenhouse. And he didn't say, hey, treat me gingerly, my arm is busted, can you just, he didn't even really seem to acknowledge it. And I have another still shot where, his arm's very skinny. He's wearing some kind of a sleeve on there, but, he's also a communist and a burglar. I mean, he's not exactly a very fit person. Is that uncharacteristically skinny for someone of that width, of that girth? Look at his chest and waist. I would say, yeah, he's got a very skinny right arm. It does look like it could potentially be damaged, like it's missing something. And look how skinny his forearm is. Like, I can see how he made it as a burglar. He picked the lock with his arm, where he reached under the door to the mail slot and just turned the knob. I mean, what is up with that? So, you know what? This makes it seem likely that, yeah, possibly the guy was actually shot, or this could just be crisis acting. Have you seen the movie The Machinist with Christian Bale? Now, Christian Bale played a very convincing Vice President Dick Cheney. So he's an example of what you can do when you go to extremes with costuming. And in The Machinist, he purposefully lost a lot of weight. So if Gage Grosskreutz is a crisis actor, well then you would expect he would wear a brace and he wouldn't use that arm and purposefully allow it to atrophy, which would be a very difficult task if you're right-handed, to not use your right arm for a full month, for it to get skinny for a photo op. I'm open to the possibility that he was actually shot, but I'm still not convinced.
Boris Johnson.
Okay, I have a couple clips here. This is Boris Johnson and Joe Biden. This is from a YouTube channel. This is kind of a nice little breakdown. He's explaining how both of them are using
a crater.
They're using the same terminology. And what they're talking about is how we're going to be hit by an economic meteor.
Here, and Boris will tell a story about how he saw a hole in the ground when he was at hospital, and that hole in the ground, obviously a hole in the ground is a crater. He then goes on to talk about how the NHS is scared of potential new waves and how the backlog of treatment will cause a new wave. And then he talks about the economy having a meteor strike hole in the finances. Now,
okay, again, Boris and Joe both make use of the same verbiage describing the type of economic calamity to come. And like every other major transformative psyop, I believe the one that's about to happen involving the sky falling, whether it's artificial or natural satellites, I think they're foreshadowing it. And this is kind of we're reading the stitches on the fastball here.
Listen to this.
In St Thomas's Hospital last year, I looked blearily out of my window at a hole in the ground between the ICU and another much older Victorian section. And amid the rubble of brick, they seemed to be digging a hole for someone or something, or indeed someone, possibly me.
Anyway, bad audio there. And then fast forward, here's Joe Biden. And what he's talking about is that we're going to be destroyed by, well...
A meteor is headed to crash into our economy.
A meteor that's headed to crash into our economy.
Democrats are willing to do all the work. A meteor is headed to crash into our economy.
Now that's on the screen that he's reading, so just another one of these forced memes like Dark Winter. You have these other memes that are just put out there, and everyone uses them across the board. Build Back Better, Great Reset. Well, Meteor is the new one, so heads up. And if you've complied with everything thus far, don't think you're going to get away not wearing a helmet to leave your house when they mandate it. If you want one of these Infinite Plane radio press passes, I'll put a link in the chat. They're available at Dark Matter Radio, darkmatter.radio. I'm also going to put it at infiniteplane.radio tonight. Okay, I put the link there in the chat. Okay, so incoming meteors, helmets, and in 1979, Skylab was falling. In fact, Skylab crashed on the 42nd anniversary of the Skylab crash was the 11th of July. So it crashed on 7/11, 1979. Branson launches on that anniversary. But during this time, people were having crash parties or helmet parties where they knew that this object was going to fall from the sky. It was being talked about. It was being hyped a whole lot. And so people were actually selling official Skylab Fallout safety helmets. And you can find a number of articles. People in Australia wearing Skylab protective helmets. Helmets for space junk. Not as bad as wearing a mask for something fake. This is wearing a helmet for something fake. I mean, I guess you could debate, but they look happier. And maybe it's because the people wearing the Skylab helmets were allowed to breathe. They made something of a joke about it. This is 42 years ago again. Skylab protective helmet, don't be caught dead without one. Special feature of your protective helmet. Some of them have like a spike on top. I'm not sure what that does, how that would help. This is from Paperboy Archive. When Skylab made us all a little chicken little. Now, This is back to where we are right now, though. Everyone is Chicken Little. And if you don't believe that the sky is going to fall, well, you're committing a hate crime. And it's important to point out that the way that Chicken Little ends is they seek help from the fox, who offers them protection because he's so benevolent. And he ushers them into his cave. Okay, so the special Skylab early warning spike. So some of these helmets have spikes on them. If a chunk of Skylab hits the spike, you'll be provided with 0.00193 nanoseconds of warning. Special air vents provide air cooling during June, July, August when Skylab is predicted to fall. If it falls next January, we'll produce helmets with earmuffs. So they made a big event about this. I think they even had rewards for people finding chunks of it. Now, I pointed out the 42 because if you followed anything with Elon Musk and the symbolism with the SpaceX, the number 42 is intrinsic to all of it. In fact, if you haven't, and we'll have to revisit all of this. It's so deep and there's so much to go through. But one of the things that Elon Musk has done is he's encoded every major one of his launches and events and products with the number 42, which most people just point out that, yeah, the number has to do with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You got every one of his rockets, 42 engines on the Raptor. It has a lot to do with that particular movie, but there's a deeper meaning to it. And the number 42 is positively connected with worship of Saturn, I guess you would say Saturn, you would say the sun, they're part of the same cult. But the number 42 specifically refers to Saturn as a deity, as an object or a being that they venerate, or an idea. And it saturates everything within the space program and many other earthly events. And we'll talk about this probably in and of itself here very soon. I'm watching the space program very closely. We have right now the Russians have a movie crew up there. They're on day 3, I believe, of filming the challenge. It's going to be 12 days filming a movie. First movie in space. They beat Tom Cruise. I have a few images and pictures of them. Russian film crew in orbit making first movie in space. And this is all with no irony. This is all news intended for those who believe that space isn't already a movie. And this is another way that they are blurring fiction and reality. It's not just about putting William Shatner up there. It's this. It's making movies in space as though it's not already a movie. It's a movie within a movie. It's kind of like when they have made-for-TV movies about the latest psyop. It being more realistic than the, quote, real thing. Like Marky Mark, Wahlberg, was in a movie about the Boston bombing. And, by the way, Dr. Wen, medical analyst from CNN, took part in the Boston bombing, the real one, not the movie one. Or rather, the real movie one, not the fake movie one. I mean, it's so convoluted. There's layers to this onion. So what they did, though, was they did a movie about the Boston bombing that was more realistic than the real thing. And you don't want to watch the real thing because it's bad news, it's traumatic, it's gory, it's violent. So then you watch the movie version, which is actually more realistic than what they showed you on the news. And yet in the movie, they'll give you graphic content warning when they show you some of the fake news, even though it's less shocking than the artistry. I mean, I hope you're following. My point being is they're layering the fiction within our reality in such a way that the majority of the public is going to be so mind-effed, they'll never be able to walk their way out of this labyrinth. And that's kind of what I believe this whole space tourism thing is about. I think they're going to make space real for all time. And there will be no way to refute any of the claims of the wizards in high places. Thirst for Truth says Marky Mark was also supposed to be on Flight 11. Okay, well, there's another one. From Michael Jackson to Mark Wahlberg. All the celebrities that could have died on 9/11. God, if you could load up a plane, if we had a time machine, if you could load up a plane with celebrities to go into either of the towers or even the Pentagon, and if you want to drop some names, and we're only doing so because we know the whole thing was a hoax anyway, but think about all the bad content you wouldn't have had to have endured in the last 19, 20 years. We should have a wish list. Let's make a wish list. A woulda, shoulda, too bad they weren't list. I kind of wish James Wood had been on that flight. Wasn't he one of them? And who was that other guy? Seth, was it? I believe it was Seth MacFarlane. I'm glad he wasn't taken out. Even though he's deep within the PSYOP entertainment complex, a lot of his work is actually entertaining and helpful. You know, you have to do your opposition research. I do watch quite a lot of HBO and Netflix programming just to know where things are going. If you want to know the future, watch Netflix from a year prior, and that'll pretty much tell you what's coming down the pike. But wow, Marky Mark was going to be on Flight 11. And then if you look at the footage, and I'm talking about handheld cams from people who were there weren't any planes. And that's a problem, but this is the world we live in. It's fractured. There's a schism. There's so many fractures in this thing. There's a big crack in the middle of our world here. The world stage has, well, I guess it's black and it's white. You know, it's pretty much two different universes. If you're in the gray area, they push you off the edge. That's really what flat earther means. But you're either in the universe where it happened as advertised, or you're in the real world where the footage from people who are there shows that no planes hit the buildings. And a lot of people who are stunted in their perceptions by the media can't even conceptualize what that means when you say no planes. Like, well, that means that there are other questions. And then they see these questions pop up in their mind. What happened to those people? Who lied? Then who really did it? And I think the question marks are intimidating when they show up in vast quantities like they do with some of these big PSYOPs. But we take the time and we parse through them and we follow them, and it turns out that these questions do have answers. The government media entertainment complex PSYOPed the world on 9/11 just like they did on 3/11 last year. And moreover, they did so with the complicity of every world government and global media. And that's because global media is the church of the New World Order. A lot of conspiracy theorists are worried that there's going to be a New World Order religion that they're going to impose on us. I saw something floating around on Twitter about the Pope's going to have some one world religion center. No, that's not going to happen. Here it is. Massive facility overseen by Pope Francis to pave the way for a one world religion in 2022. You already have your one world religion. It's whatever comes out of the TV that creates your worldview. That's specifically framed with their fake media and fake science. So basically you have your God is the globe, COVID's the devil, space is heaven, virus is sin. Your vax is your communion wafer. It's not a baptism. You know, you just do a baptism once. No, communion's a weekly thing. And soon, boosters will be too. But this is the new faith. Many of you listening are heretics, and they have their contact tracing inquisition ready to track you down. By the way, if you haven't seen it yet, the new Bond film, a little bit of a spoiler alert here. And this is according to Dave's 1904. The plot is about DNA targeting nanobots delivered into humans via a manufactured solution designed to wipe out the Earth's population. So creative. So many movies just seem to reinforce the worst nightmares of the free thinkers and the people who are actually digging into things. I mean, what is with that? And what is with this constant refrain of wiping out the population? It's almost like they don't like us. All right, and I'm putting a link again to the press passes. And if you want to get onto the newsletter, I programmed the bot. Just type in newsletter, and there's a link in the chat. Stay in the know. Keep abreast of all the things we're talking about. There are many new developments coming up. And also, Infinite Plane Radio is the only place I'm going to refer you to, because we're not treated well by YouTube. They're constantly canceling us. But Infinite Plane Radio will always have the 24/7 streams. Right now, Rumble and Odyssey and Twitch are the places where we're always on. They don't really stop us. The YouTube channels come and go. Salty Siren says, soon the communion wafer will be... Oh, like the Astrocrete. Right. That, will that be edible? I have to ask. I'd like to get on the phone with one of these astronauts when they do the Q&As with the ISS. Are you guys able to use actual astroplastic? And if so, could you eat the Astrocrete, like as a last resort? It's a fair question. So if you don't know what astroplastic is a plastic created from 3D printing, and the raw material comes out of the astronaut. And Astrocrete is a concrete made from astronaut body fluids mixed with Mars soil or lunar soil. Like, that's either science, horror, science fiction, or some kind of thinly disguised reference to a cult of human sacrifice. Could be just Soylent Red. Thirst for Truth says, wiping out the population would be bad for business. They need slaves for the hamster wheel. Yes, that's been my take on it. Like, people get worried that they're going to kill us all. It's like, well, then who's going to do the work, one? And then if they wipe everyone out, they've done a bad thing. There might be retribution, and they don't have billions of brainwashed people to keep the competition in line. So no, when I say elite, I think of a small cabal. But the 99% who go along with them are proxies. So you could almost look at it this way. Your average fascist, your fascist who's willing to snitch on a neighbor for violating social distancing in their front yard with a family member, like that level of control freak, yeah, that's your elitist. They're not all billionaires. They're not all adrenochrome junkies at the top of the pyramid. It's pretty much anybody who goes along with the program. Invasion of the Body Snatchers was a documentary, and it happened in 2020. All right, everyone. I had a conversation earlier today with someone about the mask, the mark of the beast, and all that. And I want to point out that even though I don't adhere to any religions, and I don't believe there's anything to it because I don't have any direct knowledge to say there is any real struggle between, well, good and evil as described, as in like the beast is going to come and mark everybody. Like, I never really found that to be plausible. It's kind of a story that can be kind of molded to fit any time, any place. It's just kind of generic. But it is undeniable that the conspiracy theorists have a point, and many of these vaccines do in fact have the nomenclature that would have you thinking that maybe you are looking at something diabolical. And these are objective facts. These aren't my opinions. So look at the logo of AstraZeneca. It's quite obviously 3 6s interlocked. Like, why would they do that? And that's just one of many things I could point out that, either we're being toyed with, there really is a mark of the beast, or maybe they're waging a war to create the polarized discussion. Not quite sure. It's one of those. Now, if there is a literal devil, I am definitely entertaining the notion that his greatest trick isn't convincing people he doesn't exist, as is often said, because a lot of people believe in the devil. His greatest trick would be switching the S for an R in the King James Bible and changing out the mark of the beast for something else so nobody would notice it when it came to pass. Anyway, this is Mask of the Beast, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Thanks for joining. Same time tomorrow.
Auto-believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Gentlemen in the mix.
Gentlemen in the mix. Gentlemen in the mix.